You damn right. Hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. December rolls on. Fog lifted in the area last night. At least the literal fog did. There's some other fog we've got to talk about today. It's Chad and Zay on this Tuesday. I'm Chad Hastings, joined once again by Isaiah Collier. What's up, Zay?
What up, Chad? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm all right. I'm trying to get through it today. A lot of weirdness. I don't want to be talking about this one story we have to talk about today, and then I don't really want to talk about the other story we have to talk about today.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ugh.
I know what you mean.
Some gross stuff, but we got to do it sometimes. We will get into some NFL. Wild night in the NFL last night, and God, I hate seeing plays like that. Is it just me, or does it happen more often now, those Kyler Murray type plays? It's just awful, awful. Hope everybody is having a great Tuesday, and we will go ahead and play the Specs set piece, take care of one of our great partners, and then we will talk about a couple of stories that they're kind of icky, but we got to get into them, and this first one's just plain damn sad. Soccer reference there, of course. World Cup semifinal coming up today. Argentina and Croatia. We'll keep you updated starting at 1 o'clock, and you hear those World Cup reports from our guy Glenn Davis. Tomorrow night at 8, special time and special day and time for Soccer Matters this week as the World Cup rolls on. Obviously, the story in sports, if you have heard, I'm sure by now you have heard, it was announced last night. The story we wish we didn't have to tell you. I wish we had a great story about, they thought everything was looking bad, and then Mike Leach just put together a fight and coming back in the whole thing. But everything we heard yesterday got worse and worse and worse. We didn't want to report on it yesterday. We definitely wanted to wait and not feel like, I didn't. The last thing we want to do was, try to break a story like that and then get something wrong and mess it up. So we left it alone, other than to say he was in critical condition. But everything we were seeing yesterday, Zay, was families being called in. They're basically putting him in hospice care. But during our show yesterday, it was described by the Clarion Ledger in Mississippi and some other, insiders in Mississippi as a hospice care situation. And last night, they pronounced Mike Leach dead at the age of 61.
Yeah, so sad and so unfortunate. My heart goes out to the Leach family and everybody at Texas Tech, Washington State, and Mississippi State, all where Coach Leach, just was a special man and became special at all of those sites. Everybody got to experience his unique and fun and quirky personality, and college football definitely lost a good one.
Yeah, I think the appropriate, when you go to a funeral sometimes and the really somber part is over, a lot of times people just get together and tell stories. People get together and try to find the smiles and find the laughs and find the good memories. I think today it might be appropriate just for what will you miss about Mike Leach as a college football fan. Everybody's got to have something you remember from Mike Leach. It's our job to cover these guys. And, all of the laughs, the smiles, the quotes. I didn't always agree with what came out of Mike Leach's mouth, but it was always entertaining.
Yeah.
That dude was entertaining. And my favorite thing about him, Zay, is he was one of those guys that didn't have to say, I don't care what people think about me, because he truly didn't care.
Right.
Most of the time, if you meet someone who keeps saying that over and over again, they really do care.
Yeah, in a sport where you have Bill Parcells and Vince Lombardi's and whatnot, he brought a different batch of fresh air to the game that I don't think we've ever or will ever see again. Just, a game that's so serious, being able to have fun and joke on the side and show your personality and, not care what people think. And he kind of just changed the way people look at offenses with the way he ran that air raid at Lubbock, all those good teams he had. Texas fans, we know, we damn sure know all those good teams. We
Yep.
experienced that, especially that 2008 squad. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be missed and very unfortunate and very random. Didn't expect this happen. 61, that's fairly young in my
Right.
opinion. And yeah, him being at practice the other day, just very sad.
Yeah, I can see these images of him in, really wherever he was, but it felt like specifically when he was at Washington State, I felt like every time I saw him, it was pouring down rain. Like I would see him on a sideline.
Yeah.
He's got that cap on. It was always raining and everything. And he was just a fixture. He was in three of the Power 5 conferences as a head coach. Obviously, he spent time at Oklahoma. Mike Leach was a part of that famous Texas OU game where they put a fake play sheet together to try to fool Texas. And Rod Babers and Texas was on the other end of it, and it did work for a little bit. And then Rod it tells the story of when they realized, okay, that's not working. We got to crumple it up and we got to go to something else. Leach was involved in that. Somebody else, somebody already texted us. Chad, I recall 2 great interviews with Coach Leach. In one, he discusses Bill Murray. In another, he considers what makes a great state flag.
Yeah, you and Trey had good interviews with Mike.
I hope the Horn holds on to the rights to those interviews and can rerun. Yeah, I got to go back and look for some of the old Mike Leach stuff. There's been he was so good. If you got him in the right interview, 2 of the guys I always think of that did such a good job with him. The first was Chip Brown. When Chip and I worked together, Chip of Horns247.com now, Chip was one of the first guys I heard ask Mike Leach about something other than football, and it was brilliant. He asked him about music, and he took off. I'd always heard him nobody wanted to ask him anything but football. And Chip was the first person I heard ask him a different type of question. And then later on, Trey Elling really took that to that next level.
Yeah.
Because I always wanted to hear Trey talk to Mike Leach. I mean, I would sometimes, if I was involved in the show at the time, I would kind of look over at Trey and go like two or 3 for 1 on questions. No, you ask him another one. Ask him another one. That was fantastic. So there are so many great interviews with him. That is what he leaves behind. When a famous musician dies, they leave the music behind. They leave all the albums behind, and it's preserved. Today, I've already seen some of the little comments. Somebody said, I'll miss his wedding advice. I do remember that. Fat Little Girlfriends has been mentioned.
Yes.
And it
used to love playing that on B&E.
It is, somebody says it's an iconic soundbite. That one was great because I always wondered if there was a specific player or two that knew he was talking about them and therefore knew he was talking about their girlfriend. I always wonder if there was a couple guys that really knew. That was a good example of Mike Leach being
fat, dumb, and happy.
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriends, too bad.
It was the honesty coming out of him. And like I said, I didn't always agree with what he was talking about, but there was something so wonderfully honest about it. We do not have enough of it today. Everybody has to be so careful with everything they say. But Mike Leach truly didn't care. He truly just went at it however he wanted to. Every year at SEC Media Days for these last, 3 years, it's been, did you hear what Mike Leach said about this? Did you hear what Mike Leach said about buttered bread? Did you hear what he said about this? When he was at Washington State, I guess it was, is when he was ripping on candy corn and saying how bad of a candy it was.
I love the candy corn take.
For Halloween. I mean,
That's 50% stupid.
he had and he was also a coach that I loved because way back, like 5 to 10 years ago, he was talking about like a 64-team playoff. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I love that about Leach, man. And I didn't agree.
Yeah, some March Madness stuff.
I didn't agree with that number, but he would ramble on about, here's how you figure it out. You do this, you do that, you go neutral sites. What's the problem? I don't understand.
Yeah.
The Fat Girlfriends was great. If I'm him and I'm coaching in Lubbock, Texas, I probably wouldn't have gone on that speech where he made fun of the guys on the team that were religious. I probably wouldn't have done that. But it was kind of an entertaining, it was one of the weirdest locker room moments because the whole room was kind of murmuring like, what did he just say?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
Did he just dog the Bible?
Especially during that time. Yeah.
What are you talking about, Coach? So there were definitely times where things got pushed too far. Hey, I'm an Aggie, so I definitely know that feeling you're talking about earlier, Zay, because there was a run where I think he beat A&M 7 out of 9. and hung some big numbers
Oh man.
on the Aggies.
Yeah, like 60-point scores, 50-point scores. That was nothing. Like the defense, we ain't worried about that right now. Let's
No.
worry about putting up these points, and that's how Leach rolled.
I was so proud. I was proud that A&M beat him his last year at Tech. I think the game was in Lubbock, and A&M was able to beat him. I remember being so proud of that because of how many times his team had whipped
Yeah,
A&M. They put all those points on you. They went unconventional, and to me, he also pushed that part too far. Like Mike Leach pushed the football ideas too far. Had he pulled back some of it, I think he could have won a national title. But he's Mike Leach. He was going to do it the way he was going to do it. He was going to do the little index card, like little bitty, like the whole play sheet was like a little index card, whereas the other guys had all the laminated stuff that was like 3 feet wide and all that. And he had the little card. Even when it was pouring down rain, he'd have a little card in his hand, just calling a couple hand signs, and that was it.
yeah. I think let's not even talk about him passing away, but I think he was going to get into the Hall of Fame, even if he won a title or not. Just kind
I
of
agree.
how being a trendsetter with the air raid offense, and so many people are just taking bits and pieces out of that offense and then implementing that into their own philosophy. And yeah, Mike Leach, he paved the way for a lot of guys. And somebody on Specs text line brought up a good moment, Mike Leach, which was in Friday Night Lights, the show. He had a little cameo where he was talking
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he was talking to Coach at the gas station and chopping it up with him. And yeah, Quirky Leach doing what he does. And yeah, we're going to miss him.
Oh,
College football's
absolutely.
going to miss him.
Yeah.
Sports is going to miss him.
To me, he was the evolution in terms of attitude and not caring what people thought and innovations and stuff. I thought he was kind of the evolution of Steve Spurrier. Now, Spurrier ended up being more successful and getting a national title, but I got that same feel where it's like, I just want him in the sport somewhere. Put him in a major Power 5 school somewhere because he's so entertaining. This says a young female sideline reporter asked Leach for advice for her fiance before they got married. He told her, if you're getting married, it's too late for advice. Oh, my
Not
God.
surprised.
Dude, I heard
Not
it.
surprised.
The best one I heard today was he was walking in like 2018. He was walking, I guess it was at Washington State, it would have been, walking on campus with Jeremy Schaap. And Jeremy Schaap said, hey, have you ever thought about just legacy-wise, like how you want to be remembered and what you want them to say about you? And he's like, I don't care. We'll leave that up to them. I'll be dead. And I'm like, that is such a Mike Leach way to deal with that. Oh, it's
Yeah.
so good.
I mean, like, think about where he had success, though, as a head coach. Like Texas Tech, you want to consider that a blue blood. Only people out in West Texas would. Washington State, they're damn sure not a blue blood. Hell, they're kind of an afterthought in the Pac-12. And now Mississippi State, they're kind of an afterthought in the SEC. So he succeeded at all these programs that aren't considered big-time powerhouse college football programs. And I think that says a lot about a guy. Like, he didn't really care about the huge blue blood place like an SC or Alabama. Hell, who knows if they would even take him? But
yeah, he wouldn't have been a good fit. I think,
he probably wouldn't have been a good fit. But like, the fact that he was able to do what he did at those types of schools just shows how brilliant of a coach he was.
Yeah, somebody just texted in. Trey did 2 great interviews with the Pirate, no doubt about it. Yeah, check out our man Trey Elling if you follow him on Twitter at Courtesy Wave. I mean, he may re-rack a couple of those interviews in tribute to Coach Leach. But Mike Leach, dead at the age of 61. Let us know what you're going to miss, your favorite memories of Mike Leach. Hopefully, one of the things that can get done posthumously is that somebody can finally go about clearing up that story at Texas Tech, like really get that story cleared out. And I don't know if you're going to need Craig James and his son to do that, but that story needs to be cleaned. That needs to be ultimately cleaned off of Mike Leach's record. I talked to someone younger than me that works with us recently, and he still thinks that Mike Leach trapped that kid in a storage shed.
Yeah.
And it's just not true. It's never been proven to be true. In fact, everything on the other side of it is probably true. And Mike Leach has tried to prove that. He was trying to get money back from Tech. I don't think he ever got the money back from Tech. He wrote the book and all that stuff. But hopefully people do not continue to take that one beyond his grave now, because he was a kooky guy. But that was a story where his kookiness, it had gone too far, and people were looking for a reason to get rid of him.
When that happened?
And they found it. That was Oh, geez, I'd have to go look. 2000s somewhere.
Okay.
Well, because I'm sorry to do it this way, Texas fans, but this just so the 08 game with Crabtree, that's 08. So it was somewhere in the next 2 to 5 years past that,
Okay.
right? Because he would have been the coach of that game, obviously.
Okay.
And then it's somewhere, kind of after
Yeah,
that.
because I remember thinking, oh, this dude's crazy. Get him out the game.
Yeah.
And then when I heard more details and facts, I was like, oh, nah, this ain't.
Yeah,
happening
but
like
he was truly unique, and it took a school. I really thought Tech was the perfect place for him. And like you said, those other two schools ended up being that too. You got to be a little bit different. You can't be a big-time blue blood.
No.
He was never going to be a coach there.
And I don't think he would have accepted, a place that didn't give him complete freedom.
Yeah,
Or
right.
allowed him to be completely himself.
Yeah, and you can't do it any other way but that. Let him have all the pirate stuff he needs. Let him talk about what he needs to. He was extremely well read. He loved music. He was always willing to, tell you what he thought. Mike Leach died last night in Mississippi. Just a crazy, wild story. He was with the team on Saturday, getting ready for their bowl game, and then they believe he had a massive heart attack at his house on Sunday, and they weren't able to get to him immediately, and then once they did, they had to care flight him a good distance away from where he was, and, that probably could – I'm assuming that did not help the situation out. So rest in peace to Mike Leach, certainly an innovator in football. You want to talk about the football part? That's good. You want to talk about the quotable part? He certainly had that as well. All right, Chad and Zay with you on this Tuesday. We will also continue to talk about this Chris Beard story. We left you yesterday not knowing if Chris Beard would coach last night. He did not. He's been suspended without pay by Texas, and the Longhorns did win the game. Before we hit the break, Zay, the game part of it. How were you able to process that as a fan and a basketball fan? Because, news was coming out during the game. Were you able to focus on the game? I was having a tough time.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how those guys did it. Kudos to them. It's so much respect for this Texas basketball team, those players, and definitely respect to my guy, Coach Terry. I've known Coach Terry my whole life. He's a cousin to me. My pops and Coach Terry are cousins because my grandpa and Coach Terry's father are stepbrothers. So we're not
okay.
blood, but we're family. So, yeah, Coach Terry, he got his start down here when he was at St. Ed's. And right after St. Ed's, he coached at Porter Middle School. Then his first high school stint was over at Bowie with my pops. And then he went on to Baylor, UNC Williamson, and we know Fresno State and UTEP. So I know it was very tough for him to just fill those shoes for Chris Beard. And he did a hell of a job, and those guys did a hell of a job last night. I didn't expect them to win that game. That was a really tough Rice team that you see in the first round of the NCAA tournament upsetting those 3 and 4 seeds because.
So you thought that was a battle anyway?
Yeah.
If none of this had happened and Chris Beard is coaching them, is that still a battle in your mind?
Not as deep.
Okay.
I don't think they go into overtime, and Texas might win by double digits, but I think it'll still be in the teens.
Okay.
Like some of those guys at Rice, those guys are gonna be playing professional ball. Evie and Olivari, those dudes are bucket
They were
getters.
good.
Yeah, man.
They were pouring it in for a while.
Olivari, he hit a shot in the corner. It was from an out of bounds play on the sideline. And this is an insane shot. It's a bad shot, but when it goes in, it's a terrific shot. He just caught it and turned around. It didn't matter who was in front of him, and he just fired, and it was cash. I was like, oh, man, this is one of those nights because they understood the opportunity. They knew that Texas wouldn't be all there.
Yeah.
And the fact that Texas was able to somehow just they didn't look like they weren't locked in. They played hard for sure, but just some of the shot selection early on, way too many jump shots, in that final overtime, Serge Jabari Ross was like, we could take it to the hole on these guys. And he had about 3 layups, a nasty reverse layup on the other side with the right hand. So that's a tough Rice team. And under all the circumstances and the adversity that the Horns had to deal with yesterday, I am proud. And that was a good win no matter who you played.
Yeah, and if you're on Twitter, I retweeted that video last night. You see the video from the locker room of them giving Coach Terry the game ball?
Yeah, beautiful.
That was some good emotion, man. They were pouring water all over him and getting him – because that's his first official win as the Texas head coach, technically.
Yeah.
Because when you have to declare who your head coach is for a game, so he's technically 1-0.
Yeah, and Coach Terry, he's a Longhorn through and through. He was with Coach Barnes for a long time during the TJ Ford era to Kevin Durant, Gibson, all those guys, LaMarcus Aldridge.
Yeah.
Hell, I remember my guy Jeremy Green, who was a big-time recruit that I played with at Bowie. He ended up going to Stanford because the Horns took Jacoven Brown over Jeremy, which I'm still a little salty about, but Jacoven's one of my guys. Jacoven's one of my guys, too. I love Jacoven. He was like a right-handed James Harden when he was here at Texas. But I remember going on a trip with Jeremy down to the 40 and getting to shoot at the Irwin Center, and Coach Terry just giving us game about the next level and D1 and how it's going to be like. And basically he was saying, Zay, you have no chance. This is really just for Jeremy here, but I love your dad and I love you, your family. So you play with Jeremy, you're along for the ride. But he's a amazing man, and I'm glad that he got that dub last night. He deserved it.
Yeah, happy for Coach Terry. Marcus Carr leads the way with 28 points. That moment where Marcus Carr turned to one of his teammates, hit his own chest and said, I got you. I got you. I kind of like that. I thought, boy, if there's anything that team needs tonight, it's somebody to step up and say, I got you, because that had to be such a confusing day and night for them. But they do get the win, 87-81 in overtime. We'll continue to talk about that part of the story, but also the Chris Beard part of the story as well. We'll get Longhorn fans' thoughts on it. Remember, the Specs text line is there, 337-3776. More on that story. Also from last night, Patriots found a way to win, but Arizona loses Kyler Murray on play number 3. Look, folks around here like Colt McCoy, but they weren't planning on seeing him like that. We'll get into some NFL stuff, too. Don't move. It is Tuesday. A lot going on for us. A little bit later in the show, we'll recap the all-flex team members that have already been announced today and preview the ones that are going to be announced later on. Stay with us. It's The Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk a little Apple leasing. I've told you how easy it is to get a new car or truck, SUV, whatever you're looking for with Apple. I was blown away by the process. I'd heard them talk about it for years. I'd heard different people at the station talking about it. I'd heard Scott Crossett with those Apple leasing stories, and it was time for me to get a car, and I thought, you know what? Let me ask the questions. Let me just call and find out what's going on here. So I called 346-9977. I talked to Beth, and she made it so simple. Just a couple of conversations got me, got the options out there. I told her what I was looking for. I told her what was important to me and what wasn't. She goes out and does the searching for me and then tells me, hey, I found this as well. Are you good with this or do you want this? And we just had a couple conversations, explained the full process. It was incredible. It's the easiest and safest way to get a new car, any truck, any make, any model. And remember, they get the same discounts and incentives that the dealers do. I signed everything with DocuSign, so I wasn't going to a dealership and sitting there for hours and hours. That was incredible. I didn't have to waste all the time going around looking at a bunch of different places. They brought me the options, and then they even delivered me the car to my driveway when it was time. 346-9977. They'll do the same for you. 346-9977 or go to appleleasing.com. They mentioned snoring there. If you are snoring and think you might have sleep apnea, Sinus and Snoring Specialist is the place that can help you out. They're helping me all the time, whether I know it or not. The other night I stayed up too late. Last night I knew I had to get some sleep. And when I do that, when I make myself go to sleep when I know I should, I get a great night's sleep thanks to Sinus and Snoring Specialist, because they were able in 2017 to figure out what was going on with me. I was blocked up in my nasal passages. I had some allergy issues I was dealing with, had moderate obstructed sleep apnea. apnea. They went about fixing all of that. My initial exam took less than an hour. They work with most insurance. The allergy test is done without needles. You'll love the way you're treated. Make it the Christmas gift to yourself and to the rest of your family because you're not going to bother them anymore with all that snoring. Call and set up an appointment, 512-601-0303, or go to sinussnoringent.com. It's sinus and snoring specialists. Feel clear, rested, and healthy. This kind of goes with the cloudy weather out there. Always works. Pink Floyd and Another Brick in the Wall, correct?
Part 2.
Part 2. I'm sorry, part 2. My bad. Hey, Jason, leave them kids alone. And by the way, whatever you're thinking out there, this band, completely sober through the entire... That's not true. That's not true at all. Pink Floyd definitely was experimenting with a whole lot of things back in the day, including the music. Another Brick in the Wall. Incredible stuff. Iconic stuff from Pink Floyd. That song would be cool. You could put that out today.
Oh, it'll still be fire.
That's the biggest compliment I can give some songs, and that's it. That song's interesting no matter what. Yeah. You can hear that song walking by you. You could hear it in a store. You could hear it when you're at your buddy's house. It will stop you. There's certain songs that will stop you. That's one of them.
Yeah, you could play that different occasions too. Raves, rock concerts, obviously.
Sure.
Weddings.
Yeah.
I should have played that at my wedding.
That band will tell you, depending on what substance you got going on, it works for all occasions. We got some NFL stuff to get into. I definitely want to get a Chris Beard question out there for Zay and you Longhorn fans. Real quick, though, Zay, on a slightly on a more sort of a positive topic, we have a listener that wants my thoughts, but I want to get your thoughts, too, on the new NBA trophies. Have you seen the new NBA trophies yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you have a thought on either the renaming or the trophies themselves?
No, not really. I mean, Jerry West is already the logo. Does he need another thing? That's all I'm saying. Like the Clutch Award.
That was kind of weird. That felt like a also ran idea of theirs.
Yeah, like I'm not. That's odd.
Michael Jordan. It'll now be the Jordan Trophy for the MVP.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Hakeem Olajuwon Trophy for Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay, now you could argue Hakeem's one of the greatest defenders of all time, but is he the best though?
That was that was a question I was going to throw out. I didn't want to seem like a petty Mavs fan asking that question, but I had the same thought. Is the Dream known as like best damn defensive player all time?
Like I love Dream. It's if I had him and Shaq at best center of all time, it will be a coin flip for me. Yeah, I love Kareem, but Kareem had Magic. I mean, if Magic's dishing that thing, then I'm dropping like 15 a game too. So I put Kareem out that.
And was Kareem known defensively at that level to get an award? I don't know.
Yeah. I'm talking about like
Right.
center in general.
Right.
But when you think of Hakeem, you don't think defense first. You think Dream Shake.
Yep.
Like you think of his moves, his footwork, the fadeaway, what he could do on the offensive end. And I know he was an all-world defender. I think that year the Rockets won the championship in '94. He was Defensive Player of the Year also.
I think you might be right.
But people would say Dikembe Mutombo's a better defender than Dream.
I was just about to bring up two guys that went to Georgetown, Mutombo, and there was a run where Alonzo Mourning won it like 3 or 4 years in a row.
Yeah, he might have got dunked on a little bit too many times, but you're right.
Okay, I have an idea for defensive. But first of all, does the trophy for Defensive Player of the Year, does it have to be a center?
Yeah, and that's it. Like,
because
Rodman was locking up.
Rodman's an idea, but the first mega star I thought of, what about Kobe?
Yeah,
does Kobe...
I think Kobe's an overrated defender.
Okay.
That's just me. Like I think Kobe has a lot of memorable moments where...
And I think offense first, obviously, for Kobe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Kobe was a good defender, but he has like over 10 all defensive teams, first team. I'm like, yo, Kobe wasn't locking up like that for the full 82. He was locking up in the playoffs for sure. He had his moments, but not for the full 82 like people think he was.
Because if we're going to be honest, you could also call it the Michael Jordan Defensive Player of the Year because he certainly did that as well.
Yeah, he locked up.
That guy was
he locked up.
So they went with Hakeem there. Wilt Chamberlain Trophy for Rookie of the Year. It does not have a bed on it or 20,000 women. How dare you? The John Havlicek Trophy for Sixth Man of the Year. George Mikan is the trophy for Most Improved Player. And again, they're renaming the MVP for Jordan. I don't mind the reworked Jordan Trophy, but these others, Zay, if what I've been sent is real, it looks like they've frozen the trophy inside of like
ice.
Yeah, like an ice sculpture.
Yeah.
Or a crystal vase. This is what I used to do with my Star Wars guys. I used to play Star Wars in the house. My mom got mad at me because I would freeze like Han Solo in the freezer. I'd get a little bowl of water. I'd put them in there, let it freeze for an hour. And my mom would say, Chad, why is there a little plastic hand sticking out of this bowl? I'm like, well, because he's being tortured. What are you talking about? They froze him. What are you doing? That's what it looks like they're doing with these trophies.
Yeah, I think all these trophies are a mess because for the Michael Jordan trophy, it's an obvious logo. It's the most iconic logo out of any athlete ever, the Jumpman Jordan. So I feel like that should have been the easiest thing to do. Say, hey, Mike, we're just going to put the Jumpman as the logo for the MVP.
And they didn't do it.
And they didn't do it. They just have some dude looking like he's going for a tip ball, like a jump ball. I don't know. That's not a basketball motion.
That looks like Michael Jordan trying to keep a kid at one of his camps from getting a ball. right? Like, it
Yeah,
doesn't-
like holding it high because he's
doesn't
tall.
even, it doesn't even really look like a shot in any way. They've done some weird trophies, man. A couple years ago when Dirk retired, they had that weird trophy that Mark Cuban had commissioned, and people were making fun of that. But they do have new trophies in the NBA if you want to check that out.
Yeah, like somebody said Gary Payton on here. Like Gary locked up.
He was known as the glove, right?
Yeah. I know Marcus Smart won Defensive Player of the Year last year, but before that, GP was the only point guard to ever do it
Yeah.
in
Now,
'96.
Spurs fans would tell you it should be the Bruce Bowen Award, but I
Oh,
don't.
he was so dirty. Do they have a kick you in the cojones award? Because that's going to Bruce.
That one should be Bruce's, absolutely.
Gosh, he was dirty. But
And-
he was good for the Spurs. They
and-
needed that.
And on the technical side, they will give Nikola Jokic a retroactive version of that Michael Jordan trophy, the new trophy. He'll get that for last year's MVP, and then they'll start giving it out this year and moving forward. So there is basketball to get to. We already talked Texas beating Rice. Then, of course, there is the Chris Beard story. Suspended without pay. After we left the show, we find that out about 6 o'clock, I guess it was. Suspended without pay. Last night, the affidavit got released, Zay. People got to read through that if they wanted to.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
Here's where I'm starting today with you and with all Longhorn fans listening today. Like Rod said yesterday, we don't work in the court, the legal system, but we do work in the court of public opinion every day. For you, your gut right now, is there a world where this guy can still be your basketball coach?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't.
Longhorn fans, I want to hear from you. 337-3776. I read through the affidavit, but I'm reading through it as not a fan of that team. They're not my team. They're the team I have to cover for my job. They're one of the most important things I have to deal with, so I'm paying attention, but that's not my heart and soul like it is for Zay, like it is for all of you. This is the guy running, arguably, let's give baseball the love and say, your third biggest program. If you give baseball their history and their love.
Yeah.
It is your third biggest program. It is the profile, sport for the wintertime and all of that. Can you see it moving forward is the question. Would you like to argue today, Chad, we've got to be patient? You said yesterday we got to be patient. Don't we still have to be? Yes, there could be a path. Or did you read the affidavit and think, oh, goodness, maybe that is a story too far? So let me know. Let me know what you think today, because that is a wild story. I'm trying to process it. They literally went to the dude on the sideline at halftime. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that was
I learned more.
Longhorn Network. Like, yeah, I didn't expect all that.
So then we start to hear, okay, wait, she says that she's his fiance and they've been engaged this long and been together this long. And here's what happened. And I realized, oh my God, there's some stuff out there I got to go read.
Yeah, they've been together since his Tech days.
Oof, man. Yeah, it is.
She's a former volleyball coach and stuff, yeah.
It is rough. It is rough stuff. So let us know. Somebody said, I want to know what is on the recording. That was a weird little sidebar to that story I didn't quite understand.
Neither did I.
Which says, when questioned by police, Beard said he had audio recordings of the incident that would show he was not the primary aggressor, but he refused to share them with the officers. Then why say it? Why would you? I don't understand.
If I'm not guilty, then I'm going to try to prove how I'm not in any way possible.
I got audio that'll prove I'm not. Really? Where is? I can't show it.
show it to
Or
you.
maybe he's thinking,
Like lawyer stuff, like I should, until my lawyer gets here.
Yeah,
until
maybe
he
that's it.
tells me to, type of thing.
somebody says shouldn't be fired until a trial is done, verdict is in. If found guilty, he's gone. I want to know what is on that recording. And maybe that's, maybe that's what it's going to be. Does Texas have that much sort of, I don't know, patience and leeway? Do they think they can wait that long? How long is it going to take? The legal system doesn't just take a couple weeks.
No.
This thing could take a while. What if his case gets settled, but they set a court date, and the next court date is, I don't know, February something. What do you do then?
Yeah.
He's got the restraining order or protective order, that was put in place yesterday goes till February 10th of 2023.
Yeah, and just the distraction that comes with it,
Mhm.
like going to these tough environments to play a basketball game. Think about just how that will be. Think about how that will look and all the signs those people will throw up and stuff, because we've seen some crazy stuff out there. They some of these places don't give a damn. They want to have any edge possible to get the dub. I know it's not right. It's just what it is. So you don't want to be a distraction no matter what. And I think Texas was going to look at it like that.
Somebody texting in, if she drops the charges, why can't he continue coaching? That's not how it
That's
works.
not that's
nowadays. Once
if you know what domestic violence is and domestic abuse is, that's definitely not the way to go.
once that call is made, you have given up certain things. You've brought certain people into the discussion, and they aren't going to leave they won't leave the discussion just because you at some point say, oh, no, now it's good. No, sorry.
No.
Doesn't work that way.
You can't. I can't stand when people, and we're getting to it's a different topic, but there's no, like, when you're in a relationship, people say, just leave the relationship. It's not that easy.
Right. Not
There's
that simple.
so much to look into it. And yeah, Google's out there. You could look into it why if you're not educated on those types of things. But yeah, that's not just as easy to say, oh, I'm just going to pack my bags and leave. Like, no, absolutely not.
And also, let's play this out. Let's say at least one aspect of it. Again, this protective order or whatever goes through February. He's allowed to contact her but can't be threatening, those kind of things. But if you let him coach, then he'd be coaching the basketball team while a protective order is in place that he can't go within 200 yards of his house or within 200 yards of, I would assume, maybe still his fiance or this person. Like, that's going on
That's the
during
distractions, man. You don't want that on the sideline.
during your basketball season.
Yeah.
So then what are you telling, what do recruits get told? And there's just
And then this team's still focused. We saw last night, you saw them playing together and you saw them showing everybody love after the game. I know a picture went out there and said, oh, nobody's standing for the Eyes of Texas. No, everybody, all the players were going around the arena and high-fiving everybody was there because they were so appreciative of everybody coming out because everybody knows what's going on.
Right.
So
Yeah.
this team, this could bring them closer. And what I saw last night, it showed me a little something that, like, okay, even with the distraction, this team is mentally tough and they all know that they still have a job to do and they still have responsibilities within themselves and their own goals to set. And yeah, I think Coach Terry's the perfect person to take that pressure that they're dealing with and allow them to go out there and play basketball freely and still know the task at hand.
One of our texters, Specs text line 337-3776, brings up the affidavit is only one person's version of what happened. Doesn't make it true. Let's let the process play out, then make a decision on his future at Texas. Again, do you have the patience for that? If that's where you want to go, if that's where Texas wants to go, that's why I'm bringing up the question here. For you Longhorn fans, was there anything you learned last night that would send you to beyond a certain boundary line, or are you thinking still you got to let it play out? So we'll see how much patience there is. You would assume that Rodney Terry will be coaching for, they made it pretty indeterminate last night. Suspended without pay. They did not say for how long. They just said Rodney Terry would be the coach for the Rice game. So maybe it goes game by game. Also, we mentioned it earlier, referenced it. All the best to Kyler Murray and his recovery, but they think that's an ACL. As of last night, when everybody was going to bed in the NFL, some of the people on the inside, Josina Anderson and others were hearing, no, it's bad, and it's probably an ACL.
Yeah, and I don't even think this is a turf grass issue. We know a lot of these players are talking about how let's get grass on all of the NFL stadiums because turf is not good on the knees. Arizona Cardinals, they play on grass. So
Right.
It was just an unfortunate situation that happened in the third play of the game. Like, there was only 2 minutes that have gone off the clock, and Kyler Murray was doing what Kyler Murray does, making plays with his legs. And yeah, it was just an unfortunate situation. Now, wasn't it on the same leg that he's been dealing with for the hamstring?
Oh, let me see if I can remember my images from Hard Knocks. I feel like I'm seeing somebody work on his left hamstring, and I feel like this was his right knee.
Okay, I'm sure people on the Specs text line will definitely give us
But y'all
game on that.
Y'all double check me on that. During Hard Knocks, he's been calling it his S. He uses the S word when he says it about his hamstring. He never says hamstring. He says, I felt my S go. And the trainer says, hamstring? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that when it first happened, that's kind of what I was hoping. It was? Oh, it could be the hamstring. Apparently, it's a lot more serious than that. Patriots did get the win 27-13. If you have thoughts on that, let us know. Specs text line 337-3776. A lot of NFL to get to. Another big week of the NFL coming up. Speaking of coming up in the crap bag, can you really ask Tom Brady for that? Plus, we got a guest coming up tomorrow I'm excited about. We'll tell you who it is. It's from one of my favorite sports movies and maybe one of yours too. That's next on The Horn. Well, sometimes you don't have time, but in this case, you got about 15 minutes or so till they kick off at the World Cup. Argentina and Croatia is today's match in the semifinals. Get on out to Twin Peaks for all the World Cup matches. They've been opening their doors for those early matches. They've been keeping you there with those afternoon matches, all the scratch-made favorites to munch on, all the 29-degree draft brews to sip on, the great brunch stuff, the drinks that they're known for, all the things that Twin Peaks is known for. That lodge mentality, and yes, the Twin Peaks girls, they've been there for you since the World Cup started. Make sure you get out there if you love your soccer. Also, remember the holiday bonus card offer. Grab a Twin Peaks gift card in store through December 24th and score a bonus card for yourself, valid in January. If you're a Cowboys fan like me, they've been doing those jersey giveaways throughout the season, and last week that might have been the only thing to get you through if Houston had found a way to win. But this week, it's that Jacksonville game, another noon kick. Get on out to your favorite Twin Peaks. Ask your Twin Peaks girl about those jersey giveaways for the Cowboys. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views, Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Oh, headed back to this. Got to be the '80s. Got to be '80s Billy Joel here.
Yep.
Yeah. Tell her about it, Mr. Billy Joel. Going to see Billy Joel in 2023.
Is that right?
Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks playing Jerry World together. Never seen Billy Joel. Be my first time. I don't know if he plays this live, but I'd like to hear this song live.
Is this one of the hits? Like you have to hear this when you
I don't know.
see Billy Joel?
Dude, he's got so many. I'm going to go in with no expectations. I'm going to go in assuming like maybe I guess he would still have to play Piano Man. Outside of that,
Yeah.
I'm not really expecting anything specific.
Yeah, people on the Specs text line, Billy Joel lovers, let us know if Billy was doing an hour set, would Tell Her About It be in that set? Or does it have to be in that
Right.
set?
Is it in there? Does he do Uptown Girl? Because that's another big hit from that period. But I know some Billy Joel fans aren't as big a fan of Uptown Girl as they are some of the other stuff. Like, what does Billy Joel have to play in 2023? I don't know.
You know you're a legend when you have to ask questions like that.
Yeah.
'Cause there's guys touring off one-hit wonders.
Oh, sure.
Like, I know Vanilla Ice is still making bread somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Of course. I hope he still loves playing that song. I hope he still does, man. You can say what you want about old Rob Van Winkle, but he's moved about 15 million records plus.
Do you think every time he hears that song, he has PTSD of Suge Knight?
Oh, I don't know. I would hope that now he is able to stop, collaborate, and count the money and just move on.
Yeah.
And not think of Suge. But maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, that's
He should have just embraced it like Tupac and said, you know what, Suge? Let me just be the first white boy in Death Row and see where that goes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably, might want to.
That would have went well.
Sure.
Like, picture that classic, iconic. There's one magazine. I don't know if it's The Source or Vibe. One of those classic hip hop magazines with Suge Knight, Tupac, Snoop, and Dr. Dre, and it's like just a pitch black background. All you could see is their foreheads.
Uh-huh.
If you slide Vanilla Ice in one of those spots, that would make that photo even more iconic.
Oh, my God. That's fantastic. All right. So Billy Joel and Pink Floyd getting us started today. Coming up at 1, we will get back into the big stories of the day, including the death of Mike Leach. Still can't believe that is a real thing. The Chris Beard story from last night, the Longhorn basketball story from last night. We're asking Longhorn fans, you Longhorn fans out there, is there anything that's gone too far for you already? Do you feel like Chris Beard can still be your head coach at some point? Where are you on this whole story? We're discussing that today as well. A lot of football to get to, including this wacky story in the crap bag. Get ready. I'm about to go old man on a Tom Brady story.
Chad's crap bag.
Crap bag. If you need an easy way to remember it, just think of a bag of crap.
Brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. The short way to say it is, when Dre Greenlaw intercepted Tom Brady over the weekend, he decided to get Tom to autograph the ball after the game. He, said nice things about Tom, then asked him if he would do it, and Tom did it. On the podcast later, he said, it was S for me, to be honest. It was a complete S. Then he laughed. Said, but I try to be a gentleman. Look, great play he made. I'm happy he's got the ball. Wish I didn't throw it, but I'm trying to be a good sport. A lot of times I'm not a good sport. I can be a pretty bad sport. In the moment, when they get me in the right frame of mind, I'm actually a good sport. End quote.
Yeah, and plus, how can I be rude to a future teammate next year? Why would I do that? I need to build this chemistry now, because you hear the rumors that man Tom will be gone next year and he wants to go back home.
Right. I hadn't even thought of that. Fred Warner also got an autograph ball from Tom Brady as well,
yeah.
Even though he didn't pick one off. This is not one of my favorite things in sports. I remember back in the day when, ironically, because he's here in town now, when Tashard Choice was a Dallas Cowboy, he once asked Michael Vick for an autograph on, I think, a pair of gloves after a game, and I lost it on the air. I thought that was the most disrespectful,
Who won that
silly
game?
thing. I think the Falcons did.
Oh,
He had just
coach.
He had just beaten the Cowboys, and I thought, really, you're asking him for that? Get off the field. What are we doing? So it's never really made much sense to me.
I'm pretty sure Coach Choice wouldn't appreciate if Roshan Johnson asked Max Duggan for his autograph after that horrible 17-10 game.
Right, so that stuff didn't make sense. Now, as long as everybody's okay with Tom Brady, had he said absolutely not, then we could just move on. We'd have been okay with that, right? If Tom had said, no, Dre, I'm sorry. Catch me some other time. No, I'm not signing the ball right now. Get out of here. I'd have grabbed that Sharpie and I would have thrown it about 20 yards. What in the world? Yeah, so that is going.
It is weak.
That is strange to
It
me.
is
But,
weak.
hey, Greenlaw's theory was worst he could do is say no.
Yeah.
Sometimes that theory's good. Kids out there, if you're listening, the advice from Uncle Chad would be don't go later in life. You might think, why didn't I ask more people out? Remember, all they can say is no. Guys, girls, whatever it is, whichever side of the discussion you're on, you asking them out, all they can say is no.
Yeah, but
That's it.
also, if you're my man, you got to show Tom Brady that type of chemistry early, since Tom will probably be going to that part of the Bay next season.
That's what you think Greenlaw was doing.
Yeah, I think Greenlaw was like, look, man, hey, we're nice around here. Even though we just smacked y'all by a 30-piece, we're willing to, do things like this. Can we get a nice autograph ball? We'll treat you good around here. Look at our defense. We might be the best in the league. We're making Brock Purdy look like a young you. He might be the next you. I know you wouldn't appreciate that, because if we win a championship, I don't think you coming. That's just keeping it real. I think Shanahan and those boys will roll with Brock Purdy and see what happens with Jimmy G and not worry about Tom Brady, who obviously doesn't have many years left. This guy can't keep freaking playing.
No.
Like, good grief.
Yeah, you
It's
can't.
getting ridiculous.
It really is. He's up at 45
Yeah.
now. Also in the NFL, Houston and Denver were the two teams this week that won the turnover battle but still lost the game. Thank God the Texans lost that game. Otherwise, I'd have to deal with it as a Cowboys fan. 9-2 this week in the turnover margins. We're at 79% for the year. If you win turnovers, you win the game. Also, want to get you a little preview for tomorrow. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, we have a special guest coming in studio. He's a Texas boy named Jay Head. If you don't know that name, you might know the name SJ, as in that little kid from The Blind Side.
One of my favorites.
He's coming in. He's like 25 years old now. He was born in Hamlin, Texas. I never knew that. We'll look up some more stuff on him tonight. But Jay Head's going to join us in studio. We'll get to ask about, Sandra Bullock and Tim McGraw and that whole deal. Apparently he's visiting family in the area. And somebody, one of his publicists called, and he does public speaking and stuff. And they said, hey, would you want to have him on? Like, heck yeah.
Yeah.
And I realized, oh, yeah, Zay and I both love that movie. I asked you. It took you like 2.5 seconds to say yes. So he's going to come on tomorrow in the 2 o'clock hour and hang with us for a little bit.
Yeah, excited to have him on. He definitely has a unique perspective on just the movie world, and especially that movie, and he's done other things too. So
He has.
It's going to be a good interview. I'm excited.
He had a scene with Ed Orgeron. He had a scene with
Nick Saban.
Maybe Nick. The Ed Orgeron was the big
Yeah.
focus one, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
We'll get you whatever you want, SJ. We'll get you whatever you need. So I want to know, like, what coaches did he meet? Did he think it was cool when I think he was? We'll have to double check. I think he got 8 or 9 when the movie happened, something like that. So we will talk to Jay tomorrow at about 2 o'clock. Coming up, it is your 1 o'clock hour. Still going through 2 of the weirdest stories we've had to cover in a while. The unfortunate story of Mike Leach, dead at the age of 61. Just hard to believe. We're processing that, but also just giving our favorite memories of Mike Leach. Coming up, I'll give you one of my favorite memories of a Mike Leach team that happened right here in Austin. We'll get back into that. Plus, if you're a Longhorn basketball fan, have you seen anything or heard anything in this Chris Beard story that makes you think, I don't know if the guy can be our coach anymore? Or are you still being patient? Are you still waiting and willing to believe that, yeah, he can still be your basketball coach? We're talking about that too. Jump on in. The Specs text line is 337-3776. Chad and Zay with you on this Tuesday. It's The Horn. Oh, yeah. How about hour number 2 on a Tuesday? Curtis Mayfield making us feel good in hour number 2. We need a little bit of that here on Chad and Zay today because of the sadness of the death of Mike Leach. Still trying to work through that. I see Lane Kiffin up here with the Ole Miss logo behind him talking about Coach Leach. There's so many that he affected over the years, mentored over the years, and frankly pissed off over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all reacting today. I'm Chad Hastings, Isaiah Collier alongside, and Mike Leach dead at the age of 61. One of the awful stories that sometimes you have to deal with. Big stories, big figures in sports die. Sometimes they die expectedly in terms of they're extremely old. They've been sick for a little while. This Mike Leach thing was so fast. 61 years old, getting ready for a bowl game, and he has a massive heart attack on a Sunday, and he is pronounced dead on a Monday night right after that. So just incredible. I just saw a report live from the stadium, and the Jumbotron that faces out of the stadium had Coach's picture on it and the birth year and death year. And that's one of those things, Zay, that really, not that it's not real already, but, man, when you see those, the 2 years, that's one of those that just that one kind of hit me where I thought, well, that's a classy thing to do, and it's respectful and everything. But
just makes it a little more real type thing.
Yeah, that's wild, man. 61 years old. We're asking you what you will miss about Mike Leach, and he certainly gave a lot to college football. There will be, every time I see a coach go for it on 4th down, and I don't think he should, I'm going to think of Mike Leach.
Yeah.
Because he's the ultimate to me.
Oh, yeah.
The in-game memory I have of him is the 43-40 Texas win over Texas Tech when B.J. Simmons was his quarterback. We found out it would have been 0-3. So right before the year before the Longhorns start building towards what would be a national title. And so B.J. Simmons played the entire game against Texas with what we found out later was an ACL. A partially torn ACL, and he played the whole game. It was crazy. And then they go through the game. Texas. I have to go back through the box score to see how many lead changes and all this stuff. But Leach had I swear it was a 4th and 7 from his own 27 at one point in the game. And he went for it and didn't get it. And
the game Mac benched Vince Young?
That is correct. That's the game that Chance Mock
came in.
Had the incredible ending, and yes, that game. So I remember saying to one of the Texas Tech reporters there, if he can back off a little bit of that and then get a little bit of defense going on, I'm like, you guys can win it all. You can win it all if he dials it up just the right way. He never found a way to do that, to get it just to that right, all the right ingredients put together. But that's one of the things I'll always think about Leach. Every time a coach goes forward on 4th down and I'm thinking, yeah, I wouldn't do that because of field position, because of whatever, Mike Leach was not scared of any 4th down.
No, he wasn't scared at all. His play calling just changed the way we look at offenses and the way that he ran that air raid, all the quarterbacks that he had that put up all those crazy numbers and had pretty good careers in the NFL because, they just had good coaching. They knew how to sling the rock. Think about Gardner Minshew. And he's going to be around the NFL for who knows how long and get as many shots as who knows what. And he's right from the Mike Leach tree at Washington State. Has a lot of Mike Leach in him when it comes to the quirkiness and just having fun and not taking things too seriously, but also coming to work every day and doing your job. So, yeah, Mike Leach, he'll be missed for sure. And I love all the videos that we're seeing of him on social media. I saw a video of he was doing Lubbock weather at one point in time, they got him on one of the local weather channels, and him just being Mike Leach, just as funny and quirky as he could possibly be, absolutely rocked it and just made it fun. And he did that with everything. And yeah, big time.
Yeah, that just absolutely kind of became a force in college football, and certainly the influence is big time. The source of everything in that offense is Hal Mumme. but then he trained literally under Mummy and then spread it out to other guys. So whether you're talking about Leach himself or what we've seen develop with Cliff Kingsbury, what Lincoln Riley is doing right now to a certain degree. I mean, I can remember seeing some of those early run at Oklahoma. And heck, Bob Stoops, people bring this up. It's absolutely true. Bob Stoops deserves so much credit for Mike Leach in a way because he had enough guts to go get him.
Yeah.
He had enough guts to say, well, what about that guy? What about that guy? And I can't remember if it was directly from Kentucky or where he was before that, but it was, we need to be on the forefront of offensive football. And Oklahoma started doing stuff that people just hadn't seen in the Big 12. And it obviously, that second year they get a national title, and Leach ultimately moved on after that. But just kind of reworking of offense, he deserves a ton of credit for that, man. There was a lot on that little card. I hope somebody preserved a few of those little cards because I was always amazed at they would say everything he did was so basic, even though it was innovative and everything.
I feel
but
like he kept a lot of things to the chest too.
Yeah, the way they called those games apparently was really basic.
Yeah.
And then a few years ago, I remember it being said, one of his quarterbacks, probably Minshew, because like you said, such a Leach type guy, had great attitude. I think it was Minshew that let everybody know. He said, yeah, you guys would assume that when Coach gets mad at us, it's because we didn't run the pass play he was thinking of. When he gets mad at us, it's usually because we didn't run a run play. And everybody I remember having the reaction of, oh, that's not what I would expect.
Yeah.
So Leach would get on him about, certain things there. And he didn't worry about, the balance issue. He didn't worry about time of possession. He was just worried about, for him, it was like, if I can get 2 passes completed to 9 different guys, that's a balanced offense. That's how Mike Leach would think of it. Mike Leach dead at the age of 61. If you have thoughts on that, please let us know. Also, if you're a Longhorn basketball fan, after last night, I would maybe kind of ask you the same question. Not that you have to answer this on the text line, but were you able to focus on the game last night? I had a tough time. I'm not a Longhorn fan. I'm trying to focus on that game, but it was being mentioned. Somebody did mention, like, for them, Longhorn Network and Lo Galindo and those guys were mentioning it too much. But you had to keep people updated.
Yeah.
You had to kind of remind people of what was going on.
Yeah, Lo Galindo has a job to do.
Right. I mean,
he wasn't just saying that because he wanted to do it.
Right. Dude, you could see it on his face.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Tough night of work. The
whole country was watching that game. The whole country was trying to find if they could get Longhorn Network on whatever channel they could. Because I know it varies for people outside of Texas and whatnot. So, yeah, everybody was watching to see what was going on at the 40. Like, how could you not?
Yeah, I felt for Lowell and for Lance having to deal with that. And anybody, and obviously Craig and the crew on the radio having to deal with it. It's tough. Just incredible distraction there. The team battled through the distraction. But the question today for you Longhorn fans in that court of public opinion is just kind of where are you on this story? If you read through the affidavit and some of the things that are in there, are you like one of our listeners earlier saying, hey, that's one side of the story. Let's wait for everything to happen, everything to play its way out. Somebody else texted us, I think as unfortunate as it is, regardless of what the verdict is, it will be hard for UT to sit on this PR disaster for very long. Also in the eyes of the public these days, I feel like you're guilty until proven innocent, which isn't right, but it's the world we live in now with social media and cancel culture. We talked about that yesterday, trying to be patient, trying to wait, but now you've got this affidavit out there, and there are some things in there that are, if they're true, they're gross.
Yeah.
They're really gross, and we could certainly argue they would be conduct unbecoming the person you would want to coach your basketball team.
Yeah, I don't see him coaching here anymore, and what everybody's read and seen just isn't good at all. Whether it's innocent and proven guilty, just don't want that cloud over your campus. And if he gets back on the sideline, then that cloud becomes even bigger, and the university just doesn't need those types of problems from a basketball team that could still do some really good things this year. Like, this team is still a really good team. I think this could bring them together, and I think Coach Terry, he's in a good position, and he's the right guy that can help lead them to have their same goals and aspirations that they did at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, a lot of that stuff is still there. But like we talked about earlier, if you're the Rice team, when you're facing a basketball team, especially in basketball when you're only talking about 5 guys on the floor at the same time, when you're facing a team that doesn't have their head coach, for whatever reason, you are facing a bit of a wounded animal.
Yeah.
And you got to figure out how to, to work that. It could be your coach dealing with a family emergency. It could be your coach he's sick, he's under the weather. It could be all kinds of things. In this one, obviously, it's a lot more serious than that. Rice, for a while there, at one point I had that feeling when if they'd gotten that up to, I guess the largest lead they had was maybe 8 or 10. I felt like if they could have gotten that up to around 15 or 20 or so, maybe Texas wouldn't have been able to come back. They fought hard. They got it done there. But when it was about 8 points early on with Rice, I thought, oh, man, Texas better get with it. Otherwise, they may kind of run here.
Travis Evie, number 3 for Rice, hit 2 back-to-back three-pointers. Like, one was a step back that hit nothing but the bottom of the net. And at that point, I was like, yeah, this might be one of those games. And I wanted to fault Texas for losing last night just for all that they had to go through. Like, that's very tough to do mentally, to get on that basketball court and to perform and to do what you're expected to do, and that's get the win. Like, these guys, even though they are men, they're still young athletes and still student athletes, whether they're getting paid NIL or not. I think the fact that they are an older group, more experienced group. Serge Abari Rice is in his 5th year. The transfer out of New Mexico State. Marcus Carr probably in his 6th year. Christian Bishop around 5 or 6. Same with Timmy Allen, Brock Cunningham. Now allows them to be mature about situations like this, to where it's not going to knock their focus off too much or allow it to linger on for the rest of the year. And they can help guys out like Dylan Mitchell and Arterio Morris, who this probably really hurts for them because they really came here for Chris Beard. Like, I know those guys are big Chris Beard guys, so I know this hurts for them, especially being younger. Hopefully those experienced dudes that I just named could help those younger guys out. And, yeah, they can just stay locked in on what's really at hand, and that's winning the Big 12 championship and beyond.
Yeah, we'll see if the Longhorns decide they're just going to stick with Coach Terry for a while and then allow the Chris Beard story to play out, and we'll see where it is. It is one thing that hit me last night in discussing it. If there is any chance for Chris Beard to continue to be the basketball coach at Texas, the fact that Texas is not an absolute top-of-the-heap blue blood in that sport might help him out a little bit. Maybe. Because at Kentucky, Kansas, UCLA, we could list out who that group is. There'd be extra spotlight, extra pressure.
You're right, yeah.
You know what I mean? If this,
I get what you mean,
if this
but
was Duke, Carolina.
They're not blue blood basketball, but they're blue blood university.
They
we
are
blue blood university here
Yeah,
at University of Texas. Arguably the most popular university in all of America, especially in sports. I don't think they could go past that.
Will the social media world and the court of public opinion allow Texas, that brand, to say, we're going to wait? Are they going to allow that in 2022, 2023?
There's definitely a time limit. We don't know what it is, you and I, but
I don't know.
They definitely have a time limit.
Yeah, because, on one hand, I could say, hey, look, if that's your guy, that's your guy.
Mm-hmm.
If deep down CDC believes he knows who this guy is, and he feels like either the affidavit is not completely true, or that's not what happened, or whatever it is.
Yeah, and there's another process after this.
And they're right. There's still
more stuff to go. So it just depends on their patience, like you said. Like, what's their time limit? When are they going to say enough is enough? We can't wait any longer, because if we do, it's going to look really bad on our end.
Yeah, and somebody brought up an interesting point on the text line that a lot of the stuff in the legal system, like a lot of things nowadays, is backed up a little bit also because of COVID. And there's the timing of things may be a little different because of that. So who knows when the next court – that's one thing we'll probably wait on too. If they are going to try to use some patience and wait some things out and watch the legal system play out, when is that next hearing for Chris Beard? I don't know. So that's the part of it that we'll kind of wait on as well. If you have thoughts on it as a Longhorn fan, I know it's got to be a tough thing to deal with and process right now. We're trying to get your thoughts on it. Specs text line 337-3776. We have had a mixture, of fan reaction today of what the situation would be. This fan says, I don't think he'd be able to coach Texas again unless he's absolutely innocent, which the police report seems otherwise. He may have cost himself $30 million. That's, I know, one of those things that has been brought up as well. Somebody sent us just these 3 words about last night's game. Brock was focused.
He was.
I would agree with that. Brock Cunningham was ready to play ball.
Plays so hard, man.
Yeah.
Like he plays the game the right way, and he's an improved 3-point shooter. When he shoots the 3, I think it's going in a lot of the time, especially depending on the types of 3 he's taking. They have to be good shots, right in the pocket, right, a good setup when he's ready to shoot. But when he shoots that ball, he is definitely improved from when he first started out with Shaka Smart.
Yep, no doubt. All right, coming up next, let's get you our Flex 30 segment. The all-flex team, it's not all announced yet, but the defense has been announced. The special teamers have been announced. Return specialists have been announced. We'll roll down that list for you and then preview what's coming this afternoon. It is all flex team day. You can check out flxatx.com for the names that have already been released. Stay with us. It's the Horn. Zay loves how long it takes these songs to get going.
Yeah. Ask me how long this song is, Chad. A smooth 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
6:15. Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic. All right, let's see if we get any lyrics here.
Yeah, it might take a while.
Yeah. Oh, my God. I have missed the metal stuff lately, so I'm going to see if I get some lyrics here before I throw out a random guess. I'm going to take a sip of water, see if I can get some lyrics.
The beat has to change at least 6 times before you hear lyrics.
Right. Well, you got to establish.
Yeah.
You got to really get it going. I mean, come on. All right. This sounds like an early Metallica tune to me.
It's not Metallica.
Not Metallica. All right.
All right, let's skip. We're skipping. Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah. This might be before my time. I'll go with my always guess when I don't know, and I feel like it's older. Saxon.
No.
All right, who is it?
Flotsam and Jetsam.
Flotsam and Jetsam. All right, so this doesn't count at all. At all. I don't get any credit for it, but just as a fact, Flotsam and Jetsam is the band that Metallica got a bass player from one time. That doesn't count, but it's true.
Like I need somebody to fill in. They called up.
Like the guy died.
Jetsam?
Yeah, the bass player died.
Oh,
they needed
sad.
a replacement, and they got Jason Newsted from Flotsam and Jetsam, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so
Wait, so it's not 2 guys?
Flotsam and
There's not a Flotsam and Jetsam?
No. It's not that.
Oh, man.
It's not that. I believe if you look up those 2 words, I don't believe it's got to do with anybody's name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something else. Flotsam and Jetsam, Billy Joel, and Pink Floyd getting us started today. Boy, that is a long song. All right, so Zay bringing the metal, and wait a second. Hold on. Is that me? No. Or is that still you? Where's that coming from?
I don't know where I was going from. I was coming from my phone.
Is it, okay, all right. I thought that was my computer, maybe. All right. There you go. A little confusing. All right. So let's. We're gonna get you the Flex 30 segment coming up here. Just a quick reminder: if you do love your high school football, After Ball Don't Lie tonight with Rod and Harge. It is the last episode of Under the Lights with Rick and Jeff and the crew. So Under the Lights tonight at 7. Also, a little programming reminder: Craig Way's going to be calling championship games tomorrow. Jeff Howe's a little under the weather, so Zay and I are going to be helping out, and some others, with Light the Tower. I'll be jumping in there in the 10 o'clock hour with our man Ty Henderson and, of course, Snoop Daniel. We'll talk some high school football and other stuff. Keep you updated on the games that are going on. Zay's going to jump in at 11. We'll have some fun tomorrow on Light the Tower. And, in fact, in the 11 o'clock hour, Zay and I will present our top 5, our Whataburger top 5 items of all time. That's what we're doing, because they always do a top 5 of, like, player performances or whatever. We're going to talk food in the 11 o'clock hour tomorrow. We'll get Snoop to do the same thing.
Yeah, legendary.
There you go. And fries are free. Fries go with everything. We don't need to include fries. We understand they're great. We'll do that tomorrow in your 11 o'clock hour. Right now, though, let's talk some all-flex team. Part of it's out there. Part of it we still have to keep close to the vest. But let's go flex. Here we go.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
Yes, indeed. The all-flex team. We have reached that day. Started bright and early this morning with Bucky and Aaron. 7:30 is when we started announcing the different position groups. We started with defense and started with that defensive line today. So ultimately, we're going with a 4-man front, and it would include Colton Vasek himself from Westlake. I know he'd trade this in a second, Zay, for another state title. Westlake was not able to finish that run, but Colton Vasek had another incredible year. Big 91 was awesome.
Yeah, he was terrific. The 3-time state champion will be at the 40, hopefully in January. Hopefully he can get there early and already get to work, put some muscle on that body because we need edge rushers. That's one thing, this Texas Longhorn team needs. More edge guys to take down quarterbacks, and Colton Vasek, he has the perfect body to do that. Just great twerk and just great footwork and getting around guys. Reminds me a lot of Aiden Hutchinson playing for the Detroit Lions, former Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, I like that comp.
Yeah, really excited to have him down at the 40 acres playing for the University of Texas next fall. And yeah, a hell of a high school career.
Oh, I know you're excited.
I am excited.
Not only because he's coming to see you, but because he was gonna go there.
Yeah,
and then
man.
He's coming to see. Okay,
What a smart guy.
What an intelligent young man. What would have made you happier? Somebody flipping from Oklahoma to Texas or from Texas A&M to Texas? Which one would make you happier right now?
Oklahoma to Texas just because we got to play them.
Okay, right.
Now, ask me that in a couple of years.
Okay,
We'll
fair.
see.
5 years from now, different question.
Different question.
Congratulations to Colton. Also, congratulations to Damian Wimberly of Vandegrift. Big 99, still going after that state title. He's trying to add it to all of his numbers. He's a player, Zay, that we talked about him when we announced him as a finalist, just kept getting better, kept developing throughout the season. And then the more you watch Vandegrift, when they were on defense, he was causing car crash after car crash, problem after problem for quarterbacks. Once he got things rolling this season, man, he didn't look back.
All I heard last year was, yeah, man, this guy is so talented, but his motor doesn't go 100% all the time. He completely changed that narrative this season. He's always playing hard. That's exactly a big reason why that this Vandegrift team is playing for a state championship this weekend. But yeah, just love Big 99, 6'7", around 260, how about 13 sacks and then some. Who knows what his stats are now for all the games that they've played in the playoffs.
Yeah, I see him with 13 sacks here. He may have added one or
He
two.
probably, I feel like he added one.
Yeah.
Definitely got to ask Drew Sanders sometime, but he's worried about bigger things, and that's bringing a state championship down to this part of Austin or this part of the area. They don't consider Vandegrift Austin. I know that. But yeah, he's had a hell of a season, and SMU, they're getting a good one.
Yeah, and I also wonder if that's going to hold, too. I'm not trying to dog SMU out, but just like the Baylor thing with Novosad when we first started talking about that, now he's re-upped there. He's re-upped and said, hey, I'm 100% going to Baylor. But guys like this, as they continue to go through, Damian Wimberly finishing out like he is, I wonder if that SMU commit is going to stay solid.
Yeah, you better be doing everything you can to keep that guy there because he could change your program, especially, SMU. That's no Ruthie Pert or nothing. That's some solid football in that part of Dallas. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. Like, I think SMU, if I was the coach, I'm bringing the whole team to watch him play.
Yeah.
Because it's right down the street.
That's true.
Like, hey guys, this is one of our best players coming in. We're all, as a team, going to show our support and go down to Jerry World, right down the street. We all get tickets, and we're going to watch this guy play because we need somebody like him.
That is a good point. Best of luck to Vandegrift, obviously trying to get that state title Saturday at 3. We'll have it for you right here on the Horn. The other two defensive linemen, Prince Will Uman-Milan of Manor, ends up on the all-flex team, and we could not deny Caleb Dickey of Crockett.
Southside?
This dude's numbers are silly. And he's only a sophomore, by the way, Zay. But the ones that stood out to me, 37 TFLs and 19 sacks for Dickey.
Yeah.
He ends up an all-flex member as well. Congrats to all four of those defensive linemen.
Yeah, Caleb Dickey, just him playing both ways and having those stats on the defensive end is super impressive. And you look at somebody like Prince Will, who 6'5", 225, getting looks at from Arkansas. His brother's at Florida, so the Gators are looking at him.
Yep.
Arizona State's looking at him. And, yeah, he's going to be a big-time Power 5 get.
Yeah, so congrats to those guys. Defensive line was early this morning. Also, Bucky and Aaron announced the linebackers to make the all-flex team. Reed Vines of Cedar Park, Ivy Webb of Anderson, and Brody Bueno, make sure you know how to say it, Brody Bueno of Hutto, all names that have definitely been hanging around all the way back to really the 7-on-7 times, eh? Some of the positions, we had new guys show up, kind of things move around. These three guys have been in the discussion right from the beginning, and they all showed up this season.
Yeah, I've like this guy, 173 tackles for that Anderson team, 17 tackles a game. That's just absolutely bonkers. Brody Bueno out of Hutto, he had a terrific season. About 17 quarterback hurries, 12 tackles for losses, 30 solo tackles, 125 total tackles. He was all over the field, 3 sacks included. And you can't forget about Reed Vines, who also hoops. So he has a special place in my heart. So right now, he's definitely back on the hardwood. But before he got to the hardwood, he was getting done on the gridiron, and he had 103 tackles. Only a junior, so look for him to have another big season next year. And yeah, big-time linebackers we got here.
Yeah, congrats to them on the all-flex team. In the 9 o'clock hour today, they hit the DBs, and they had Rod Babers on. Definitely go back and check that segment out. Rod had some good breakdown on these guys, and I know Rod wanted more than 4 guys in there, too.
Did.
He was trying to put as many guys in, and I understand, man. I've seen some of these guys play. It is hard to whittle it down. We went with 4 DBs. Rod might be right that we should have gone with 5 because a lot of people do play nickel. But Jalen Gilbert from Round Rock, somebody Rod's been watching for a long time this season. Alex Foster at Vandergrift, the tackling machine. He's going for a state title this weekend. Peyton Morgan out of Weiss and Justin Strong from Elgin. We've told you about some of those guys and all the things that they've done. Some of these the stats on these kids are amazing, Zay.
Yo, Justin Strong from your neck of the woods in Elgin. First team all district on offense and defensive MVP on defense. Like, a lot of coaches are going to be calling this house very soon, or they should be. If they're not, then they're absolutely slipping. You think about Jalen Gilbert, a part of that really good secondary, really good defense for the Round Rock Dragons, just committed to Vanderbilt. So you got 2 Syntex and all flex ATX type guys, and him and Cedric the Alexander both going to Vanderbilt. So that's really cool. And then, you got Alex Foster, who's still playing. Look for him, number 8 this weekend when you see him go up against Jonte Cook and Trey Wisner and DeSoto. So yeah, Alex Foster, he's definitely gonna come ready because we all love Jonte Cook, but he'll have his hands full dealing with Foster. And yeah, Peyton Morgan, also terrific, who played against Jonte Cook earlier this year at Weiss, and he made life rough for Jonte Cook in that first playoff game where Weiss played against DeSoto. Clearly, DeSoto got the dub, but yeah, all 4 of those secondary players definitely make plays.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that Vandergrift defense deals with DeSoto. It's a good point. So you said it's Jalen Gilbert that has committed now to Vanderbilt?
Yes.
Good for him.
Decommitted from Washington State, and
that's
now
right.
He's going to Vanderbilt.
It was Washington State. How about this number on Alex Foster for Vandergrift? I think I got this right. 132 solos. 182 total, 132 solo.
Man.
Oh, my God. That is unbelievable. Congrats to all of those guys. Now, there was one name when I saw the DBs list. I was trying to get another name in there, and Rod, I'm sure, was too, because Leonard Moore out of Round Rock is a beast. And so in the end, Leonard Moore, thankfully for the all-flex team, he is versatile enough and freaky enough that he ended up as one of our returners. And the same can also be said for Cameron Cook of Stony Point. It's a guy that there was lots of argument for him at running back.
Yeah.
And folks wanted to, we're trying to get him in there. It's like, doesn't he deserve it, guys? Come on. But he also is an incredible returner. So Cameron Cook and Leonard Moore end up as all flex team returners. Those are guys, Zay, that if they end up playing at the next level, they are going to be able to contribute in multiple ways. Leonard Moore is just one of those dudes. He's kind of got the, Revis Island Dion thing going on. They don't throw to him.
No.
So it's like you come out of a game going, well, kid wasn't that impressive. really? Because they just never threw over there. Isn't that impressive? That's what he battles, I think, in terms of finding numbers on Leonard Moore.
Yeah, that's how you show your true toughness as a secondary player. When they don't throw to your side and you could have that Revis Island type style of play, then that shows that you're a dude. And yeah, Leonard Moore, he's one of those to go along with guys like Jalen Gilbert and that very good Round Rock secondary. And you think about Cameron Cook, Sonny Dykes, he's got a good one. This guy's going
Yeah,
to TCU,
you're right.
next year. So
Yeah, we talked to Cameron on the show this season.
yeah, I'm happy for him, but with TCU's success, that I'm trying to get out the Big 12 as quick as possible. I'm not trying to see somebody from our own backyard give us the business, a la Deuce Vaughn. So it's congrats to Cameron Cook, but yeah, and Sonny Dykes, he definitely got a steal in him, and I'm glad he made the list somehow.
Plus, Sonny Dykes might take him fishing somewhere in the Fort Worth area because Cameron told us he's a fisherman.
He's
too.
a fisherman.
So you tell Sonny Dykes you're a little bit country. Sonny Dykes may take advantage of that.
Yeah,
Sonny,
that's probably a big reason why he's going there.
Sonny Dykes, we got great fishing holes around here. What are you talking about?
Fits in the Fort Worth easily.
That is it, man. Still a little bit country up there in Fort Worth.
Sure, a little bit.
Congrats to all those guys. A couple other names real quick. Let's finish out the specialists that have been announced. The All-Flex Team Long Snapper. Okay, here's how technical it is with long snapping. They have like a camp you go to where you can get rated as a long snapper. One of the other finalists we had a 4.5. The guy we ultimately chose, he's got a 5.0.
Yeah.
Their system says he's a perfect long snapper, and he's 100% on, like everything in terms of extra points and field goals and all the snaps that he's had. Jake Helms out of Westlake is our all-flex long snapper, so congratulations to Jake. In terms of the kicking and punting, punter is Owen Norrell of Westwood, and the all-flex kicker, Patrick Helen out of, that is Buda Johnson, correct? Yes. Patrick Helen from Buda Johnson. So it was tough at all those positions. Man, there's great kickers in the area. I got to give Hayden Arnold another shout out because there may be guys that have hit more kicks and there may be guys that have better overall numbers or whatever, but I don't know if anybody's hit bigger kicks than what Arnold's done the last few weeks. A 50-yarder to tie the game with Drip at half, and then he hits the game-winning 37-yarder to beat Katy. So Hayden Arnold, go get that state title, and maybe there'll be another big kick in it for you.
Yeah, if I'm Drew Sanders, I'm putting that picture up on the wall, up next to all the other classic pictures, up next to the Austin Novosad fumble at the end of the game. Like, Vandegrift's had so many iconic moments this season that's just painted a beautiful picture on what their season has been in 2022. And yeah, I wish them all the best, capturing off a amazing year, hopefully with a state championship against DeSoto.
Congrats to all of our All-Flex finalists. It was tough to decide who the ultimate winners were going to be. Congrats to the All-Flex team members that have been announced. Remember, later on, during Ball Don't Lie, 3:45 or so, they're going to go offensive line and a center. 4 o'clock, the receivers. 5 o'clock, the running backs. And at 6 o'clock, they will announce the All-Flex quarterback. That is the one they decided not to let me announce because y'all know what I would probably do, and y'all know who I'm probably rooting for. We will see what happens at 6 o'clock on the All-Flex team quarterback. All right, so all that is coming up. Go to flxatx.com. If you missed any of those names we rattled off, they are all right there for you. Just click on that All-Flex team page. It's been a lot of fun shining a spotlight on these kids. And remember, tomorrow night, the event over at Pluckers 183 in Burnett. It is our bowl roundtable, but we're combining it with the All-Flex team. So if you or somebody you know makes that All-Flex team and you want to come out and celebrate, bring your teammates, bring your friends, bring your coaches out to Pluckers 183 in Burnett, and we will be celebrating them. You can pick up your certificates for the All-Flex team, or maybe you haven't had a chance to pick up your certificate as an All-Flex finalist. Come on and see us at Pluckers tomorrow, 3 to 7, with that event out at 183 and Burnett. All right, coming up, it's Where We At in Society. Zay will let us know. And at 2 o'clock, back to the crazy stories of the day, including the Longhorn basketball team fighting through things last night without Chris Beard, and the college football world moving on without Mike Leach. Wow, this is The Horn. I do not recognize this song.
70s makes sense.
Okay, yeah, kind of just 70s, kind of basic rock song. Cat Stevens.
Is that a person or a group?
That's a person.
No.
All right, who is it?
Lobo.
Lobo?
Lobo.
Lobo?
Yeah.
All right.
Like Rebecca Lobo?
Like Rebecca Lobo, one of your favorites.
One of my favorites.
Yeah,
Gosh,
baby.
man.
All right. She was on that was the front end of that UConn run. She was on the very first one, I think.
Yeah,
right?
95.
That 95 championship team with Gino. By the way, Zay, I knew it was something, and I wasn't confident enough to say it. Someone says that flotsam and jetsam are ocean garbage terms. So I guess that's how you refer to that. If you see
What the hell
garbage,
does that mean?
garbage in the ocean is referred to. You
So
know,
not good?
well, like the stuff that
Oh, just terms.
those are terms for it.
Oh.
So like, if you throw out stuff for sharks, it's called chum. If you're feeding for fish or sharks in the ocean, that's referred to as chum. I guess this is something where if you see the garbage, it's referred to as flotsam and jetsam.
Ah, okay.
Well, there you have it.
Well, yeah, all right.
So the band obviously thought a lot of themselves. So that is big. All right. Wow. Chris Bennett with a completely unnecessary text today. Specs text line 337-3776. Whataburger fries are overrated. The onion rings are far superior. You have never texted us anything more incorrect, Chris Bennett.
Yeah, the fries are on point.
That's
the onion
insane.
rings are underrated.
I dig the onion rings. Don't get me wrong, but let's not go disparaging Whataburger fries. All right? There's no reason.
Yeah, CB, you might have been in Washington too long.
I think he has.
You got to get back down to Texas, dog.
Somebody ship CB some fancy ketchup and some fries, please. All right, great to hear from you, CB. You know we love you, even if we disagree with some of your opinions. Kind of like Mike Leach. We're talking about the late, great Mike Leach. I can't believe I have to say that today, but he is dead at the age of 61. We're talking about all our favorite memories of Leach, and we'll get back into some of that. Also, a reminder, Ball Don't Lie with Rod and Harge coming up. Then Under the Lights, the last episode coming up at 7 for this football season. Right now, though, where are we at in society? Let's see what Zay's got today.
Where are we at in society today?
All right, Zay, is there something I need to look at on Twitter?
Yeah, go check those DMs, Chad.
All right, you know this old man loves to look at a DM picture. Here we go.
Okay, so there is a photo/video going around, and it's pretty crazy because there's a kid, a 12-year-old named Jeremiah Johnson, who was just named MVP of the Youth National Championship.
Wow.
For football. Now, why is this a unique story? Because Jeremiah Johnson looks like he's 28 years old.
He don't look 12.
Jeremiah Johnson
That's why.
looks like Leonard Fournette's older brother.
Oh, that's not a bad way to say it. Yeah, my man's got a full mustache.
The dude has facial hair. He looks like a grown-ass man. He has dreads. The dreads are dyed like a grown-ass man would have it. He has a fake tattoo in this picture, but it doesn't look good. It makes you do a double take, like, is it a real tattoo? But it's one of those henna tattoos. And yeah, he's holding this Heisman-like national champion MVP trophy from winning the under 12 Division I football national championship.
Oh my God.
And this video or this photo has gone viral. Now, if you scroll under a little bit, I also sent you, I don't think I sent it to you yet. Hold on. There is footage of him playing football. He's a DN, and he's also
here it
a
is.
running
I
back.
got it. Yeah.
Oh,
This is him. This video is him. Okay. Let's see him in motion there, because then maybe it'll be a little different.
He just pushes a kid on the ground.
Dude,
no tackling formation or anything because he doesn't have to.
That kid is supposed to be 12?
Yeah, and in a way, I feel bad because he probably is 12, but also from somebody that's been a part of the AAU circuit and played a lot of select ball, I was always curious that we were playing some grown-ass men when I was playing in AAU Nationals in Cocoa Beach, Florida in the 5th grade, and I saw guys touching rim and stuff.
Dude, that is so crazy that this is going viral. Okay, let me ask this question. If you were working the counter at a convenience store and he put a 6-pack of beer on the counter today, would you even blink?
Yeah, I'm carding him.
Would you?
Yeah, he looks 19.
Okay.
All in all, he looks 19.
Okay, so you
18.
think it was
Yeah.
that kid,
How about you?
Dude, with that mustache and that oh man.
I mean, I know you're from Waxahachie, so you were like 12 to get beer. You could be like 14 and you can get beer and a pack of smokes. I don't know if your, judgment really counts, or if you're gonna have that Waxahachie logic, or if you're gonna have like actual logic.
I'm saying I'd get written up. I wouldn't mean to, but I think I'd get written up. That dude just looks old. If you show me that picture and say nothing else, don't tell me anything else about it, I would think that the Dragons are a college team. Based on the stands, I would say they're a smaller college team, and you're showing me like a 1AA, like an FCS championship game or an FCS playoff game, and he might have been named the FCS Heisman guy or FCS something or other.
Right.
That's what that award is. That'd be my guess. And I would say he's boundary line of can he drink or not. I'd say he's like 22, 23 maybe. That'd be my guess.
Yeah. What makes him 12, you look at the arms, there's no like muscle definition.
I was going to say
he's just big.
His right arm does help that argument.
Yeah. There's no, like, he hasn't been pumping iron or nothing. He's just a big kid that's hit puberty probably earlier than anyone has ever hit puberty.
Oh, man. That is one of that's like, remember that home run that Yordan Alvarez hit out to the restaurant in the World Series?
Yeah.
That's how hard he hit puberty. Man, when he went to puberty, he went to puberty. He probably woke up like that the day after.
Now, you know who hit puberty hard? Andy Reid. Punt, pass, and kick highlights.
Yeah, he did.
That might be the only comparison that I could find. And he was just like offensive lineman overly big.
God.
Like, this dude, he looks like a skilled player.
That is awesome. Now, have you heard him speak yet? Does he talk in that video you sent?
There's a video that I'll show you.
Okay.
Where it looks like his uncle or somebody, like an uncle type, is talking to him. And he's like, boy, I know damn well you ain't 12 years old. I know damn well. Ain't no way you 12 years old.
But does the kid speak at all? Does he
we'll
sound
see.
12 is what I want to know.
We'll see.
Okay. We'll see if is his voice like squeaking a little at least? Give me a little squeaky voice to make me think you're in puberty. Oh, my God. The 12 and under football player. Go check that out. If you're on Twitter, I'm at CHastings1049. I just retweeted it. Zay is at ain'tthat_Zay.
Yeah, I retweeted it too.
He retweeted it for you, so you can go check those out every day at about 1:45. Zay's got,
all I know
got something for us.
Jeremiah Johnson, Steve Sarkisian, we recruiting him right now. Right now.
Oh, he's got the perfect name, too.
Yeah.
The perfect name.
Now, hopefully this ain't no like Little Hercules situation. You remember Little Hercules?
Little Hercules.
He was like 12 years old, pumping iron. He had 6-pack and all types of muscles. And then he had issues as a grown-up because you're not supposed to be pumping iron that young.
You're not talking about Little Hercules from the Nutty Professor movie. Hercules. You're not talking about him. No. You're talking about Little Hercules.
Little Hercules, he was like a little bodybuilder from the 80s. Maybe it was the 80s. It was before my time.
Okay.
I saw like a documentary or something about it.
They realized that you probably shouldn't be lifting weights that early?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah, this guy looks like he could drive a truck and rent a car and do whatever.
Oh, yeah. He looks like he's off his parents' health insurance.
He looks like he could be a state representative if you needed him to run. I think you have to be 25 for that. And 25 to rent a car. I wouldn't blink there. If I'm at the Avis counter, I might not blink at that.
Yeah.
Although the arm is a little bit of a giveaway.
That's the biggest giveaway.
That is because
like he's a young kid.
If that right bicep was a little bit more developed, then there would be no argument.
Now, if he's 15 or something, which is completely wrong because ain't no 15-year-old should be playing 12U football, especially in pads. I wouldn't be surprised one bit.
Do we know what the position is? Have we determined that?
Running back DN.
Oh my God!
Did you not? You haven't seen the film of him running?
I saw just the film of them talking in a parking lot.
Oh, see,
So
okay.
the film of him running, I don't think came through. So
Okay,
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I'll send you that one.
Oh, that must be a lot of fun to tackle if you are 12 years old. Holy smokes. All right, there we go. Where are we at in society? Up next, we'll get back into a little NFL. Patriots win to close out Week 14. Week 15 has some interesting matchups, including Cowboys-Jags. Are you nervous at all, Cowboys fans? We'll talk about that. Plus the two crazy stories of the day, the death of Mike Leach. I'm still getting used to saying that. And Chris Beard, not with the Longhorns last night. They found a way to get a win. What happens now? We'll talk about it on the Horn. All right, rolling through a Tuesday. Hour number 3. Chad and Zay with you. I'm Chad Hastings. He is Isaiah Collier. And the third hour means it is a beat by Zay. No, chosen by Zay. What do we got, Zay?
Big Hawk, going back to H-Town like we did yesterday. You already know. I'm chilling with my broad and you already know. If you want to reach me, it be on the down low. Yeah, it's a classic.
By the way, there are certain listeners that have asked for you to stop singing. I want you to know that.
I get it.
I support your singing.
Yo, I really botched the Boys to Men yesterday. It wasn't one of my best singing performances. I'll admit that.
Hey,
I ain't too proud to admit it.
There are a few artists that you just got to be careful. Even if you're just doing singing in the shower, trying to recreate anything Boys to Men ever did, that is an uphill climb for anybody.
Now, I could do that one brother with the very low voice. Ooh, let it snow. Let it snow. We'll be playing that next week. Next week will be all Christmas stuff.
Okay.
Be ready for that. We'll wait because, Christmas songs, they can get a little old very fast. So
Hallelujah.
Let's wait till next week and I'll throw the Christmas songs at you.
Yeah, because really there's only about 10 or 15 of
Yeah.
them. And then once you rotate,
Yeah. We'll be playing stuff that people just randomly made up.
then
Just threw some jingle bells.
those do
and-
exist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mistletoes and the lyrics, and yeah, it's a Christmas song. Kind of like Die Hard. People just start making up stuff and say it's Christmas songs. Like people say Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, I definitely put it on the other side of that discussion. Die Hard is not a Christmas movie.
It's not.
Home Alone, absolutely a Christmas
Yeah.
movie. Yeah, that one makes total sense. But not Die Hard. All right, so we get started with a nice Big Hawk beat. Speaking of getting started, Argentina is off to a good start in this World Cup semifinal. We hadn't gotten you an update, so let's do that. It is already 2-0 Argentina leading Croatia. They are just past halftime now in the 49th minute. Messi with a penalty kick goal, and then Alvarez had one in the 39th minute, so it's 2-0 Argentina.
Dang, I don't know if my African teams are still in it, but I don't want Croatia to lose because Miss Croatia, who has made her name around social media for if you're Miss anything in your country, clearly you're a gorgeous woman. But Miss Croatia said if they win the World Cup, she gonna,
Pose naked.
pose in her birthday suit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm kind of rooting for Croatia.
I can understand that. Morocco is still in tomorrow.
I don't know. Okay.
Your African brothers are trying to make history. They are the first African nation to make a semifinal, trying to become the first African nation to get to the World Cup final.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Moroccan.
Okay.
We got to check Ancestry.com.
You got to double check.
You definitely got to double check that one.
Not your part of Africa? Is that what you're saying? Not a part
I
of
don't
Africa
think so.
you may
But
be
I'll
familiar
rip
with?
on Africa, so we'll take it. I'll take it.
Africa's a large place.
Yeah.
Large place. But they had never had a World Cup team get to the semis. That is tomorrow, and we will get you. In fact, this hour, and I forgot to tell Zay this, but we do have a World Cup report from our man Glenn Davis previewing that. We'll do that for you this hour, getting you a preview of that, and it is, who is it tomorrow? France, right?
Oui.
France, Morocco, I believe, would be the matchup tomorrow. So we'll get you that preview from Glenn Davis. Also, remember, Soccer Matters, the special day and time is tomorrow night at 8. Also, going to grab Glenn tomorrow at about 11. Zay's going to jump in. We're helping out with Light the Tower tomorrow, and about 11:05 or so. We'll get a preview of that one tomorrow, review this game from today, and get Glenn's thoughts on the World Cup. So,
Yeah, get well, Jeff. I heard he got the vid.
yeah, man. Jeff Howe's been under the weather this week, and
New York lifestyle, man. New York got some grimy stuff going on up there.
He's had a lot going on.
Yeah.
Go to a city that big,
Oh,
a
bad.
lot of people around. From what I'm hearing, he's feeling pretty well. I mean, overall, I think he's doing pretty well. So we wish him all the best, and glad to help out covering things with Craig Way being Craig Way and headed for those championship games tomorrow. They start on Wednesday with the six-man stuff. So he'll be calling those games. We'll keep you updated, and we'll have a lot of fun tomorrow with Light the Tower. Tomorrow in this time slot, we're going to be talking with actor Jay Head, the man who played SJ in The Blind Side. So we'll get thoughts on that. Of course, as soon as I mentioned we're going to talk to him tomorrow, somebody immediately texted us, Michael Oher doesn't really like The Blind Side. So Michael Oher's not a big fan. Oh, yeah, I know.
Really?
Some of the technical, I guess some of the actual little details is not exactly the same. I don't know. All I know is I like the movie. Zay likes the movie, and we'll find out. Who knows? Maybe Jay Head doesn't like the movie. Maybe Jay Head would like to get some off his chest about SJ and just officially, lay it out there. I don't know.
I thought SJ made the movie.
He was great.
Yeah.
That's why I was excited to talk to him. There's a lot. I don't know if there's anybody in that cast somebody could offer up, and I would say no. But you know who? Well, I don't know how much he would have gotten to work with Kathy Bates. But she's in that movie, too.
Oh, Kathy Bates. That's right.
Dude, she's awesome.
Yo, Misery's my joint.
Oh, no, I can't.
You can't tell me nothing about Misery. I love that movie.
No, I can't do stuff like that. No.
Yo, it's scary as hell for sure, but when she takes that sledgehammer out like she's Triple H. And my man thought he could escape, and he moved one of those crazy little gnomes that she had. She had a gnome set up way she knew exactly how it went. He knocked the gnome over and put it slightly to the left, and she said, "Oh hell no, he been moving.
Oh no,
you think you gonna move, boy? Triple H to the legs." Ooh, Kathy Bates, she did that. She deserves all the awards she got for that movie. I love that movie.
It's all about the game and how you play it. All right, so we will be doing that tomorrow. Looking forward to a busy Wednesday. We still have a little Tuesday to take care of course, and that includes Why Today Matters, December 13th. There is a huge musical reason that my daughter and a lot of teenagers are excited about today, and that's Miss Taylor Swift's birthday. We'll talk about that coming up at 2:30. But we're also talking some football and basketball. First and foremost today, it is rest in peace to Mike Leach. Still cannot believe we have to say that, but he is dead at the age of 61. College football loses an innovator, loses some of its humor, loses some of its great quotable moments. A lot of people are going to be listening to, Fat Little Girlfriends. And what I see one today where he referred to his offense as one of the most constipated offenses in the history of football. I mean, just the way he could phrase things was fantastic. Somebody texted earlier, he just seemed to have A&M's number. I don't know what it was. 7 out of 9 years, I think, was the run that he had against A&M. He had the famous line about sometimes a pirate can beat a soldier. Said that on the field at Kyle Field after he beat A&M. So,
ooh, that's cold-blooded.
Yeah, there are some of my people that are not the biggest Mike Leach fans, but I think there's respect in it somewhere for the football he could create because they could not stop his group for a while. My dad and I, before he came to Tech, we used to joke about, God, I hate playing Tech. Man, I hate playing Tech. It always just felt like a battle, even if it wasn't supposed to be, right? They're just always a team that could match up with the Aggies and make it crazy, and then Leach showed up, and it got really crazy. The Zach Thomas game, and then that would have been before Leach's time, but I go back into the 90s with that, and then Leach gets there, and it goes crazy. So rest in peace to Coach Leach. We've also talked a little bit of NFL. Zay, that Kyler Murray thing last night, just another thing, it's like I almost don't want to talk about it because it was so awful. Third play of the game. They have confirmed it's an ACL.
Wow.
So he's now, I mean, you're talking about all the way deep into next season. He has to deal with that. So what do you do if you're the Cardinals? Your answer probably, we love him, but your answer probably can't just be Colt McCoy. So what are they going to do?
Yeah, they have some questions there, and I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury, I don't know if this will be his last year or, those higher ups, the GM and the owner are going to get together and say, maybe this season wasn't Cliff's fault. They had a lot of just random bad things happen, from Nuke Hopkins being steroid boy, if you ask Chardavius Ward, to, Hollywood Brown got hurt at one point. They put Isaiah Simmons. He's been in and out the lineup, and he was such a high draft pick coming out of Clemson. If you've been watching Hard Knocks, you saw that there. And then dealing with Kyler Murray's hamstring issue, now dealing with his ACL issue. And that's kind of been, the knock on Kyler Murray. Would he be able to stay healthy with his size and the way that he plays, running the football the way that he does in the National Football League, we have yet to see that. And I know this wasn't a defensive hit type injury. It was one of those just unfortunate, landed wrong or put his foot down wrong.
Yeah,
to
open field,
open
no
field,
contact
nobody,
stuff,
no
yeah.
contact. So that's so unfortunate no matter who it is. I know we give Kyler Murray a lot of crap being UT fans and stuff, but you don't want to see that happen to nobody. And yeah, now the whole rehab process is, I don't know when he's going to be back as a quarterback. Not until around this time next year. We see what happened with Odell Beckham. Nobody's taking a risk out on him because they don't think he'll be back until a year later when he got hurt originally in the Super Bowl. So ACL injuries are nothing to, it's really tough to deal with, and you feel for somebody like Kyler Murray.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Cowboys just went through it with the offensive lineman, but obviously it's very
Terrence Steele.
Very different with a quarterback and a guy that uses his legs and uses his feet the way Kyler Murray does. HBO couldn't have dreamed up a more dramatically, emotionally negative season to cover on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Just weird stuff. They're high profile. Like everybody that's there, you'd want to watch. Hopkins, Watt, Kingsbury, Murray, but it all goes wrong.
Yeah, Buda Baker too.
Buda Baker's terrific on television, but everything that could go wrong for that team seems to go wrong. New England won 27-13. What I'm about to say got totally lost in that game, but this is one of those questions I have for Cliff Kingsbury every once in a while. If you want to survive as an NFL head coach, just little questions like this. Late first half, it's 13-7, and you're ahead. You have the ball at around the 30-yard line, and you got like a 4th and 4, something like that, 4th and 4, 4th and 5.
That was such a bad call.
And Matt Prater is your kicker. You don't want a 9-point lead? This is the old man asking, so I get it. Y'all are younger than me. You're more clever than I am, and you know all the analytics.
And they took a shot. It wasn't like, you were just going for 5 or 6 yards. Let's cross the line and keep moving the chains. Colt took a shot to, I want to say, Hollywood Brown.
That was the one I think where Colt missed that little throw over the top, that little dump throw where he was trying to hit the guy and it got tipped away.
So they went for it multiple times?
Yes. I'm talking about one where they threw a shorter pass. You may be talking about one where they took. So in this case, I think he did do it multiple times. They said they go for it on 4th down past midfield more than anybody in the NFL. And I thought, yeah, that's not a great stat necessarily. 16-7. That's 9 points. That's 2 trips. I know in the end it's 27-13, so everybody's saying, Chad, it doesn't really matter. Well, no, maybe not. But you don't want that. I do not understand why the young minds of the NFL don't want to take some of those points sometimes. Prater is really good. You were asking Matt Prater to hit like a 48-yarder. That's no problem for him, even now.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, Colt, I don't think Colt got much help last night, and he came in and did his job. I mean, yeah, he threw that pick, but the game really changed when DeAndre Hopkins fumbled and they scooped and scored it.
That was a bad play, certainly. But then what about the play with the Arizona where it looked like the guy had come up with it and he runs in and they called it back? Was it Xavier? Not Xavier Howard. It was somebody ended up with a touchdown, and they go back and look and they said the ball hit the ground. And the official in the booth with them said it clearly hit the ground. I thought he caught it. Did you see that play? Where they were trying to figure out if the receiver for the Patriots even caught the ball, but then you realize the ball never hit the ground. So I think it is Howard, was rolling over, and the tip of the ball, they were saying grazed the grass. But I never really saw it that way. I thought he had total control of that ball. Now, he was kind of pinning it with his arm, but I thought he had it, and then he jumps up. Nobody touched him. He goes down the sideline, and that would have made it 20-all.
Yeah, I got to check that. I ain't going to lie. I was going back and forth to the basketball game.
Okay, no, I was too. Yeah, no, I got you. But that was a weird play, too, that I thought went against Arizona. So that was tough. NFL Week 14, that is how it wraps up. And there's a lot of stuff coming in Week 15, including the Niners with Brock Purdy. Now 9-4. They're at Seattle coming up on Thursday night. That's how our week will start. One of the 4 winning matchups in the NFL this week. And as a Cowboys fan, Got to tell you, Zay, a little bit nervous about that trip to Jacksonville now. Two big
Should
injuries.
be.
Two big injuries over the last couple of weeks. The way Trevor Lawrence is playing, I do hope the Cowboys can disrupt Trevor Lawrence and that passing attack for Jacksonville.
Yeah, let's not be tripping here. That Tennessee Titans team, they're solid, and I know they've been struggling these last few weeks and are now 7-6, but they're still number one in the AFC South. And the way that the Jaguars put it on them, 36-22, that was a very impressive AFC South win. And if you look at the playoff bubble, a team like the LA Chargers, if I'm the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs,
in right now?
they're squeaking up. They're outside looking in. They're at that 8th spot.
Oh, okay.
But
The Patriots are at 7 right now, right? The Patriots would be the 7 seed?
Yes, the Patriots
after
are
last night. Okay.
Yeah, big win for them last night.
Yeah.
But now Mike Williams is finally healthy. Keenan Allen is finally healthy. And Justin Herbert, he's over that rib injury that he took in week 2 against the Chiefs. So he's feeling the best he's felt. He had 300 and something yards the other night. He looked terrific. Watch out for the Chargers, because if I am the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs, who are both fighting for a number 1 seed, the Chiefs sitting at number 2, even though they both have the same record, you got to get that bye, because you ain't trying to see Justin Herbert and that team coming in hot if they squeak in. Now, Mac Jones and the Patriots, even with what they did against the Cardinals last night, ain't nobody scared of them. But yeah, Los Angeles Chargers, with everybody healthy, like Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, they're one of the best duos, wide receiver duos in the league, along with Justin Herbert. Look out.
I don't know if you mentioned this on purpose, those two teams, but it's Tennessee at the Chargers this week.
Ooh.
325 kick. They're both 7-6 going in. They both really need this one. And based on how each team can play up or down, just depending on how the wind blows, there's about 900 different combinations of what we could see there. Think about how that game could go any way possible.
Yeah, good point.
Could be 250 yards for Derrick Henry, Tennessee wins. Could be Ryan Tannehill, 5 touchdowns, Tennessee wins. Or 5 interceptions, Tennessee loses. Herbert could throw 4 picks. Herbert could throw 5 touchdowns. They could each throw 5 touchdowns and 6 picks, and it goes to overtime. There's no way to know what's going to happen there, but that's an entertaining game waiting to happen. That's one of the winning matchups of the week in the NFL, along with that Miami-Buffalo game at noon the night on Saturday. That's huge. And then the game on Thursday I already mentioned, and then Sunday night football, Giants and Washington. Cowboys fans, I'm not sure what to tell you to do there. We'll research that this week. They are both 7-5-1. God help us going in to that game. All right, coming up, it is Why Today Matters. T Swizzle's got a birthday. There's a couple others to mention as well, including, let's see, do we have any? Actually, we don't have any sports birthdays. We'll have to connect some things to sports. Got a couple other things to mention for this December 13th. Biggest thing we're dealing with today on December 13th, couple things. Mike Leach being gone. It's just hard to imagine it, hard to compute. We've been talking about Leach and sharing those memories. And then this Chris Beard story, where does it go from here with Texas? He is still the men's basketball coach at Texas, but the suspended basketball coach. What's the next move in that story? We're talking about all of it. If you want to jump in, Specs text line 337-3776. Stay with us. This is The Horn. All right, we were just talking about that NFL week coming, and how about some underdog fantasy to go along with it? It is the easiest place to play fantasy football. Got to go check out the Cowboys-Jags game and see what's there. Last week, I did not get it figured out for higher or lower, but I love playing these pick'em games. You're picking whether your favorite player will have a higher or lower stat total in that week's game for your chance to win big. I did have the Dameon Pierce part figured out for that Cowboys-Texans game in terms of the lower number for him. Cowboys defense overall did a pretty good job in terms of that number. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. Just pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. You get them all right, and you win. Be sure to check out the Rivals picks. Check out the pick insurance option, which gets you a better chance to win. It is a lot of fun to play with Underdog Fantasy. And if you sign up today with the promo code HORN, you get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store. And don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. Get you a pick'em game going right now at Underdog Fantasy. I think I got this one. 50 Cent. The reference was to Eminem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this on that first album?
Yes.
Yeah.
Get Rich, Die Trying.
That's a great record.
It's an amazing record.
I finally got a chance to really sit down with that whole thing. I get it. Totally get it. And this, yeah.
It's weird because I think it's underrated. Like people don't talk about that album being like one of the greatest of all time, and I get that. There's a lot of albums out there, but in the 2000s, not much beats Get Rich or Die Trying.
I think the reason I listened to that album was because of Kevin Dunn and I were doing a show at the time, and he talked about how much he loved the album. I said, I've never listened to the whole thing. He said, oh, you got to check it out. So I did.
Yeah, Dr. Dre was on point. The features were on point. Eminem, Snoop Dogg's on PIMP remix.
Oh, it's really good. Really good stuff. All right, there we go. So a little 50 Cent. I can barely say it and make it sound cool. Actually, I can't make it sound cool at all. But at least I don't say 50 Cent. You got to give me that. Also, Lobo, Flotsam and Jetsam, Billy Joel, and Pink Floyd have all been on the show today. We even had someone going even deeper into the definition of Flotsam and Jetsam, that apparently Flotsam is the good stuff that is in the ocean, but it's not deliberately put there. So things that fall overboard accidentally, that's flotsam. Jetsam is items deliberately thrown into the sea, like things that are jettisoned to lighten the ship's load.
Okay.
We got people listening that know a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah.
We can appreciate that. So
they went deep on that name.
They really did. Thank you very much for the definitions of flotsam and jetsam. All right, you just heard Glenn Davis from Soccer Matters with a World Cup report. He was giving you a little preview of France and Morocco. At this moment, there's not a lot of suspense as to who the winner of that game will play. In the Argentina-Croatia game, it has been all Argentina. They are in the 75th minute, and they've just added the all-important third goal. It's 3-0. Messi already had one. Now Alvarez has two. 39th and 69th minute overall. So it is 3-0 Argentina. Looks like the Croatia run is gonna end. So it'll be Argentina, looks like, against the winner of the Morocco-France game. And again, that will be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. For you soccer folks, special edition of Soccer Matters is tomorrow night at 8. So it's going to be Longhorn Blitz as normal at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, Soccer Matters tomorrow night. Had to move things around there because of the Longhorn basketball game. All right, let's get into why today matters. It is December 13th. Got some big birthdays today. That song does get stuck in your head. Boom, dun, 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 boom, dun, boom, dun,
Oh,
dun,
yeah.
dun. It's just, I knew I'd heard it before.
I got to listen to Get Rich or Die Trying at least once a year.
Oh, it's good stuff. All right. So happy birthday today to Taylor Swift. My daughter wouldn't speak to me if I didn't mention it. She's 33 years old today, Zay. The number 13 is important to Taylor because she was born on December 13th.
No.
So there you go. Apparently the 13th track on every album is important to Taylor Swift. So if you go listen to her albums, pay attention to track 13. It's a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to prove I listen to my kid from time to time.
Yeah, good father.
They always say I don't listen, my wife and child, so I listen to a few things.
Yeah, Brett Favre has about 18 days or so to get his title back of Father of the Year for
There you go. There it is. What is the latest on the Brett Favre thing?
Wow, we just don't talk about it anymore.
What's going on
We
there?
don't forget about it.
It is weird how the sports world just didn't really care about that story that much. We should have cared more.
We should have.
We should have dug in really, but it just didn't happen for some reason. Also today we've got a couple other birthdays. Musically, we've got Morris Day, who's 65 today. Love Morris Day and the Time. Jamie Foxx is 55. We'll put him in music, acting, everything else. Nothing Jamie Foxx can't do.
He might be the most talented person ever in Hollywood.
I'd say he's in that discussion. He's definitely in that discussion.
Like, he can make you laugh. He's one of the funniest guys in Hollywood. He could sing. He could put out a great record, and he can act.
And the fact that he pulled off the Ray Charles biopic thing, and
like
everybody loved it. Yeah.
Not everybody could do all three.
No.
Well,
you were right.
like Party All the Time, Eddie Murphy. nobody considers that like,
No.
top tier.
No.
But take a shot of alcohol, alcohol, that still gets played in the club.
That's true.
That still gets played in the
I
club.
forgot about that one. Jamie Foxx, by the way, born in Terrell, Texas.
That's right, yeah.
Forgot about that. That is Terrell, by the way, if you're wondering how to pronounce that. You just go as country as you can.
Is that Dallas area?
Terrell, Texas. Yep, absolutely. I cannot exactly tell you which direction in the Dallas area, so that folks can help me out there. Steve Buscemi, 65 today. Love Steve.
Yeah.
One of my favorite actors. That makes me old because he's 65 now.
What's his best role for you?
Oh, man. I'm a big fan of Fargo, so I'll throw that out first.
Yo, Fargo, that's my joint. That might be mine too. That and Reservoir.
I love Reservoir Dogs. That's my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie, so him in that is excellent. So I would throw those two out. He was awesome in Boardwalk Empire as Nucky Thompson.
Yeah.
And what else is good? I mean, one of my favorite Steve Buscemi's because he's so evil is Con Air. Con Air's got kind of a guilty pleasure vibe to it, but there's some actors, some heavyweights in the movie. John Malkovich is never bad to me, so he is impactful. But
Chappelle even does good in Con Air.
Chappelle's not bad in that movie either, but there's a couple scenes with Buscemi. When you realize what he is in that movie, and they set up a couple things in that movie that make
if you've never seen it before,
God.
every time he's sitting with a little girl and they're talking, it scares the crap out of you. Like, what is this guy going to do to this little girl?
He is so wonderfully horrifying in that movie. Also, one other note from the actor, comedy, musical world, because he is still kicking. He is still with us. He's one of those dudes dudes or ladies up in their 90s that's still getting after it. Dick Van Dyke is 97 years old today. Happy birthday to Dick Van Dyke. Before you even think it, no, I would not be on the hook for him at all because I love Dick Van Dyke. He's a beast. He's incredible. He's 97.
Damn.
Got to give him his love, man. Got to give him that. It's also National Violin Day. Depending on how you play it, it's either a violin or a fiddle. It gets its own day today. It's also National Cocoa Day. Are you a hot chocolate guy this time of year?
Connoisseur. I'm a huge hot chocolate guy.
You love that?
Like, I could drink hot chocolate every day. Every time my wife goes to Starbucks for herself, she brings me back some hot chocolate because she knows what's up.
Marshmallow or no?
Marshmallow, yes.
Big or little?
A little.
Like
yeah,
how
little
many
marshmallows.
How many are we talking?
Probably about 15 or so.
Okay.
Yeah, about 15.
15, huh?
Yeah, you gotta dunk them
Getting
things.
serious, okay.
You gotta dunk them things.
15.
I love me some hot chocolate. We were gonna have it for the wedding, but then my wife was like, "We're not trying to blow the bag here." I said, "All right," so we didn't have it.
Wait
Like nobody's gonna be drinking hot chocolate except for you. I was like, I get that.
Did the hot chocolate price tag, was it that much?
Oh yeah, it was a little pricey.
Was it?
Yeah, it was a little pricey.
I wouldn't think adding that to a wedding would be pricey.
Yeah.
Adding beef tenderloin, that would be pricey. But I can't imagine adding hot chocolate.
Yeah, I think she just said that just because she didn't want to have that and she wanted to let me down
Oh.
a little softly, which it worked. Once she said anything about money, it'll be too much. I was like, all right, because I ain't trying to spend anything crazy, which we ended up doing anyway.
Yeah, because
so.
if you'd have let me know, like Wags and I could have been in the corner mixing up some Swiss Miss or something.
I would have appreciated that.
At least get you a little something going on, man. That's funny. National Cocoa Day today. Also, on this December 13th, we continue to talk about some of the wild stories in sports. Certainly, rest in peace to the great Mike Leach. Technically, I believe they pronounced him dead last night. So I think it's December 12th that is going to be remembered as the day Mike Leach died. I still can't believe it's true. It's one of those that I'm waiting for the report to come in. And by the way, here's another sick part of our society. Somebody said, our man Chris Bennett let us know, apparently last night, Bill Snyder decided to be Bill Snyder because he's a respectful human being. He went on social media to pay his respects. But technically, Mike Leach hadn't been considered dead yet. So then guess what social media did? They attacked Bill Snyder. Like, really? Really? You think Bill Snyder had evil intentions? You're going to lecture Bill Snyder on social media about the death of a friend. Come on. You don't think Bill Snyder had enough information at that moment to know that Mike Leach was gone?
Yeah, leave Bill Snyder alone.
What are we doing? This is what we do in a story like that. Let Bill Snyder pay his respects to Mike Leach and move along. Please.
Yeah.
What are you doing? See, I didn't feel comfortable going on early yesterday and saying, hey, I think it's done for Mike Leach. Bill Snyder, though, Bill Snyder's got some inside info I don't have. He's talking to people. He knew. We're going to attack Bill Snyder.
Yeah, he has some respectable people in college football, and I'm sure gave him some pretty credible information that he felt comfortable throwing that out to the people.
I don't know, Zay. I think Bill Snyder's just going after some likes. I think Bill Snyder's just worried about his clickbait. Really? That's where we went with Bill Snyder last night, huh? That's awful, man.
Better than what Robert Griffin III said last night.
Ooh, I still haven't heard the sound.
Not good. It's not good.
I heard about it.
Yeah.
But I have not heard exactly what was going on. I did hear that he stopped the entire panel. I heard that everybody just froze.
Yeah.
At that moment.
Yeah. I wish I could say I knew what he was trying to say, but I don't know what he was trying to say.
Okay, I think just now I figured out actually what he said because I think I know what he said now. I'm going to double check with you during the break because if I ask you right now, I won't have a job tomorrow. So I will double check that during the break. Coming up next, we'll get you stems and seeds before we get out of here. One more check on that World Cup semi, but it has been no doubt from the very beginning between Argentina and Croatia. We'll check the headlines, get you set for the rest of the night as well. Stay with us. It's The Horn. Just about to wrap it up on a Tuesday. Is this from one of the Space Jam soundtracks?
Yo, yeah.
The newer one or the first one?
Oh, first
Okay.
one.
I am not.
Yeah, nobody knows what this is. Quad City DJs.
Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't going to come up with that.
Well, people in the house, let's go. It's your boy Jay-Z. All right, so.
Quad City DJs. Yeah, I was not. I guess I might be in the minority on this one in terms of sports fans and animated movie. Like everything about Space Jam I should have loved. I thought it was okay. Like I did not think it was that big a deal.
Yeah.
And I loved all the elements. I loved the basketball guys and I loved the Looney Tunes. I just watched it and I thought, yeah, y'all shouldn't be together. It didn't make any sense for me to bring it together. I certainly wouldn't have thought of making a second one, but I know a lot of people love Space Jam. So
if it's anybody but Michael Jordan, we don't give a damn.
Yeah,
if they put Joe Dumars in that spot and not Michael Jordan, it's one of the worst movies ever created. But the fact that MJ's in there wearing Space Jam 11s, looking fly like MJ always does,
that's okay.
People love it.
Yeah.
That's just telling you, people look at Jordan and just take everything else out of, what? Was Scotty even around? Nope, just Michael.
He had such a...
Who? Phil who? Nope, just Michael.
Yeah, he had such a magical ability to he could cross any line you needed, any line you wanted, any discussion, any group of fans, group of people, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like people were like, oh, Mike has a gambling problem? I relate to that. I love gambling.
My Uncle Joe gambles too much. That's your reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is my reaction. Yeah. What, Michael Jordan might have been having marital problems?
He's a human just like us.
My parents had trouble for 10 straight years back in the day.
Yeah. Poor Juanita. Juanita got done so wrong. She didn't deserve none of that. Michael was out here chasing tail, doing all, dropping 40 the next night, chasing tail like Wilt. Nobody cares because it's Mike.
Yeah, Michael Jordan. It's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. That's why they're renaming the MVP trophy for him. In case you missed that story, they're going to do that in the NBA. I'm not even making that up. In fact, let's start Stems and Seeds. We'll tell you about that and some of the other things they're thinking up.
No stress, no seeds, no stems, no sticks.
Brought to you by AV Consultations. 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. Yeah, the two big ones. MVP trophy is going to be named after Jordan now. They're reworking the trophy. Not bad, but not great. I think Zay's right. They should have used the Jumpman logo instead of what they did. And the Defensive Player of the Year trophy is Hakeem. And I'm with you, Zay. I don't think they picked the right guy. I'm not trying to dog Hakeem, but it just feels like there's somebody else that would have been perfect.
I've been thinking about it, and if you have a guy that could guard all 5 positions pretty well, not too many guys could do that like Hakeem could, switching out on the guards, being able to move your feet laterally, and then close out and get blocks on bigs. So... maybe the Gary Payton Award, but Gary talks so much trash, I doubt if they even thought about him.
Okay, so you understand.
You're
okay.
Yeah, a part of it's like classy person too. Okay. Yeah, Hakeem's a classy.
Coming around on, all right, fair enough. They're going to rework some others, including Wilt Chamberlain with the Rookie of the Year. Mikan is the Comeback Player of the Year. Is that right? George Mikan?
That's weird. He was always good in like the 40 and the 50s. It wasn't like all of a sudden he had a big bounce back season.
Yeah, might be a little weird though. But yeah, those trophies, they may want to work on those. Some of them look like they're frozen in ice. And then
like Bill Walton would have been a good award for that because of the injury that he had, and then coming back in '86 and winning the title with arguably the best NBA team of all time, 86 Celtics.
They should have had the Bill Walton, the Bad Foot Award, the Comeback Award, and have a big golden foot on it.
Yeah, just because he was popping Molly in the 70s doesn't mean he doesn't deserve it.
He was popping Molly before he knew her name back in the 70s. All right. Also, the Argentina-Croatia game, they're just trying to figure out when they're done. We know who's winning it. Argentina's up 3-0. Messi with a goal in the first half. Alvarez had one in the first half and another one in the second half. They've been cruising there. So it'll be Argentina, barring something crazy, against the winner of France and Morocco. Coming up, it is Rod and Harge with Ball Don't Lie. And remember, it's all flex team day. We've announced the defense. We've announced the special teamers. We've announced the return specialists. Now Rod and Harge have the rest for you. Offensive line at 345, the receivers at 4, the running backs at 5, and they all flex quarterback at 6 o'clock. Keep it right here. If you haven't seen the list that's out so far, go to FLXATX.com. The fellas have the rest of it for you this afternoon. And then at 7, it is the last episode of Under the Lights. Join us tomorrow. We'll be doing a little early stuff with Light the Tower. And remember, at 2 o'clock, we're talking to Jay Head, the actor that played SJ on The Blind Side. That's tomorrow at 2. We will see you then.
Welcome back to another edition of Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. A legend now belongs to the ages. We'll discuss it all throughout the show, paying tribute to a great, now a late and great coach, Mike Leach. Also, we'll talk about Texas basketball, them beating Rice last night, overcoming a lot of adversity, showing us a ton of fortitude. We continue to see more and more from this Texas basketball team. We'll get into that coming up a little bit later on. The Patriots beating the Cardinals to add insult to injury. Literally, the Cardinals go down and Kyler Murray goes down as well. He's going to be out for the season with a torn ACL, the reports say. We'll get into that. NFL news, notes, and nuggets all throughout the show. And yes, the flex, baby, the all-flex team. At least the complete all-flex team will be revealed here doing Ball Don't Lie. We got the flex at 3:45. We got flex announcement at the top of the 4, top of the 5, and top of the 6 o'clock. And we'll get into all of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie. Before we do, let's introduce you to the rest of the crew. He was a second-round pick for the Montreal Expos, but a first-round pick for the Austin Radio Network. He originally committed to the University of Texas, but decided to forego the 40 acres and chase his dream in the cheese. Pimping ain't easy, but for him it's a breeze. Mike Hardball Hard, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, brother?
Top of the chart Tuesday. Top of the hours every time we're breaking down the all-flex team. Rod, you know how important that is for a lot of these kids around here. We've been covering them all year. It is a beautiful, beautiful thing, and it is also something that you sit there and you say, I want to strive to be on a team, and this is the team that you want to be a part of because it's the inaugural all-flex team. That means it's going to happen again and again and again. So make sure.
But it can only be one first, though.
There's only one first.
You're making history,
You
baby.
already know what it's about.
History. No
But
doubt.
let me tell you about a man that has been part of history. He hails from H-Town with the Get Down. He's a lifetime Longhorn and a proud card-carrying member of DBU. Legendary Longhorn Derek Johnson said he was the best cover corner he had ever seen. He's a former NFL DB that still has that passion for film study, but he's not a fan of white condiments. But, of course, he is a fan of you, the listeners. He is my man and yours, Rod Babels.
I appreciate the intro. As always, let's not waste any time introducing the real MVP of this program. He's also the idea that comes up with great themes like Top of the Charts Tuesday. He's also one of the hardest working members of the Aaron family. He's got a hustler spirit, period. We don't know what he's paid, but we do know he's underpaid. Patrick Davis. How you doing, brother?
Hey, man, Tuesday, keeping the week rolling along.
Yes, Tuesday. Also, shout out to Lou, unofficial mascot, also representing today. We got a lot of different things to get into. Of course, we will discuss Mike Leach, R.I.P. Mike Leach did pass away yesterday. A lot of reports about him in critical condition, not doing well. So we will discuss Mike Leach all throughout the show. It's fun to talk Mike Leach and kind of dedicate a lot of our time to him, tributes. And if you got Mike Leach stuff you would like to share, please do. You're talking about a football revolutionary, a football philosopher, and one of the great minds that I think we've all come across, whether it be football or pop culture. People know Mike Leach, and they've never even watched a football game.
Right.
That's that's the kind of personality, dynamic personality you're talking about. So lots of shout-outs to Mike Leach all throughout the show. Matter of fact, Raj, around the day, I'm going to do some Mike Leach stuff. Whatever we don't get to all throughout the show, I'll get to it then, too. Hard, send some pieces of sounds, and we'll get to some of the iconic Mike Leach audio bites. Hey, it ain't enough time in the show to get to all of them, so we'll just pick and choose a few and have some fun with that. Mike Leach always brings a smile to people's face, and so I think he'll do that today, even, of course, celebrating his life, but, of course, mourning the fact that he passed away and is no longer with us. All right, we'll talk about the Patriots beating the Cardinals as well on Monday Night Football. Sad story there as well, especially with Kyler Murray. Whether you're a Kyler Murray fan or not, you don't want to see that.
Never.
Season ends for him.
Never.
And that season-ending injury, honestly, Harsh, may be the end of Cliff Kingsbury, too.
Oh, yeah.
I said
you could see the distress on his face yesterday during the game. Ooh. Not only before Kyler got hurt, but after Kyler got hurt, you could see it. That he was like, Come on, Colt. Save me, Colt. Save me, Colt.
I think that ultimately we'll get into it, but I think Cliffy might be done. I think this is the beginning of the end for him. I don't know if he'll make it to the end of the season. I suspect that he will, but I don't think he'll be the coach of the Arizona Cardinals next season.
Well, they have him till 2027 under contract, so that would be the only reason why I would think he would make it through the season.
I was going to say, he'll make it through the season.
Yeah, and then after that.
I think, I mean, but this is why I don't see him turning it around next year either.
Right.
That's why I think they might make a move, not just during the season like you said, but at least sooner rather than later, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, that's the question, though. What's the healing time for Kyler Murray? Will he be back for next season, or do you just keep Cliff Kingsbury because you're like, cool, we're tanking next year anyway? Because if he's going to miss half the year next season, then we may keep him just because we don't want to waste the money to bring in a new coach to fail next year.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, you're right about
that. But I don't know what the
timetable
will be. Because if he comes back, early season or, even in the preseason, then you have to move on from Cliff Kingsbury.
No, you're right about that timetable. That's a great point, Patrick. Didn't think about that. All right,
also remember this, too. We've already said that for Cliff Kingsbury, this is who he's tied to. This is the offense that Kyler Murray fits more so than anyone. So your next coach, if you're firing Cliff, how are you going? Because you just signed him to a big contract too. Not only did you sign Cliff, you also signed Kyler Murray.
You married them.
This
is an arranged marriage.
This is an arranged family marriage. We grew up together. We looked across the river, and that was my girl. And you knew that this was going to unite the families.
Why you sound like you're
because the Hatfield and McCoys. You know what I'm saying? That was the Hatfield and McCoys. That's how that goes down.
Sound like you were going to deliverance route there for a minute.
Pretty close. I was trying to deliver the wife.
I could tell.
To Kyler.
But no, you're right. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury famously has the video where he says, if I was a head coach in the NFL, I would draft Kyler Murray number 1 overall. He got that opportunity, foreshadowing, and he drafted him number 1 overall. But, they are compatible. But since we are talking a lot about the air raid today with Mike Leach's passing, and Cliff Kingsbury was part of the air raid going mainstream into the NFL, the truth is you can't really find an offense, pro or college these days, a modern offense, without some of those air raid concepts. You bring in the right coach. It may not be a pure air raid offense, but it'll be one that is compatible with Kyler Murray's skill set that can be air raid-ish or esque in a lot of ways. That's what, honestly, Andy Reid did that with the offense for the Kansas City Chiefs initially. He calls Cliff Kingsbury a genius, by the way. Yeah, that's an Andy Reid quote. He says Cliff Kingsbury's a genius, and I think he may be an offensive genius, but now he has more responsibilities as a head coach, and that's a different discussion altogether. But Arizona, man, 1-7 now. In home games this season, second worst record in the NFL behind the Houston Texans. Only team that's worse at home right now than the Arizona Cardinals. So that, it just looks
some serious, right?
But now Colt McCoy, since Kyler Murray looks like he's out for the season with that non-contact injury, a torn ACL. Colt McCoy will be the quarterback going forward for the rest of the season. And Colt McCoy last night, he was okay. He was under constant duress. 27-40, 246 yards and 1 interception, but 6 sacks. The Patriots had against the Cardinals, and they had 2 takeaways. They had a touchdown. They had 4 fourth down stops. They had a hell of a day. They allowed just 1 touchdown. They had a hell of a day against the Cardinals offense, and that's supposed to be the strength of the team. They got a lot of injuries there too, but right now the offense seems, especially without Colt, seems rudderless, without an identity.
Well, I think too, if you wait a second and take a step back and look at what's going to happen, I think next week it'll be a different offense. I don't think Colt was expected to play during this time. I don't think Colt got any reps during this past week. I just feel like, okay, Cliff Kingsbury is sitting there, and I keep looking at that face on the sideline when he saw Kyler go down on the 3rd play. And he was like, my entire game plan that I had today was surrounded by making sure that Kyler got off today, because I saw things in this New England defense that we could exploit. Now I got to go over here and draw up some more stuff for a quarterback who we've all talked about. He's got the greatest job in the NFL because he's a backup quarterback, doesn't have to get hit, probably didn't prepare as hard. Now, we know Colt McCoy prepares. You know he's going to go on there and be knowledgeable of what's going on, but he probably wasn't getting any reps during the week.
I can believe that.
And then all of a sudden it's like, uh-oh. And if I don't know if y'all remember this, but his second snap when he got in, I kept saying, the center is going to have a problem tonight. The center is going to have a problem tonight because he's so used to snapping the ball to Kyler, who is diminutive in snaps in stature. If you look at it, the first 3 snaps to Colt McCoy, he had to bend. There was no rhythm to him being able to get going.
Makes sense.
And as a quarterback, you're used to getting it at a certain level where you can see, look around, be quick with your decisions. And as you're going down to the ground to get a snap, it's a little bit difficult for you because of the quick recognition. I mean, I've not played at that level, but I know when I'm consistent with my snap and consistent with the things that I do, it makes it easier for me to do my job. So for him, I knew right away, I was like, uh-oh, this is going to be rough for him. Because the center never really adjusted. If you go back and watch the game, Colt was damn near going to a knee every time he got a snap, which was unfair to him. But I just think that as Colt gets more reps, gets more time, I think he's going to be a lot better and better for Cliff Kingsbury. Now, other than that, just that part of it, they still have been playing bad football.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. No, they're just right now, they're just not a good football team, period. And you'll look at, the offensive line for them right now. I think that getting kind of adding to your point, I think that's their pass protection is one of their biggest issues.
Yep.
And that was something that you could mitigate with Kyler Murray because he could run so well. Yes, Colt McCoy can move, but he can't move like Kyler Murray can move.
No.
So, yeah, I do wonder because was it Josh Uche? I mean, he had 3 sacks in that game.
He was bringing the pain.
He actually is tied for the lead now in the NFL with 14.5 with Nick Bosa. So he ain't no scrub. He's had 10 sacks since week 8, which is crazy. Unbelievable pace that he's on right now. So keep an eye out for him. And Mac Jones is that offense of the Patriots though is still not in my opinion, it is not an impressive NFL offense. It's just rudimentary. It looks like a defensive coordinator is calling plays the offense, which is what the defensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals said. I guess now he may be regretting that now that they lost the game. But he said that too. Mac Jones, how about this? 12 screen passes in that game. That was the most in his career, second most in a game in the NFL this year.
That's why he was so pissed on the sideline. And you see that he's been angry a lot in the last few games. And it's because he's looking literally over there at a defensive coordinator and a special teams coach.
Jalen Hurts actually had 14. He has the most this season in a game in Week 5 versus, ironically, versus Arizona.
They recognize something on the field.
I would say, there's something going on there.
Something on the field.
I'd love to see how many yards they got off of those screen passes, though. But there you go. That's the Patriots with a win over Arizona. Now, Patriots 7-6.
Yes,
they are now got a chance to catch the Jets and be second place in that division in the AFC. AFC East there. All right, so let's get back to the Texas basketball conversation, of course, because last night. I think they really got a lot of Longhorn fans. You knew it'd be tough for this group because they're going through a lot. They didn't have their head coach because he was suspended. Rodney Terry was announced as the head coach, and he said he found out 2 hours before a tip, and he found out at a shoot-around from CDC that he was going to be the interim head coach. He said he didn't learn about the Chris Beard situation until 7 a.m. So it was
like everybody else.
Talk about drinking through a fire hose. I mean, it was a lot. And at one point, the Rice Owls took advantage. early on in the contest. The Rice Owls at one point had a 10-point lead in the first half, gentlemen. Had a 33-29 lead actually at halftime. Their guards were playing really well, and even in the second half, their guards really carried them. Is it Olivari and Evie? Those guys, I think, were 9 of 18 combined in the second half. But talk about a lot of fortitude and a lot of a great play by some Marcus Carr and Sir'Jabari Rice down the stretch. Those guys really stepped up. Marcus Carr with 28 points. Sir'Jabari Rice only had 11 guys, but he had 7 of those in the overtime period, and that was clutch for Texas. And they were able to pull out a tough win for them over Rice in the midst of a lot of trial and tribulations for this team.
And, the ironic thing about this entire game, not necessarily what was happening as these guys were working through everything to be able to go out there and execute this game, because all of the off the field stuff, it was more of the fact that I thought, and I was texting you guys during the game, I thought it seemed like there was more freelancing through the game. There didn't seem to be a cohesiveness to the point where the ball movement was where it needed to be. And again, at the end of regulation, there was an opportunity for one Marcus Carr to make an extra pass to hit somebody else to let them take that shot, as opposed to him being the one to either win or lose the game, right?
Yeah.
And I know we could sit here and look at it and say, all right, he was 9 of 16, 4 of 7, had his best night, 28 points, and I'm looking at the turnovers and everything that went along with the game. But there was still a moment in the game where I thought it was more ball dominant again, instead of the unselfish sharing of the ball. Texas had 16 assists total. They also had 15 turnovers.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at those types of things, and again, they were 2 of 10 in the first half from 3. They were 3 of 10 in the second half from 3. But you're sitting here and you're looking, and he goes 4 of 7, and everybody's like, oh, he did great. He did great. Look, I'm still looking at the game as a whole.
I know.
And
he was efficient, but you're saying the ball, him being such a ball-dominant player, is hurting the effectiveness of the offense in its totality.
Because
for everybody else to get involved.
Because we have 3 guards that can help in this situation. And the development, even though we're in game 9, the development of the squad and what the bigger picture is supposed to be.
So you say now you're not just complaining about this game. This is a pattern.
This is a pattern that I've seen for the last season.
Yeah.
It was the same thing. It was getting to the point where a point guard is just that, but I don't need a ball-dominant point guard. I'm looking for a guy, yes, can you score? Absolutely. Are you a scorer? Absolutely. Then let somebody else create for you and let that happen. Because if you go back and look at the end of the game against Illinois, we had a person in the corner. He takes the last shot. He didn't kick the ball. And I'm not being critical of him. I'm just talking about, I'm looking at if you're really talking about national championships and you're looking to build for that, that's what I'm looking at. He had an opportunity to kick the ball to the corner. Didn't do it in New York. And we eventually lose the game. He had an opportunity last night. Sir'Jabari Rice standing there with his hands out. Tyrese Hunter standing there with his hands out. And I forget, there was somebody else in another corner standing there with their hands out waiting for the ball, and then he's in the lane and he shoots and we go to overtime. Now, am I nitpicking? Absolutely. Did we win? For sure. But if you're looking at big picture and you have these 3 guards that have all led their teams, each one of the ones that we have has been those guys.
Yeah.
Don't be selfish with the basketball. We know you're considered a scorer. Then you be the person that is sitting in the corner waiting for them to kick the ball. Let those guys create for you and kick the ball. That's my only complaint from last night. We know they were dealing with a lot of stuff off the field. We know everybody's like, oh, it was just Rice. Why is everybody celebrating? There was a lot happening to that team yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And for them to go out there, and Patrick and I had talked about it earlier, we were nervous going into the game because Rice is a good basketball team. They beat Texas State, and they shoot the ball well. That was the fear that I had, is that a team saw a team coming in here, excuse me, saw a wounded team, and they had an opportunity to take advantage of that. And they almost did.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go first. I mean, you have to give credit to the fans of this team.
Oh, my gosh,
the fans
yes.
of Texas, that was a very loud building last night. It did not have to be full. It did not have to be loud. A lot of people could have checked out on that, not come to the game, been upset about whatever else, but they rallied behind the team and who was on the court that night. So, I mean, awesome job by the fans, because it did make a difference down the stretch, because really, in reality, the stat line will not tell you. The turnovers was probably 30 because of the amount of rebounds that bounced off of hands, the amount of, balls that should have been turnovers on the other way, but then just got knocked back into the hands of Rice. That ball bounced the wrong way, and the lack of focus, understandable lack of focus, was maximized by 1,000%. And having the fans down the stretch to just make it so loud that you can't think helped Texas focus a little bit more down the stretch, and that's why when it gets to overtime, they can play a much better form of basketball. But it was just, I mean, you would watch plays that these guys have probably made routinely since they were 14 years old of rebounds, and it would come down, and they'd have two hands on it, and it would bounce right off their hands and go back to Rice. And, I mean, just things and balls where they're just dribbling down, and just the ball falls, just goes away, and Rice picks it up and comes back down. There's just so many of those plays last night where you just wait and you're like, man, this is when it's raining, it's pouring.
Yeah.
And they just could not get it going. I do agree Marcus Carr at points needed to go, but this is also a coaching thing of this team has not really had set plays at the end of the game.
Right.
They unfortunately were going to call one at the end of regulation. When they went back to during the timeout, they went back to find out that it was actually a shot clock violation, that the shot clock had accidentally been reset when it should not have been. So Texas did not get the ball. There was no timeout.
Correct.
The ball went to Rice. Rice gets the last shot of the game. But there's just, and then you throw in the fact that this was the tightest called game that Texas has played in, where people were getting in foul trouble. There was way more free throws shot than any other game they've been in. So there's no rhythm that way either. It was just so many things happening. And that these kids basically from the time they woke up were on the phone from every person they've ever met in their entire life, calling them and texting them, asking them what was happening. Coaches maybe putting feelers out if they're ready to transfer. People trying to steal these guys. That's from the day they woke, from the time they got up to the time they put their phone down before they went into silence and put on airplane mode or whatever. It was nonstop. And then you got to go out 2 hours before the game. Rodney goes, all right, I'm coaching. And so you go, okay, what's the game plan? He goes, well, I hadn't made one because that's not my job.
Yep.
And so you have to do all that, put that all together, come back out. Everyone in the arena, the mood is, hey, man, everyone's like, what is happening? None of us have all the facts. None of us have all the info. The statement, we were already in the building when the time UT put out a statement that Rodney was coaching. And you just go, and, we saw Rodney Terry walk out, and you could tell he's visibly just going through a lot.
Yeah.
And he's trying to keep his chin up, and he's trying to do his thing. Rodney Terry's a great man, so it was great to see that. So there was a lot of things where you just went, man, to get out of there with the W after everything that happened is great. There's things you can go back on film and look at, but I think this is one of those games you're probably not looking at too much of the film. And you just go, hey, man, that was one of those games. Every single one of you knows what you did wrong because there was so many plays. And, you also played against a Rice team that ran a Princeton offense a lot, and we just had a big man that could run back cut, that could pass the ball really well, and they didn't make that adjustment till late in the game of really pressuring his right hand on passes. Yeah. Because he would lean in with his left, so you guard him on the left. He's like 6'10", 6'11", and could fling his arm around and get these back cuts. And because he's the big man and we don't play a big man lineup, there's no one in the paint to block these shots when they got a 5'11" guy driving in the bucket who's just speedy. And they were able to get point after point after point doing that. And Texas just wasn't able to correct it until finally they were like, overplay him to his right side. He's not shooting. He's not driving. When he's on that three-point line, just really overplay him to his passing arm. And that's when it started to shut that down and when Texas started to come back at the end of the game.
Yeah, Rodney Terry says the guys earned a day off, so they'll get some time off. Yeah. They don't have to play again until this weekend, and they're in that tournament
In
challenge,
Dallas,
the
yeah.
Coast to Coast challenge, I believe it is, and they're going to end up playing Stanford, I believe, this weekend. So they got some time to gather themselves. Coaching staff's got some time to get themselves acclimated to the new situation.
Yep.
So team still got a ton of talent, man. I mean, adversity is a part of it. That's a part of the season.
Yeah.
No matter what sport you're playing, this is another form of it for Texas basketball. But they still got the team on the floor, so you'll need a lot more from the leadership of Texas basketball. So big win for them, 87-81 overtime win over the Rice Owls. We'll come back, some NFL news, notes, and nuggets on the other side. We'll get into Cowboys signing T.Y. Hilton, Mike Leach passing away as well. So we'll pay homage and tribute to the great coach all throughout the show. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We all know that Austin is an amazing city. That's why we all live here. It's a beautiful city, too, thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. You see the labors of their love all over this great city and iconic landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And we know that Ironworkers Local 482, they don't go to the office, folks. They build it. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, you can become a member of the Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Ironworkers Local 482 are hiring 3,000 people right now. That's right, 3,000 people right now for a huge project, and you can become one of these lucky people and become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of this great city. You can maximize your potential and be your best self today by applying at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. This song still jams. And I don't even know what are we talking about here? The 60s or the 50s? What is
Early
this?
60s.
Early 60s. I'm about to say, yeah, because I'm about to be borderline 50s here.
I started looking.
It got a 50s feel to it almost.
I start looking at songs in 1960.
Yeah.
So charts in 1960s where I start because 50s it starts to get to really.
Oh, yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Oh, no, dude. And when, in the 50s, when this came out, dude, this rocked their world. This was like, what?
Can you name the band?
Right at the. I probably should know this.
This
Howard's
sounds
got a better
like
chance to get it than I do. Go ahead.
the Staples, Marvis and the Staples.
No, that's a little bit later than this.
Okay.
Go give it to me. Who is it?
This is the Marvelettes.
Oh,
that actually should
I
have.
was in the M's in there. I was in there. Yeah, I was in the M's.
That should have been it. All right, there you go. Top of the charts Tuesday. Always fun. Thanks, my man Patrick, working hard for us. All right, we'll get into the T.Y. Hilton signing here and a couple of NFL news, notes, and nuggets. Actually, there are a few things that I want to get to NFL related. But first, we didn't get into it in the first segment, but Mike Leach indeed passed away at the age of 61. Obviously, way too soon. Did have a heart attack, is what they said, and then ended up being without medical attention for a while. And they announced it. Was it late yesterday? I think it was official late yesterday. Became official that Mike Leach indeed did pass away. So today, obviously, be a lot of Mike Leach tribute. So Specs text line 512-337-3776. My man CB reminded me, and thank you, CB. I appreciate it. Rod B. Mike Leach cost you a BCS Bowl in 2002. This is true. I remember it. I remember it well. Now I get to brag now about, having gone up against Mike Leach in that air raid offense. But, yeah, he got the best of me in 2002. Cliff Kingsbury and Wes Welker before anybody knew who the hell Wes Welker was. Y'all didn't know who Wes Welker was. That might have been Wes Welker's, big coming out party. Because, he had been balling that year, but that was their huge win. I think we were a top 5 team, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Texas we were number 4. We were like a top 5. We were on our way to going to a BCS game potentially. And, yeah, you're right about that, man. We had a lot of guys hurt. I'm not making excuses. I know excuses. I know what they are like, and everybody's got one. Everybody's gotten one, so I get that. But I'll just throw this out there because I remember this game. Derek Johnson, Marcus Tubbs, Nasty Nate, Nathan Vasher, Kalen Thornton, all got hurt early in that game. All ended up with injuries early in that game. And we really never recovered from it and never adjusted well. I'll take the loss. I'll blame myself for the loss. I will. I've done it multiple times. You guys have heard me say it. I was a senior cornerback. I was all Big 12 on the verge of being an All-American. I could have went up to Coach Akina and said, hey, Nathan Vasher's out. You know what? Let me just guard Wes Welker. I'll take him wherever he goes. Let me be on the Wes Welker side. Let me take him. I never did it. Probably should have done it because I believe that he was the difference. He balled out in that game. And I'm not complimenting myself, but I think they stayed away from your boy, which made a little bit of sense. Because especially when Nasty Nate went down. Well, why would you go at the other corner? The first team all Big 12 corner when Nasty Nate, the All-American, goes down. No, let's just go at them youngsters, and they did. And then I think they give it up to Mike Leach. I believe he sealed that game on a double pass to the opposite side of me, actually. Because I think he knew, and he sealed it because those guys' eyes, right? Eye discipline, bad places. And they got us. So they did, man. Cost me a BCS game. The late, great Mike Leach. Shout out. Him and Cliff Kingsbury. We were just talking about it.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? This is how great Mike Leach is, guys. Seriously. So think about the topics we talked about this week. We had a big Baker Mayfield discussion about his big comeback on Monday Night Football. Mm-hmm. That's an air raid quarterback, right? He's 3 degrees removed, essentially, from Mike Leach's coaching tree in the air raid world. We just talked about Kyler Murray going down, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. That's one of the air raid quarterbacks too. Earlier this week, we talked about the Heisman finalists and those who won. 3 of those 4 Heisman finalists at quarterback play in an air raid system. That'd be Duggan, Caleb Williams, and yes, Stetson Bennett, because your boy Todd Munkett is an air raid enthusiast. Mm-hmm. He's an admirer of it. And if you just It's weird. It's everywhere and nowhere, really. If you just look
Right.
up, it's all around you. The air raid influence is everywhere around you in football. You cannot avoid it. That is the true legacy of Mike Leach and Hal Mummy too. He's a big part of it, but you cannot avoid it because he spread. If air raid is a religion, he spread the gospel more than anybody else about the air raid. He is the one that now has made the air raid a household terminology.
No doubt. Think about this. His coaching tree. You talk a lot about the coaching trees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is a sprinkle or a disciple off of a coaching tree? For Leach, it was Pete Thamel tweeted this out today. Lincoln Riley, Dave Aranda, Sonny Cumbie, Dana Holgerson, Seth Luttrell, Art Briles, Kevin Wilson, Neil Brown, Josh Heupel, Eric Morris, who may be the head coach now at UNT.
He was at Incarnate Ward?
Yeah, he was at Incarnate Ward, and then he went
that.
up to Washington State, and now he was the offensive coordinator up there, and now he's supposed
hitting them
to be
air raid places, huh?
Yeah, and now he is the person that is finalizing a deal at UNT to replace Seth Luttrell.
Wow. Who also is from the air raid.
From the air raid. So you got Sonny Dykes, Cliff Kingsbury, Ruffin McNeil, and as assistants, he had Wes Welker, Brian Bindenbaugh, Robert Ernay, Alex Grinch, and Brandon Jones. Those are all people that are disciples of that tree.
And it gets even deeper if you go into his former players that have turned into coaches and all that kind of stuff. And it's fascinating. I said we'll dive into it, but just to put a bow on the conversation you just started there on the point you just made about the coaching tree. Remember earlier this week we were talking about Belichick and my theory on why Belichick's coaching tree is terrible, because Belichick is too secretive. Right, Belichick is very clandestine. He doesn't share a lot of information, doesn't talk to the media, right? He's one-word answers. He's mumbling stuff. Nobody still knows why Malcolm Butler, the starting cornerback, didn't start the game. Not even his defensive coordinators or Tom Brady. Still keeps an amorphous collection of plays in a playbook that nobody has access to. That he keeps himself. We're talking about the architect of Spygate.
Like Robbie's notes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you got access to them. You probably can't understand my scribbles, but I'll give you access to it. But he's not an open book. But you look at coaching trees of Bill Walsh, who spoke at universities and wrote books and was a broadcaster. You look at Bill Parcells' coaching tree. He was a broadcaster, and he was a guy that loved to hold court with the media. If you are an open book and if you like to share and communicate, to me, I think the theory is your coaching tree is going to be better.
Right.
If you're one of those guys like Belichick who doesn't like to share and you don't really like to communicate and you don't like to talk to people, your coaching tree probably is going to suck, because the coaching tree is all about being around a coach long enough to be able to siphon information and nuggets and tidbits.
Right.
And get as much information as you can. You don't get that from Belichick. He works like the CIA. Everybody knows how to do their job. They never know the why. They never know the purpose. And with Mike Leach, hell, man, you almost get too much information. That's why his coaching tree's great. Mike Leach, he came on with Trey on Books on Pod multiple times.
Yeah.
And everybody's got, a lot of people in the media got stories like that where he was like, no. He would give me 15, 20 minutes of his time. I don't know where he got it from, but he would hang out, talk to me about all types of crazy stuff, including football. He's an open book.
Yeah, I saw somebody tweet the other day that Mike Leach walked by him and he saw that he had a rugby shirt on, and Mike knew everything about that rugby team. And the dude didn't want to talk. Mike didn't want to talk football. He wanted to talk about the rugby and had the integral parts of rugby and how it all made sense. So it's just one of those guys.
He likes to share. He loves to share, and he loves to communicate. That's why his coaching tree is great.
Yeah. That's
why his
true.
coaching tree flourishes.
I agree with that.
You get a ton of information from him. Okay, let's get to the T.Y. Hilton story, because we didn't talk about it as much yesterday, but it is big news for the Cowboys fans out there. T.Y. Hilton signing a one-year mercenary deal with the Dallas Cowboys. How about this little nugget? So Odell Beckham Jr. is still out there, and I know people still, Ed Warder said, hey, the Odell Beckham Jr. Option is still open for the Cowboys. It's not done. But Odell visited the Cowboys. We know what happened. He didn't want to work out. They ended up signing T.Y. Hilton. Odell Beckham visited the Bills, and yesterday they ended up signing Cole Beasley.
Again?
Out of retirement.
What?
I swear I saw that.
Yeah, no,
I
saw it
did
too.
not see that.
No, I saw it too.
And it's
Oh,
strange.
wow.
So what does that say, though, about the Odell visits?
What I've been telling you for the past few days. He's going to the Giants or no one.
You haven't said that.
Because if you want to say everything, all the hype that came out of the Odell stuff was all from his camp. And then we saw he had the meetings, and both the Bills and Cowboys were like, oh, he ain't ready to play. We don't really need him. He ain't ready to play. And then they were like, oh, no. And then you get more hype out. But it's just Odell's camp trying to make sure people know, hey, man, we got to get – let's pump out because we're trying to get more money. We're trying to get more money. So I'm not faulting them for doing, but you don't see the report. You see the reports from like 2 guys.
Yeah.
So if it's a real like heavy report, you don't get it from just Ed Werder. You get it from 10 reports.
Yeah,
Cowboys
Ian
are still
Rappaport
and none of the
everybody.
Cowboys beat reporters are reporting
That's a great point.
it.
Yeah.
It's always somebody. It's like, yeah, you know the agent for OBJ who is telling you,
Josina
hey,
Anderson.
we're still talking
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah.
of course you're still talking to him. They ain't talking to you.
That is fair, though. Right now, I think he's down to the Giants. I think that's it.
Which is where he apparently wanted to go from the beginning.
Your theory holds water.
Because if he could have gone and been a wide receiver 1 or 2 in Buffalo or in Dallas, I'm sure he would have done that. But he knows he can go be a wide receiver 1 in New York starting next year because they don't have any wide receivers.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now,
Well, because everybody on that team is hurt. But I agree with all the
even
things
healthy-
that you said. All the things that you said. But here's the other part of it. What did you say yesterday about the New England, the New York Giants plateauing?
yeah,
right?
they are, in my opinion.
So there's nothing that is going to help them except, okay, we are kind of leaking oil right now. Let's make a splash hire. Let's make a splash signing. Let's go back and get OBJ because everybody will be excited about it. They will try to ask all the questions. We may or may not make the playoffs anymore because of the way that we're going. But you know what? We will stay in the limelight and continue to be talked about because Odell has found a home. Oh, and he's reunited, and it feels so good.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he'll be able to play this year.
No, he won't.
Exactly,
He
but you
won't.
like you said, you'll get the free media, the free publicity,
Exactly.
which actually, yeah. I mean, we know Jerry's in that business. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look, I mean,
I
even
haven't
with
seen
the
Clarence
injuries,
Hill say anything about Odell Beckham Jr. in a while.
No, I agree.
I mean, is Slayton your number 1?
Right.
Is it Wan'Dale Robinson who's your number 1? When healthy?
When healthy. Like,
No.
that's what I'm saying. Like, all those
OBJ
guys.
is better than all those
Yeah,
guys.
and
So
they got a whole
he
customer.
can, he can walk in there and get a 3-year deal and be like, look, I'm still valuable in 2 years to you guys because you don't have, even if you draft rookies, they have to then be good enough and get time in. Plus, you know, we want to see, hey, man, let's see in offseason Daniel Jones work with you a little bit before we decide we want to re-sign him.
Oh, man.
Because you got to make the Daniel Jones decision coming up, too.
That's one of the downsides of going to New York.
No,
Daniel Jones decision.
but for New York,
yeah,
you got to make your decision.
No,
of,
I know, but I'm talking about for Odell.
But Odell don't have choices, remember?
I know he's running out of them, obviously.
Right.
All right, we'll come back. We got the All Flex
Come on,
announcements that
baby.
start up next segment. Here he comes, folks. So tune in. We'll be doing it all day long, but we'll start it up next segment right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. What is not to love about Twin Peaks? We all love Twin Peaks for different reasons. Maybe you like it because Twin Peaks is the perfect place for all of your sports watching festivities and your sports watching activities. But it's so much more than just a sports bar. I love it because of the food. The food is fantastic there at your local Twin Peaks because it is a scratch menu. Every delicious dish on the menu is made from scratch. So if you're thinking about a new favorite spot for lunch or for dinner or those late night eats, don't forget about Twin Peaks. Also, happy hour at Twin Peaks is another thing that people love about Twin Peaks. 2 to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Happy hour is back and better than ever. You can score sweet deals like $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and freezing cold 29-degree draft brews. For me, it's all about Bud Light, but for you, it can be whatever beer you like to choose. If you feel a little hungry, a little peckish, they also have select appetizers available for $2, $4, and $6. And if you're a bit of a night owl, you stay up late like I do. I'm always up late. You can come back for those awesome late night night specials during those late night hours. So it doesn't matter what reason you love Twin Peaks. Maybe you love it because it's great, got TVs everywhere, great for all your sports watching activities, whether you're talking about Monday Night Football like last night, Thursday night NFL football, or maybe your NFL Sundays. Wish college football Saturdays were back. But, hey, you still got the bowl games coming up. You can enjoy that. And your World Cup watching can also be done there at your local Twin Peaks, and all of it is better than ever. So check out your local Twin Peaks, Daphne, San Marcos, and the Round Rock location. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a Top of the Charts Tuesday. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history, and my man Patrick keeps knocking it out of the park with Top of the Charts Tuesday. Great job. It's time for us to get into our Flex segment here. Flex segment actually will be the announcement of our All all-flex offense. We're actually going to get into the offensive linemen here. We'll give you our all-flex offensive line. We're going to do next segment. We'll get into wide receivers, top of the 4 o'clock, top of the 5 o'clock. We're going to do running backs, top of the 6 o'clock, 6:05. We'll do our all-flex QB. All right, that's how we're doing it. Yeah, nice. All right. Let's get into it right now because I'm not wasting any time.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, do we need some flex music?
We need flex music. We need some flex.
Yeah, let's get a little flex music going, man. These young people deserve the all flex, the flex treatment.
There it is.
The full flex.
The full Monty, as you like to say, right?
The full flex here. All right. I'm not Snoop, so I can't bring the energy like Snoop, but we can at least get the music.
Yeah.
All right. So our all flex line, the center. Is Jackson Harrison from Liberty Hill, and we all know that the slot T Mafia, as they like to call it. I like that name. That's probably.
I like that one.
I actually want. I think they got T-shirts.
They need
and hats.
to make them up.
No, I think they got T-shirts and hats and everything. I really do. I want one of those. A slot T Mafia.
Okay.
But Jackson Harris, center, he makes it. Offensive tackle Ian Reed also makes it as one of our offensive linemen for our all flex team. Ian Reed, I was out of Vandergrift. Vandergrift still playing right now, so they still got a lot to play for. He's a Clemson commit, and I've heard that he is a hardcore Clemson commit. Ain't no wavering for this young man. 6'6", 315. He is huge. 4-star recruits, one of the best offensive linemen in the country. Also offensive tackle Tyler Nape. Is it Nape or Nap?
Nape.
All right.
Yep.
Tyler Nape makes it 6'4", 275 out of Westlake. All right. The Chaps just went down in the playoffs, so their season now over, but a big part of their success was their offensive line, and Taylor Nape led the way, 6'4", 275, the offensive tackle. Congratulations to him. Jaden Chapman, one of the best offensive linemen in the country, actually, 4-star recruit, interior offensive lineman. He makes, out of Harker Heights, he makes it 6'4", 300 pounds. He's an interior offensive lineman. He's got offers from all over the place. Got offers from Texas, Bama, LSU, OU, A&M, Baylor, U of H, you name it. Everybody wants to show that.
254.
There you go. Exactly. I bet Harsley always got to represent. Our last offensive lineman for our all-flex team, Hudson Steelwell of Liberty Hill. Yeah, that slot T Mafia still representing. So they have 2 offensive linemen on our all-flex team. It'll be Hudson Steelwell. They run. I mean, they can run it. They really can. I mean, how many passes attempts they had? You looked it up.
What did we say? 20.
It was like 20 or something like that for the whole season. Yeah, they want to pound the rock.
Yeah.
All right. So to summarize here, to sum it up, the center Jackson Harrison out of Liberty Hill, offensive lineman Ian Reed out of Vandergrift, offensive lineman Taylor Nape out of Westlake, offensive lineman Jaden Chapman out of Harker Heights, and offensive lineman Hudson Steelwell out of Liberty Hill. That make up the offensive line of our all flex team. Congratulations, gentlemen. And man, I got to tell you, that group can block for me any day. Be my fortress of solitude and safety there in the pocket. So a great group there. It was a really tough decision too. I mean, you have so many great players in the Central Texas area. That's what makes this all flex team so special, but also makes it really, really tough and challenging. So we'll get into this again coming up in the next segment. We'll do top of the 4 o'clock. We'll get into the receivers. We'll also, someone said Liberty Hill, 180 passing yards this season.
Yeah, locked in, dialed in.
Yeah, they want to pound the rock. So we'll get into that. We'll review all of the all flex choices that have been released so far because we've been doing this all day. B&E had me on, as a matter of fact. Buck and Aaron had me on to talk about the DBs. We'll review that group. Also review all the defensive choices and selections, all the special teams choices and selections that were revealed on Light the Tower earlier today and on Chad and Zay. And then we'll reveal the wide receivers as well. And then, of course, we'll continue our Mike Leach tribute all throughout the day. All that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a top of the charts Tuesday right here on Ball Don't Lie. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. Once again, my man Patrick DJing a top of the charts Tuesday on Ball Don't Lie. Also, it is an all flex Tuesday. We are revealing our all flex team. We'll continue doing that here in this segment. We'll give you the reveal of the wide receivers for all flex team, and also we'll review all these selections that have been revealed so far. Also, we'll get into a little bit of Mike Leach, a tribute to Mike Leach, and all of the great things that Mike Leach did to advance the game of football, but also the enjoyment and the pure joy that Mike Leach brought to all of us, just because he was so quirky and such a dynamic personality, unapologetically authentic. And we love that about Mike Leach, who passed away yesterday at the age of 61. So we'll continue that coming up. We got Hard Knock Life. What you got for the people coming up in Hard Knock Life, Harch?
I'm going to give you some information about some of the best undrafted NFL football players that you may have heard of.
Like that.
And you're like, I didn't realize he was undrafted.
Oh, yeah.
And they're Hall of Famers, basically, is what's going on.
Yeah, no,
So-
I like that. Looking forward to that. I love the conversation about making it to the NFL the hard way. It's the hardest way to make a roster. So we'll get into that coming up. Hard Knock Life. Also, we got Off the Records coming up. Got a cool Bill Belichick story. Bill Belichick, Pamela Anderson story there is revealed on the on the Manning cast. Yeah, we'll get to that coming up. And also, Off the Record, we got to talk a little about the NBA. They renamed their award, basically all of their trophies and all of the postseason awards for Defensive Player of the Year, MVP, that kind of stuff. They named them in honor of all-time great players. And so we'll go through that list. I heard earlier Chad and Zay talking about it, and Zay just dissing Hakeem the Dream.
Come on.
Did you hear this slander?
I mean, come on, man.
You're a Spurs fan,
No,
Patrick.
Hakeem Olajuwon's one of the all-time greats.
That's what I asked.
No,
Even as a Spurs
Look,
fan.
as somebody who was
Thank you.
destroyed by Hakeem Olajuwon,
Come on.
my dreams, all my hopes and dreams every season destroyed by that man.
Yeah, call
I
him
have to have some respect.
Hakeem the Dream, Hakeem the nightmare he was for a lot of people. They was just did because he's, I believe, the defensive player of the year is now named after Hakeem the Dream. And somehow they got into a debate of whether he was worthy. And I was like, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even think that was a...
Yeah, that shouldn't have been a conversation.
That should have been a conversation. Hakeem the Dream. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Nobody questions the man's defense. That's for damn sure. Okay, anyway, we'll get into it. We'll have that conversation, have some fun coming up in Off the Records. All right, let's reveal our all flex team. Okay, so, Hart, you're going to reveal the wide receivers for us. Before you do that, though, let me give everyone the rundown of all of the all flex team members who have been revealed so far. All right, so here we go. Early this morning, because B&E were doing this.
They started it off.
Started off, and then Light the Tower, and then Chad and Zay. So we've been revealing the all-flex team all day long. So here's number one. Defensive lines, what they first revealed. And the four defensive linemen revealed were Caleb Dickey from Crockett, Damian Wimberly from Vandergrift, still playing, Prince Will Umanmielen out of Manor. Yeah, they got some good genes there. Colton Vasek, speaking good genes, out of Westlake, they'll be heading to the 40 acres, defensive lineman. Those are your four defensive linemen.
Big time.
Man, that's a damn good group, man.
Yep.
Your linebackers, you have Reed Vines out of Cedar Park. You have Ivy Webb out of Anderson. And then Brody Bueno out of Huddle are your three linebackers for our all-flex defense. Your DBs. I love this group. You got Jalen Gilbert out of Round Rock, who is a safety who's headed now to Vanderbilt. Just switched his commitment, or flipped his commitment, I should say, from Washington State. Alex Foster out of Vanderbilt. This guy, I mean, he's got like 180-something tackles. Alex Foster, he's a junior, by the way.
Yes,
may be the most active defensive player in Central Texas. No, I'm serious. He's in that conversation. He's all over the field. Basically, he is the defensive equivalent of a Terminator series like T-1000 sent back in time and he basically just hunts down ball carriers and destroys ball carriers. The dude is legit, really fun to watch. Defensive back Peyton Morgan, also a junior out of Pflugerville Weiss, really good player, great instincts, got really good feet. Dad's a coach, kind of explains his footwork, no wasted movement with him. Really good player, had 5 interceptions this year, and I believe 2 pick sixes. Actually 6. Take that back, 'cause I think he corrected me on that. 6 and 2 pick sixes. Justin Strong, I mean, enough said, had one of the best defensive seasons that we've seen from a player in Central Texas from a long time. Wasn't on our all-flex preseason pick for the DBs, but really jumped off the page this year, jumped off the film, I should say. Had 113 tackles, 4 interceptions, 2 interception return for touchdowns, 14 PBUs. Congrats to the Elgin safety. I will say this, as a DB, no corners on the list. They're all safeties.
Yeah.
I feel bad about that. I wanted a corner on there. I don't get to vote on it on my own, so I will say I think the best corner in the area is probably Leonard Moore of Round Rock, really good player out of him. Or, there's some other really good players too. Nathan Mitchell was one of those guys. David Jeffrey out of Maine is a good player. I think it's Leonard Moore, but he's the only corner that I thought of that probably could. He makes it as a returner, but didn't make it as a defensive back.
Right.
I think he's penalized because he's a corner and they don't get a lot of action. And these guys are
Very
safeties.
fair.
The safeties
Very
get a lot
fair.
of stats
They
because,
do.
and I think he's penalized a little bit because it would have been 2 of them on here from Round Rock. And, hey, man, I don't think they want to put 2 from Round Rock either, which I'm saying all these guys are worthy, but just throwing it out there. They never corner. Just want to
Very
make sure.
fair.
Just want to make sure I set the record straight. All right, kicker, punter, long snapper, return specialist. We got our punter is Owen Norrell from Westwood. Kicker, Patrick Helen of Buda Johnson. Returner is Cameron Cook. Had a debate about him.
Yep.
And could have obviously been one of the running back choices out of
TCU
Stony
commit.
Point. Yeah, and he's a damn good player out of Stony Point.
Yep.
Also, another returner, I just talked about it, Leonard Moore out of Round Rock makes as a returner. I think he could have easily been a starting corner on our all-flex team. Long snapper, Jake Helms out of Westlake. Shout out to him for getting the long snapper recognition. Offensive line, we just went through it, but I'll go through it again. Center, Jackson Harrison on Liberty Hill. The tackle, Ian Reed from Vandergrift. Also, Tyler Knapp out of Westlake, the tackle there. Jaden Chapman, interior offensive lineman out of Harker Heights. And Hudson Steelwell, yes, Liberty Hill once again. Slot T Mafia represented on our all-flex offensive line. All right. Now
This
time
is where we go to
for the wide receivers.
prime time. That's what everybody always talks about. They talk about the diva position, and there is a diva in this group. We don't know which one it is. I'm going to let y'all all decide on which one is the diva of the group. But starting at wide receiver, not going in any particular order, is the kid from Westlake. I believe he lost his first high school football game this past weekend. It is one Jaden Greathouse. He is a Notre Dame commitment, and he put up big numbers all the time. Jaden Greathouse is one of the best players in the country, and obviously a lot of people have been recruiting him. He did make all-district as usual. This kid is a big-time player. At the other wide receiver, he became the district newcomer of the year, Ed Small. He just happens to be a baseball commit to the University of Texas. He's a young player, but the numbers that he put up at Anderson were huge numbers, and he continues to show up and make people take notice with him. We got a chance to talk to him last week when we announced the list of the finalists, and he came out to Waterloo Ice House. And last but not least, wide receiver from Georgetown High School. Kid put up big numbers, over 1,300 yards receiving, and he was a major part for the success of what Georgetown did this year. Drayton Dickman, wide receiver from Georgetown High School. We have Jaden Greathouse from Westlake, Drayton Dickman from Georgetown, and Ed Small from Anderson High School.
There you go. Those are the receivers for the All-Flex team. Coming up, top of the 5 o'clock, we'll get into our running backs. Top of the 6 o'clock, we'll give you the quarterbacks, and then review the list for you, the entire list in its entirety, coming at the top of 6 o'clock. All right, that is our Flex announcement. Congratulations to all of the All-Flex members, and go check out FLXATX.com, FLXATX on all of your social media platforms. You can get all the information there as well. All right. Let's get into some Mike Leach discussion here. Mike Leach unfortunately passed away at the age of 61 last night, but now I think is the appropriately the time where everybody starts to celebrate his life. A lot of mourning, of course, early on this morning, but now a lot of people are telling stories about Mike Leach. A lot of the video and audio of Mike Leach starting to surface or resurface, and it's really fun looking back at the impact and the legacy of Mike Leach. And just, I mean, it's crazy. I met Mike Leach a few times, but even me, I am a part of now some of these iconic Mike Leach stories. I just talked about how he upset Texas in 2002 when I was there, and we probably had a chance to go to the BCS game, and he decided to upset the apple cart, and he thwarted our plans to go to the BCS game. Him, Cliff Kingsbury, and Wes Welker. And Harge reminded me of another time, and I was going to get into this later on, but I think we can get into it now. The 1999 Texas OU game and Mike Leach's famous dummy script, which I believe Tom Herman and Oscar Giles are the ones who collected the dummy script. Not saying they're dummies, but they did fall for it.
What, they grad assistants during that time?
They brought it upstairs. They thought, oh man, we're gonna get promoted for this. Oh man, the coaches are gonna love us bringing this. And obviously Mike Leach played it well. If you don't know, Mike Leach basically walked around the field during warm-ups with a fake dummy script in his back pocket, like coaches do. They kind of fold it up, they put it in the back pocket, and I guess he acted as if he dropped it. I just dropped it accidentally, and then he kind of fell. He wanted Texas to fall for it, and Texas fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. So here's the ESPN excerpt from the story about Mike Leach and his dummy script. Said during pregame warmups of that year's Red River Showdown, Mike's first year, 1999. An underhanded script outlining OU's offensive plays was spotted on the field by one of Texas student assistants, who scooped it up and took it to the Longhorns defensive coordinator, Carl Reese. We called him Bull. Carl Bull Reese at the time. And the Longhorns were favored, supposed to win the game. Hell, the Sooners are coming off getting a brand new coach, and Bob Stoops just brought in this wacky new quirky new offensive coordinator from Kentucky. And he says, basically, Bull Reese quote was, "We were trying to figure out if it was authentic. We were in the state of, can we believe this?" Well, they believed it. All right. It was a fake and part of the plot hatched by Mike Leach. He was the mastermind behind it, the Sooners offensive coordinator, and consulted by the Longhorns, who quickly we fell behind 17-0. All right, 17-0 in that game. Before we end up coming back and winning the game 38-28. It's one of the biggest and best comebacks in the Texas OU game. But Mac Brown, when he was asked about it, he said, "Yeah, that sounds like Mike. I do know this. Offensive coordinators are so careful with those scripts, they wouldn't be losing them. Those things are valuable. Only Mike would think to lay one out there as a decoy." And basically, he talked about it in his book. I think it was Swing Your Sword. In 2011. And I mean, he almost got us. My man, Ahmad Brooks, a quote from him saying, "That game might have been the most bizarre experience I've ever had as a college football player. I can't tell you how wrong we were in the first 3 or 4 minutes with every play call we had. I've never seen anything like it. It was complete pandemonium and confusion." And yes, I remember the moment when Bull Reese trashed the game plan and everybody lost it and totally decided that they wanted to totally adjust and go 180 on what we were doing early on in the first half of the game, or at least the first quarter of the game. I think that's when they got behind. So give it up to Mike. The Texas did fall for it, though. It worked.
Oh, man.
The dummy script worked, man.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you saw it on the ground and you thought that this is the opportunity that we needed to be able to beat them, I mean, it was genius for him to drop it.
It was, but if something seems too good to be true, it usually is.
Very true on that one.
Texas probably should have early on just kept the dummy script and saw if the dummy script actually lined up with the play calling, which it never did. Really. I think he lined up maybe the first play or two, and then they went completely off the script. So I don't know when exactly they found out. I'd love to know when they found out. But once you went down 17-0, I think it was pretty clear.
That's not the right
You made
script.
a dang coaching mistake. But there you go. It shows you. We talked about this with Sark sometimes. Like, hey, man, you got to adjust. Sometimes your game planning and preparation, whatever it may be, hey, it just didn't work. And obviously, Texas' game plan wasn't great either.
Right.
The game plan was bad.
The original game plan
was bad. And on top of the game plan being bad, you fell for a dummy script. And the reason I'm not shocked the game plan was bad, think about it, guys. It was the first time the Big 12 had seen the air raid.
That's true.
So
they thought they were trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah,
so it was perfect time.
It was the first time the Big 12 had seen. The Big 12 hadn't seen the air raid.
Yep.
Even Bob Stoops admitted the reason that he brought Mike Leach in with him because he said the toughest offense for him to game plan for and against was the air raid offense there at Kentucky. Brought it here. Nobody had seen it. We hadn't seen it. Hell, Mike Harsh had seen it at Copper's Cove.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean? But
That's
that's about. We hadn't seen it in the Big 12. And when we saw it initially, I think people were like, "Holy Chicago!" Now it took them a year before they basically took it to a national title the next year in 2000. But remember, that was the first time we had seen the air raid. I think that was also part of why they got up 17-0 on us.
Right.
Yeah, we
right.
just.
I mean, you just didn't know. You didn't know what was going on.
What the hell is this?
You start to try to figure it out, and you're like, "Oh, we got this. Oh, if they're gonna run this play, they're gonna run this play, and these sets." And then all of a sudden, you're down 17, and you're like, we fell for the banana in the tailpipe.
Oh, yeah. And remember Hal Mummy's air raid is initially a two-back offense. It's a two-back set, much like the original West Coast offense with a two-tailback set. Yeah, he was coming. Hell, initially he came up with the idea in high school. So he was running some two-tailback sets, even though they wanted to be pass-centric. What Mike Leach spin on it was he went to 10 personnel. He went to 10 personnel. We'll get into a little bit later on why that's revolutionary. My man Bobby Burton wrote a great column over at Inside Texas about it. But we'll get into why that's revolutionary. But he basically took it to 10 personnel, and that's what we saw. And we were like, whoa, what is happening? We got a linebacker matched up on a wide receiver over there. You know that, Coach? And honestly, it took Coach Aquina, Coach Dwayne Aquina, one of the Godfathers of DBU, coming into Texas to try to solve or come up with an evolutionary adaptation to the air raid. And you know what his adaptation was? We're going with 5-2 defensive backs. I don't want a DB on that field that can't cover.
Right.
And I don't want a DB on that field that can't tackle, which is why the first secondary for Coach Aquina was myself, Quentin Jammer, Nathan Vasher, and Ahmad Brooks.
Wow.
Three of those four played safety.
Right,
and
I
corner.
remember you saying that.
3 of the 4 played safety and corner. And after that, all the guys like that, Huff Daddy, Michael Griffin, they all were in that kind of mold like that. Kenny Vaccaros, the 5-tool DB. And the reason the air raid was able to exploit a lot of old school defenses that were structured and built in antiquated form was because they went with more receivers and more speed and more emphasis on space. Well, Coach Aquina decided, all right, you know what? They're taking advantage of these big safeties we have because we got them fitted for the run game, and these, these big giant linebackers that are built to play football in a phone booth. And he decided, no, let's put more DBs on the field and let's go with DBs all they can cover. So you really couldn't have a matchup disadvantage across the board with us because everybody was a corner pretty much on the field.
Right.
It's a brilliant strategy.
One of the wide receivers that first came to the University of Texas from a Hal Mummy offense from Copper's Cove, his name just happened to be Mike Davis as well as the other Money Mike Davis that played here. He came here and played here in 1990. He was the original wide receiver that benefited the most because he could fly. He ran good routes.
Speed, baby.
And he came to the University of Texas. And he only played one season here because he was also a track guy. But he was on the football team from Hal Mummy, 1990, at the University of Texas.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, small world, man.
But Texas, I love that. The Hal Mummy, the purpose of the initial air raid for him was trying to teach it before it became the air raid, trying to teach it to young high school kids. That was kind of the purpose of streamlining everything the way he did.
Right.
Ended up being obviously revolutionary in a lot of ways too. Okay, there's obviously a lot of different ways that we could hit the Mike Leach situation. We do have a couple of a piece of Mike Leach sound that I want to play.
Yeah.
Can we play the one about the weddings, Patrick? Do we have this one about the weddings? It's a little lengthy,
But it's fun.
but it's so good.
Yeah.
And I was going to just say, let's cut it off here or cut it off there. Let's just listen to the whole damn thing. It's a Mike Leach tribute day. We could do that.
Yep.
So here is Mike Leach. Now, I believe he was asked about weddings, and, well, you know the rest.
The women lose their mind. Your fiance's going to lose her mind. Your mother-in-law is going to lose her mind. Your mom is going to lose her mind. Several of your sisters and female relatives are going to lose their mind, and they're going to barrage you with constant questions. What should we wear? And then, which of course my answer was, I don't care. And then, what color should the invitations be? I don't care. What should we have for dessert? I don't care. Should we seat this way or that way? I don't care. But see, I don't care is not satisfactory at all. And you're going to get caught in a catch-22, and I'm certain that you already have. And that catch-22 is, well, I want you to be a part of this too. So what color invitations? All right, the blue ones. Well, I kind of like the tan ones. Okay, the tan ones then. Oh, you're just saying that because you want this over with. You're not even thinking about it, which is of course true. What do you want for dessert? I was thinking of strawberry shortcake. Oh, okay. Yeah, strawberry shortcake would be good. Well, what about the blueberry pie? Well, I like the blueberry pie. We could have the blueberry pie. Well, I thought you said you wanted the strawberry shortcake. And it's just going to go back and forth, and they're going to play keep away from you until after you're married. There's no answer you can give that is going to be satisfactory or correct. And if you successfully please a few of them, the others will still be, oh, well, I just don't feel like he's that interested. Yeah, okay, so you need to work late. Go in the back room and read a lot of books. Take the groomsmen out so you make sure that they march in just right and they know exactly, these swell outfits that you picked out or whatever, however you're doing it. And in the end, you'll wish you eloped. You need to find excuses that they'll buy to be as far out of harm's way as you possibly can.
Oh man,
That's
there's so
outstanding.
much there. It is
That is
fantastic.
outstanding.
It's so I just got married like a little over a year ago, and it's money. It is. The closer you are to the wedding, you realize how accurate, how wise Mike Leach was in that moment. It is truly enlightening.
He was trying to look out for you.
He was trying to look out for all of us.
Yeah,
he hit it.
I
nailed
think it
on the
was a
head.
reporter that asked him about it. Actually, he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting married." He was like, "Oh, wait a minute." That's when he got perked up about it, and that's when he went on that little tangent. Man, it was outstanding.
I
man.
just love that he would rant on anything other than football.
For sure.
Although he was a football genius, a football philosopher, of course, a football revolutionary. If he got the chance to talk about anything random, music, movie, people ask him about TV shows and stuff, and he'd give you the most thoughtful, honest, authentic answer.
Yep.
And he never, and I said this before about like one or two coaches, and you can't say that about a lot of coaches because they just don't deserve this compliment.
I agree.
He does not know coach speak.
No, that's not who he is.
He has never known coach speak. He is not a coach speak bone in his body. He has to give you the original, the unapologetic authenticity
No doubt.
of the truth,
No
whether
doubt.
you like it or not. And man, it's refreshing. And damn, I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna miss it
because those interviews are legendary. And I reached out to a former UT coach that is on his staff now. And he said eventually he'll be ready to talk at some point, but he said it was a really hard time for them right now because he is on that staff, and Mike gave him another opportunity. Coach Leach gave him another opportunity to
Good
be
point.
able to get back out there. So you can imagine what that staff is going through. They said that they're going to play in their bowl game. That's on, I believe it's January 2nd. They qualify for a bowl. That's on January 2nd. And they said they're going to play in the game. I mean, they're going to have the game,
Who do they
obviously.
play? Do we know?
I forget
I
who
had to
they
go
were
look that
playing.
up.
Yeah, I
That'll
think, yeah. And so it's going to be interesting to see how everybody kind of recognizes Coach Leach. And you've seen the stories and everybody complimenting him on who he was. And I can't wait to talk about I'm going to play one of my favorite selections of Mike Leach. and it has to do with mascots of all things.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to hear that.
Yeah.
Someone wants to hear the candy corn
Yeah.
rant. Okay, maybe candy corn or fat little girlfriend's rant. Yeah, okay, maybe we can get some of those coming up a little bit later.
That is
on.
mean.
Mississippi State plays Illinois in the Relia Quest Bowl on January
that's
2nd.
That's a tough game.
2nd. Yeah.
Illinois. That's a
They're
tough game.
really good
That's
team.
a good team.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Patrick. All right, Harsh Knock Life. We're talking a little Mike Leach, but also undrafted free agents
That's
in the
right.
NFL.
That's
All
right.
We'll get to that coming up on the other side, right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. By now, everyone knows that my favorite tequila is Hot Cat Tequila. With the holiday season upon us, you can bring in the holidays by breaking out the Hot Cat Tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple and just as delicious. Cinnamon, agave nectar, and tequila. You can turn your holiday gathering into a party and turn your family get-together into an unforgettable celebration with Hot Cat Tequila. Be the hit of your holiday party and turn up your holiday party with Hot Cat Tequila. Once you make Hot Cat a part of your holiday season, you'll understand the reason it is my favorite new tequila. Hot Cat Tequila also makes a great holiday gift for all the tequila lovers in your life. Hot Cat Tequila is best served chilled for a quick round of shots or to sip on the rocks, so make it a Hot Cat holiday season. Once you try Hot Cat, you won't go back to that old cinnamon whiskey, so this holiday season, bring home Hot Cat for the holidays. Visit cattequila.com, that's cattequila.com, to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up this holiday season with Hot Cat Tequila.
Welcome back to a Top of the Charts Tuesday edition of Ball Don't Lie. It's your boy Hardball Harge. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Harge. You can follow my man at Rod Babers. And you can follow my man behind the glass at It's Patrick Davis. We also love it when you're a part of the show. And hit us up on the Specs text line 512-337-3776. And I was strolling through social media the other night, and actually it was last night, and I came across this article by our man, Goose Goslin. We've had Goose on this show, and Goose does an unbelievable job. And if you ever wanted to go and follow some of his stuff, go to rickgoslin.com. And he came up with this article and this story about some of the all-time greatest undrafted players. And it varies from Kurt Warner to Wes Welker, to John Randall, to Sam Mills, to many, many more. And I found it interesting because if you are just a NFL fan, you're just strictly looking at those types of players. And if you're a college player, you're normally looking at them and then trying to find out where they're going. And when you start to break it all down and you the nuances of the draft process, what makes a guy good? What makes a guy jump off the screen? Is it the intangibles? Is it what he does at the combine? And is he a freak enough athlete to where you're like, we're going to take a chance on that guy? But then there's some guys that kind of slip through the cracks that walk around with that chip on their shoulder, whether it's the late round draft pick of Tom Brady and how everybody's like, oh, how did you miss on that guy? Some of those guys that are missed, they create that chip, which makes them great. Some guys are great just because they are those types of players. We can use Deion Sanders, for example. We can use Troy Aikman, the work ethic that they go with. But when you start to look at how players get to a certain point, and Goose does an unbelievable job when he does the research on this, and that's why he's a Hall of Fame voter, and that's why he's done a lot of the things and been around the game for a very, very long time, and he has all the connections. But when I looked at some of these things, and he was talking about that's when players from small schools, like a Emmett Thomas, players with injuries, like a Priest Holmes, players changing positions, like a Brian Waters, and then some guys didn't even have any college football playing experience, like Antonio Gates. Some guys are undersized. Yep. Some guys don't have speed. There's so many different things that you can look at and you say, well, how did you miss on that guy? Like, why? How? What? So we could take example. He said the history of undrafted free agents is glowing. He compiled a 53-player roster of undrafted free agents, and the team that he put together had 51 Pro Bowlers, 21 Pro Football Hall of Famers, 21 All-Decade selections, 6 members of the 100th anniversary team, and 5 members of the 50th anniversary team. So, again, how did we miss those guys? Like, what was the evaluation at that time? And I'm going to run through this list pretty quickly, but not going through all of them. I'll just start at the quarterback position. Number 1 he had on his list was Kurt Warner. He's a Hall of Famer, 2-time MVP, 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time passing champion. And this was a guy that was undrafted, played in arena football, played barnstorming. It wasn't even arena. It was more like indoor football that they were talking about. And there he is hoisting the Lombardi Trophy and also was a 2-time MVP. Another player who's also a Hall of Famer is Warren Moon. Warren Moon was undrafted during that time. Remember, they weren't looking at the African-American quarterback as that. He had initially went to Canada to go and play, put up big numbers with the Edmonton Eskimos, and then came back and got his opportunity. And, of course, you know, the rest is history. Another one, Cowboy. Tony Romo, Eastern Illinois, undrafted, found by Bill Parcells, but more importantly, found by Sean Payton because Sean Payton went to Eastern Illinois. So he knew about Tony Romo. And by the way, last year, Tony Romo at this time was inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. A lot of people didn't realize that either. So you start looking at that. Then you go to the running back position, and Priest Holmes, obviously, I just talked about him. Everybody knows him around here as the Texas Longhorn. But don't forget, he was the all-time leading rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs in their history until Jamal Charles broke that. Unbelievable. Another name that a lot of people will know will be Willie Parker from North Carolina, the running back for Pittsburgh Steelers. A lot of people didn't really understand who he was until he went to the Super Bowl that year, and that's how everybody figured him out. One of the wide receivers, Drew Pearson from Tulsa, Hall of Famer, finally. 1970s All-Decade team, 3 Pro Bowls, led the NFC. Think about this. He led the NFC in catches in 1976, and he led them in receiving yards in 1977. Do you know how many receptions he had in 1976? 58. That led the league.
Yeah.
Think about that. And his receiving
Different
yards
game.
in his receiving yards in 77, 870.
Wow.
Think about that.
That's crazy.
That is a crazy, crazy number. Another wide receiver, we were just talking about Mike Leach. Wes Welker, 5 Pro Bowls, 3-time NFL receiving champion, 2007, 2009, and 2011. 5 1,000-yard receiving seasons with 5 100-catch seasons.
Yeah.
Think about that, undrafted. Lionel Taylor, a lot of people don't know. Rod Smith, wide receiver for Denver. He was also one of those players. At tight end, Antonio Gates, undrafted basketball player. All of a sudden, he's an 2000s All-Decade player, 8 Pro Bowls, 17th. He's 17th all-time in receiving with 955 catches.
Yes,
That's amazing to me. You start thinking about that. Then you start breaking down the offensive line. One of the names I want to bring up, he's a former Philadelphia Eagle, but he's also now a Dallas Cowboy. 2010's NFL All-Decade team, Jason Peters, was undrafted.
That's crazy.
9 Pro Bowls, Rod.
Played tight end in college.
Played tight end in college. Ended up being non-drafted. 218 NFL starts. Played 18 seasons, still playing right now, and has a Super Bowl ring with the Philadelphia Eagles. Then we're going to go to the guards. I'm going to give you another name, Nate Newton. Nate Newton was undrafted as a Dallas Cowboy.
That's unbelievable.
Think about that. Florida A&M. 6 Pro Bowls, played 14 seasons, 180 starts, 3 Super Bowl rings with the Dallas Cowboys. This list is unbelievable to me. And now I'm going to try to bring it now to the more local times and this era. Cameron Wake, somebody you would remember, Rod.
Remember that.
Coming off the defensive end, just an unbelievable player.
Played
Came
for
out
the
of Penn State.
Dolphins.
That's when he became a freak.
I remember
Everybody was looking at him like, oh my God, he's a monster.
Yep.
5 Pro Bowls, another member of the 100 Sack Club. He has 100.5. Spent his first 2 seasons in pro football. He played in the CFL, man.
That's crazy.
He didn't even play in the NFL right away. And ended up playing 11 seasons in the NFL, 11 hitting double-digit sacks in 5 times, including a career best 15 sacks in 2012. Defensive tackle, here's one for you. John Randall, Texas A&I.
Yep, no doubt.
Monster. Man, I loved watching John Randall play because of the way he was going about his business. He was unbelievable. And obviously now he's a Hall of Famer and got after it. 7 Pro Bowls, 1997 sack champion. Played 14 seasons, had 137.5 sacks. Wow. NFL record for a defensive tackle.
That's wild.
137 when you think about it. Here's another big name for you, James Harrison. He was undrafted. 2008 NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
5 Pro Bowls.
Remember
Played
that.
15 seasons, 84 sacks. And don't forget, he had that 100-yard interception in the Super Bowl where Kurt Warner, he picked off Kurt Warner against Arizona. And that was the game Antonio Holmes made that catch in the end zone.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Sam Mills, London Fletcher are linebackers, middle linebackers. Neither one of them were drafted, one from Montclair, another one from John Carroll. Can anybody tell me where John Carroll is? I don't even know. I don't even know where John Carroll is.
I've heard it, though.
But there he is in the Hall of Fame. Here you go, cornerbacks. Dick Night Train Lane.
Yeah. ATX, baby.
ATX.
Left on a doorstep as an infant. Yeah.
That's why he had attitude. That's why he was out there playing rough.
Yeah.
Played 14 seasons and had intercepted 14 passes as a rookie for the L.A. Rams in 1952. Willie Brown out of Grambling, another one of those big-time players that played for Minnesota. You see him in the highlights all the time with the interception running down the sideline.
The rambling man from Grambling.
There you go. There you go. Minnesota never won a Super Bowl, but he was part of those teams. It's just, and last but not least, I'm going to leave this name here, two of them. Everson Walls, also from Grambling, 4 Pro Bowls, 3-time interception champion, 81 and 82 and 85. Played 13 seasons, intercepted 57 passes, ranks 13th all time. One of 2 players at the cornerback position to lead the NFL in interceptions 3 times. Won a Super Bowl ring with the Giants. Never got one with the Cowboys, which really makes me upset. Another name, Cliff Harris from Ouachita Baptist in Oklahoma. A lot of people don't realize that. Donnie Shell, South Carolina State. Also was a non-drafted player. Adam Vinatieri, Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
Non-drafted players. Just unbelievable when you start to look at, when you break down the NFL and how they miss and how they hit, and then how some of these players continue to flourish no matter what. All they need is that opportunity, and that's exactly what they flourish from. So that was a great job. Bill Bates also was on that list too as a special teamer from Tennessee, played 15 seasons, was a Pro Bowler, all with the Cowboys, winning 3 Super Bowl rings. Franchise record, 216 special team tackles.
That's crazy, man.
Think about that.
Yeah. Back when special teams
what meant something.
Yeah.
And I remember listening to Bucky and Aaron this year, as a matter of fact, when they were playing at the Great Hills. They had the NFL Alumni Association golf tournament. Bill Bates didn't sound great on that show that day, but everybody understands what Bill Bates brought to the Dallas Cowboys, what he brought to the NFL, and what he did as a special teams player. So that go check it out, rickgosselin.com, and he has all kinds of articles over there. I saw it. He was a Hall of Fame voter. He's also on the committee. He gets to see a lot of this stuff and go behind the scenes. He's done a great job with everybody. So I'm really excited to break down some of these things and what they mean to everybody. But before we go to break, I wanted to play one more thing from our man Mike Leach. This is one of my favorite clips of Mike Leach. You know, you brought it up, Rod. He talks to you about anything, and everybody talks about Mike Leach, about the football acronym and everything about him. But when you get a chance to talk to him and you hear him break down other things with the detail that he always brings, this is priceless. This is gold right here.
Well, first of all, what kind of mythical powers does a Sun Devil have? We've got to consider that. I'm going to say the Wildcat's out. The Trojan, does he have a horse or is he on foot? Does he have a bow and arrow or just his sword? The Bruin, definitely formidable. Another bear up there at Cal. The tree, I imagine that tree's going to get chopped down. Unless we're going to go with the bird and somebody might get pecked or something. I don't know. And then the duck might lose interest and just fly away and get out of there, which may be good advice under the circumstances. The husky, no chance. The beaver, we'll see how long that beaver can hold his breath. The ute, again, we're back to, is he on horseback? Does he have a bow and arrow? Did he trade for a rifle? I mean, because if that ute's got a rifle, there's some definite problems. And then, And, you'd have to get one of those Harry Potter activists to read up on how you kill a sun devil, because there's a lot of outside stuff there. Just as far as a beast alone, a buffalo's going to be pretty hard to tangle with. I mean, a buffalo's utterly outstanding. Well, but Butch is going to have to be clear-minded and crafty. I mean, Butch will find a way. There's no question. The Coug will find a way. Clear-minded and crafty, a combination of stay out of harm's way and attack when you get your chances or your openings.
I love it.
I mean, that was all about the Pac-12 mascots and who would win in a battle.
So thoughtful.
I mean, and he already had a plan for it.
They said, man, to tackle the Sun Devil, you got to talk some Harry Potter.
You got to talk some Harry Potter.
About some Harry Potter stuff.
I love
it. This guy's fantastic. The fact that he's able to be that thoughtful about random topics, but also devote a lot of brain power to winning football games and mastering the air raid offense, it's just out of this world. Out of this world. All right, we come back. We will we'll hear from I'll hear from the Manning cast a little bit. They told a story about Bill Belichick and Pamela Anderson, and now the internet has found proof that the story is true. We'll play the proof for you on the other side for Off the Record right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. It is the holiday season, and you know the holiday is all about, making sure you're in the gift-giving mood, you're in the giving spirit. And my friends at Apple Leasing, they're in the giving spirit as well, because they're in the spirit of giving you the car that you want, all right? Whatever car you want, the make and model, they can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want, and that's what they do really well. They're going to save you time and save you money, all right? That's what they do really well, but they're also going to find the best value for you. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car you want, and all it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. Apple Leasing's simple interest, easy lease makes everything, simple, because they're going to give you a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. With inflation out of control, damn near historic numbers, everything seems more expensive. It's never been more expensive to buy a new car, buy a used car, or buy anything for that matter, which means leasing actually makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. Apple Leasing gets all the same discounts, all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they're going to pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977. Or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Time for another edition of Off the Record. And so during the Manning cast of the game last night, and the audio's in here, so I won't explain it too much. Peyton Manning revealed a story that people thought was anecdotal and thought he was just exaggerating this story about Bill Belichick Bill Belichick actually bringing in a long snapper, like drafting a long snapper just because he heard the long snapper was dating Pamela Anderson. Apparently, there is now proof because the long snapper in question, David Ben, was on some podcast and told the story himself. Here is the Manning cast audio, and then they have the audio of the long snapper, David Ben, after that. Here it is.
And another time he picked David Ben, who was a long snapper, because he was dating Pamela Anderson, and Bill thought the players would like seeing Pamela at the pool in Hawaii. She didn't come, but that's a cool Belichick story.
So anyway, first practice, which is like nothing. You just kind of like stretch, you mess around a little bit, and you walk off the field. I'm coming off, and I'm walking by Bill, and he looks at me, and he goes, "Hey, where's your girlfriend?" And I said, "Oh, Pam, she didn't come out." He goes, "Remind me why the I invited you out here then?" And he gave me this deadpan look. And I thought he was kidding, but he didn't crack a smile. And then I was like, wait, he's serious? Is he kidding? I just walked off like I couldn't figure it out. Like,
you didn't say anything back to him?
I think I just laughed it off. And I was like, wait, what? You really wanted me to bring Pam? Should I call her? Should I call her right now?
Wow. How y'all like that, guys?
That is crazy.
Bill Belichick drafting a punter because he wanted to get a look at Pamela Anderson in a bathing
Wait,
suit.
so it wasn't it's a deep snapper that he took to the Pro Bowl, I believe.
Oh,
is
yeah,
what it
sorry,
was.
selected the Pro Bowl.
He selected him to the Pro Bowl because he was like, oh, we're going to Hawaii. All the boys are going to be there.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, and then we're going to have Pam Anderson hanging out with us, so we're going to be good to go.
And that did not happen.
And he's just like, yeah, why did I pick you to the Pro Bowl? I could pick a different guy.
That is that's freaking awesome.
Would have loved to pick a different guy now that you're not that guy.
Not that guy. Yeah, David Ben was his name. So, who knows? Maybe that's a true story about Belichick. Maybe it's not. Belichick will never reveal it. You'll never find out from Belichick because
he'd have told you.
He's too secretive. But it sounds like that. All the clues point to Belichick. Maybe that's why he selected him to go to the Pro Bowl.
Are you surprised that Bill Belichick knew who Pam Anderson was? I feel like that's more surprising to me than any part of the rest of the story.
No, he's still
a man.
Yeah,
I know.
He's a red-blooded American.
I feel like Bill Belichick, you'd be like, hey, do you think that girl over there is cute? And he'd be like, I bet you can't read a defense.
Yeah, it's true. He probably would, he probably want to know her merit in terms of making his roster.
Yeah.
But he definitely knows a sex symbol like Pam Anderson.
No doubt.
Yeah, she's a sex symbol. That's a great question. I wonder how many random sex symbols you can ask Bill Belichick about and how many he would know.
Yeah, what year is the cutoff?
Yeah, exactly. Because Pam Anderson obviously is still in the wheelhouse during Baywatch years, so Baywatch Prime is what?
Yeah,
early
I can
90s?
tell you, let's put it this way.
What, we early
he
90s
has
here?
no clue who Zendaya is.
Oh, no way. No way. Definitely cuts off there.
Yeah.
I think he might know Lisa Bonet.
Oh, for sure.
Like randomly because of the Cosby Show and stuff.
Yeah.
He might know that or something. I'm trying to think about where the cutoff would be for him, sex symbols.
Well, you got to
for Bill
remember,
Belichick.
too, I mean, Bill Belichick has had a bunch of good-looking football players on his squad that have brought in some
the Gronk, Gronk,
some dimes.
Yeah, because Gronk and Edelman, right?
Yeah,
Edelman date like a Miss Universe?
Yes, he did.
Oh, they didn't get, or maybe they were or something at one point. I don't know if they were anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And he definitely knows Giselle.
Oh, for sure. And she brought in friends.
So, I'm saying, exactly.
Yeah, so
you're saying Bill Belichick might be...
He's still in the game.
He might be.
He's still in the game.
He's more and more knowledgeable about the sex symbols around
because
pop
he
culture.
does his research.
I like that
do
story.
his research.
That's a great story.
It is.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I missed that one during the Manning cast. All right, we'll come back. We'll get into more flex announcements on the other side. We have the running backs coming up. We'll also review all the flex selections and also get back to some Mike Leach discussion during Rod's Round of the Day. Texas basketball, big win over Rice. We'll talk about that as well. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reach the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. My man Patrick doing a great job DJing a Top of the Charts Tuesday. Also, you can be a part of the show. Specs text line's the best way to do it. 512-337-3776. Also, All Flex Tuesday. We continue our announcements of our All Flex team. We'll review all of the Flex members who have been revealed thus far, and we'll also give you the running backs who are now on our All Flex team. We'll do that here momentarily. Then the 6 o'clock, top of the 6 o'clock, we will give you the quarterbacks for All Flex. We'll get back to our Mike Leach tribute. We're going to talk some Texas basketball here as well. Texas basketball, big win over Rice last night. We'll get into that discussion coming up here in just a second. But to review the All Flex team that you have heard so far. Remember, we started this morning with B&E, went to Light the Tower, also Chad and Zay, all revealing defense, special teams, and we actually the start of the offensive selections for our All Flex team. So here is the defense. Okay, I get a little flex music, please, Patrick. Sorry about that. Just make sure. I'm not Snoop, but we got to get you in the mood. Yeah, get that
feel
flex.
like we're with Snoop
get that
right
flex,
now.
baby. Get that flex vibe. Get that flex vibe. Get that flex energy. All right, shout out. All right, so defensive line were introduced this morning. All Flex defensive lineman, D lineman Caleb Dickey out of Crockett, Damian Wimberly out of Vandergrift, Prince Will Umanmielen out of Manor, and defensive lineman Colton Vasic out of Westlake. Also, all those guys make our All Flex defensive line. The linebacker Reed Vines out of Cedar Park, Ivy Webb out of Anderson, Brody Bueno out of Hutto. Those are the All Flex linebackers. The defensive backs, the DBs, my man Jalen Gilbert out of Round Rock, currently actually committed to Vanderbilt recently. Shout out to him and congrats. Alex Foster, who is just a machine out of Vandergrift. He is a beast. He also makes it as I remember one of our DBs on our All Flex list, Peyton Morgan out of Pflugerville Weiss. He makes it as a member of our All Flex team in the defensive backfield. And Justin Strong, shout out to Elgin, always representing. Really proud of Justin Strong and what he's done. He makes it as a member of our All Flex team in the defensive backfield. Moving on to the specialists. Yes, you got punter Oren Norrell of Westwood, kicker Patrick Helen of Buda Johnson. Returners are Cameron Cook and Leonard Moore. Cameron Cook out of Stony Point. Leonard Moore, Round Rock cornerback, who also I think could have made it as a DB too. It's just a really tight list this year, and all those guys are deserving. Long snapper Jake Helms out of Westlake. Shout out to him for making it as a long snapper. Then getting into the offensive line, we gave you these early in 3 o'clock. Jackson Harrison is a center from Liberty Hill. Slot T Mafia. Also,
shout out.
Yeah, right. I want one of those T-shirts. Y'all can get it. Send one to the station. We'd appreciate it. Offensive lineman Ian Reed out of Vandergrift. He makes it as well. Vandergrift still in action, by the way. Still getting ready for their state championship matchup. We'll give you some more details about that. Tyler Knapp out of Westlake, offensive tackle. He is a really good player for them. You know that their season just ended, but part of the reason that they went so deep in the playoffs was that offensive line, and Tyler Knapp, one of the leaders on that O-line. Jaden Chapman, one of the best offensive linemen in the country out of Harker Heights, makes it as an interior O-lineman.
254.
And Hudson Steelwell, once again, Slot T Mafia represented from Liberty Hill. He's an offensive lineman. So that makes up our offensive line on the All Flex team. You gave the receivers last hour, right?
That's right. We're going to go with the wide receivers out of Westlake. We're going to go with Jaden Greathouse. Big-time wide receiver. I think he lost his first game in his high school career, football career, just this past week, but his numbers are undeniable. Drayton Dickman out of Georgetown, wide receiver, who is a big part of the success that the Georgetown Eagles fly high, baby, fly high. And then, of course, Ed Small, wide receiver, newcomer of the year in the district for Anderson, one of the top wide receivers. By the way, he's a baseball commit to the University of Texas as well. Dual sport, baby. Yeah. Dual sport. And now, my man Rob Babers will give you the running backs that will be announced right now.
Yeah. All right. So running backs. I think one of these was pretty easy for everybody. Cedric Alexander makes it out of LBJ. He's a Vanderbilt commit. He is the Austin ISD all-time rushing leader. So, not only this year did he ball out, he's been balling out his entire career there for LBJ, so congrats.
Half the time he doesn't even play the fourth quarter.
You're correct about that. Yeah, controversy about them pulling away from teams in the manner in which they did. Dominant performances by him and the LBJ team all season long. All right, the other selection at running back, Quentin Joyner out of Manor. He is a four-star prospect, also one of the best running backs in the country, a USC commit.
Yes, yep.
And, he piled up over 1,700 yards rushing, almost over 9 yards per rush.
And Lincoln Riley was at the house the other day. He did a home visit just the other day.
Yeah, he's a difference maker. Certain guys move the chains. Some guys change the game. Quentin Joyner's a game changer.
For sure.
So those are the running backs for our all-flex team. There you go. We'll give you the quarterback for our all-flex team. That'll be coming up at the top of the 6 o'clock. There you go. And congrats to all of the different all-flex selections. By the way, we'll give you some details about how you can hang out with us tomorrow, too.
Yep.
Celebrate the flex.
No doubt.
Because we're going to be out amongst the people, and we'll give you some details about how you can hang out with us during that time. All right, before we get to the Mike Leach discussion, I'll get back to it. Of course, the sad news that Mike Leach passed away. And we've been paying tribute to Mike Leach in random forms all day long because he's deserving of it, of course. But we'll get back to that in Rod's Rant of the Day because I'll do my own kind of Mike Leach tribute, and we'll get to it from an X's and O's perspective, but also get to come on the impact of the legacy of the football revolutionary that Mike Leach turned out to be. But let's talk really quickly about Texas basketball, gentlemen. Big win for them last night. Of course, dealing with a lot of adversity, dealing with some controversy and adversity, both with their head coach, Chris Beard, being suspended for this game and for the foreseeable future. We don't really know what the future holds for Chris Beard as the head coach for Texas basketball, but they told Rodney Terry 2 hours before tip-off. During the shoot-around, he was going to be the interim coach. He found out, he revealed he found out about the Chris Beard situation around 7 a.m. and then found out he was going to be the interim coach 2 hours before tip-off. So, talk about a lot on your plate, all right, drinking through a fire hose, as they call it. And Texas started out a little slow. As a result, I think, of a lot of these different issues. There's probably a lot they were thinking about, talk about distractions, to say the least, for this group. So they did end up in a 10-point hole in the first half, closed out the first half with just a 4-point deficit there, 33-29, but largely on the efforts of Marcus Carr, who had 28 points. He was 9 of 16, 4 of 7 from three-point range. And Serge Rice, who really showed up in the overtime period. Texas was able to force it to overtime. He only had 11 points, but 7 of those came in the overtime period. They were crucial, clutch buckets. So you can criticize this team for being distracted and not coming out and starting fast, and they had to really dig themselves out of the hole the entire game. One thing I really liked about this group, thus, when they called about winning time, which is what Chris Beard talks about the last 5 minutes of the game, they really played some of their best basketball in winning time. Last 5 minutes of regulation, last 5 minutes, of course, of the overtime period. That's when you saw really the best of this team, and I think that showed you a lot of fortitude from this group.
Yeah, and one of the things that you can look at as this happened was, number one, give Rice a lot of credit. They came in and they were dialed in. They had some scorers on the floor that were making plays. They didn't shoot well from three. Rice didn't. They were 9 of 28. But when you look at what Texas was 5 of 22 from three-point land. And those are some of the things that worry me for later on. I expect them to get better. And the other things are, you talked about clutch time and winning time. You got to be better at the free throw line. This is back-to-back games where they've had opportunities at the free throw line to put games away, and they've come up short. So those are some of the things that I understand. Yesterday was one of those days. They were going through a lot, the focus and everything, and for them to pull out this win, kudos to them. That's what it's all about. And Rodney Terry, Coach Rodney Terry said that after the game. He said, guys, we're going to be dealt with adversity. We're going to have to deal with it. But these are the types of games that we need to win, and that's exactly what they did. So I'm impressed with the way that they fought. I give them a lot of credit. Patrick, you alluded to it earlier, the way that the fans came out and cheered those guys on and was really there to rally for them, cheering for Coach Terry, taking over the position in a tough situation. Timmy Allen was 7 of 9, so that was another back-to-back really good, efficient game for him as well. But you still need to see a little bit more, and this is me being the one thing that I'm going to be critical of is that backcourt, because that is what the expectations are. When that backcourt is in sync with all three of those guys being able to play together and one taking over past the other and trying to set everybody else up, that is going to be something that we're going to need to look at the end of the year. How are they gelling in that backcourt? And I heard the conversation earlier, I believe it was Craig Way talking about it. You know, this is only their 9th game together. So we can look at it that way as well. Everybody's still trying to fill each other out. They've only truly had one real road test where they went to New York. They won in the Valley, was truly a home game because you had all the fans. They're still trying to figure out who's going to take that lead. But it's important for me because you win championships with your backcourt play. That is going to be the biggest part. So I want to see what they can do then.
And yes, before we give my man Patrick the floor and get his thoughts, yes, Texter, I did see Evie's biceps.
Yeah, he was in the game.
I told my wife, she didn't even notice. I was like, babe, look at that dude's biceps.
Yeah, that little dude.
What?
Out there with the guns,
is he only doing curls?
That's it.
You
gotta make sure you get that extension on the threes.
Get him off of them curls, man. Curls for the girls. His biceps are now half of that's got to be genes. That's got to be just in the DNA. You don't get biceps like that just doing curls all day.
Right.
You ain't doing
that's
nothing else.
Genetically. He's genetics.
I noticed. I told my wife like, babe, look at. Sometimes my wife would do that to me. She'll shock me. Like she'll see a woman with a really nice, butt or really big breast. She'll go, babe, look at that woman's butt, and I'll go, yes. Oh, that's amazing. Look at that. And I did that to her. I was like, babe, look at that dude's biceps.
Yeah.
They're unbelievable.
They
She was like,
normal.
oh, that's amazing. And I was like, I had to tell you. I didn't want you to miss it, babe. Like, I'm looking at this man. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I wanted her to be impressed, too. Anyway, I digress. Patrick, you have the floor.
No, I mean, it was one of those nights where you saw it and it was, I said earlier, everything seemed to be, just that little hair second off of so many rebounds bouncing off of hands, guys bumping into each other, guys, balls bouncing out of bounds when you should have been able to wrangle it in.
Yeah.
All of those things just happening throughout the entire game. So it was one of those games where, honestly, after it was over, I was surprised we won, just because there was a certain point in it where you were just like, yeah, I don't know if they can pull it together. But they did, and the veterans really took the lead. There was a great ball don't lie moment of Brock Cunningham in there when Brock Cunningham grabs the rebound and Fiedler, their big man, comes right over the back of him to get the ball, which that's a foul. Because if Brock did that, that's a foul every day of the week. But then they go jump ball, and you're like, yeah, his hand's on the ball. He's on his back. Over the back, and they call a jump ball, goes Rice's way. They throw a ball up top. Brock cuts it off, comes back down, and dunks it. And you're like, well, there you go. Basketball gods have spoken on that one. You blew that call.
Everybody in my house is yelling, ball don't lie.
So you saw some moments, but like Brock Cunningham, really, you could tell he was in that game. There was points where he was going over to guys and being like, hey, man, just focus.
Yeah.
Just focus. Like, I get it. Focus. And that was where it was, a lot of those problems, even though there's going to be issues and this suspension is, or whatever happens, is going to be a while.
Exactly. Agreed.
I think the focus will come back to these guys much quicker. It's a day of, honestly, those guys' phones had to be ringing off the hook the entire day, text messages, everything else. It's very hard to focus when so it's not even, if you're not even thinking about that, you're just like, man, I haven't talked to this kid since junior high.
Exactly.
And he's texting me right now like, we're best friends, and he wants the inside scoop so he can tweet it first. Like, that's what you're dealing with all day, and then you got to go out there on the basketball court, and then you're trying to listen to music to get warmed up, and man, music goes away, and another phone call from your uncle. Didn't even show up at Thanksgiving, but now he's calling you. And, like, that's what's happening all day long. So,
yeah, you're right.
These guys are just not focused at all in this game. They picked it up at the end. There was a lot of turnovers. I agree with Harge. Marcus Carr, they need to figure out this offense at the end of games where you can't have three guys and still just play an ISO, but they don't even play a real ISO because they don't spread the court really well.
Correct.
Like, if you watch what Rice did, is that what they did was spread the court really well. Is they pulled out their center, they played him tight, but then they could make cuts to the basket, and you could just make cuts. And so everyone is making cuts. As long as you could get half step, you could lay the ball up because there was no rim protector around the basket because your big man's leading the offense from the perimeter. But that's spreading the court enough, whereas Texas would still have a Dessou or a Brock or a Christian Bishop kind of sitting in there because they want him to try and get an offensive rebound. They're not really spreading the court enough, and the guys – I mean, I'll give Brock, he's been starting to shoot some threes. They're letting Christian Bishop shoot some threes. I don't think he's hit one yet, but they're letting him shoot it. Dylan Dessou hit another one last night. If those guys can help spread the court a little bit more, that'll help. You could run a real ISO for a guy like Marcus Carr, but you want to figure something out there at the end of the games.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe for Marcus Carr, but this is a trend that, Hard, you talked about you have seen and observed for a while now, this pattern. Maybe the hero ball was just thinking, hey, man, we need somebody to pull us out of this rut.
Right.
To spark this team, to bring more juice, and I think he was just trying to do that. But I agree with you guys down the stretch. I mean, you got to make sure you're, especially with those three guards, you thought that would be your strength is down the stretch, decision-making, ball handling, that you would be in an advantageous position because you have three veteran guards.
Yeah.
And I think they will. I think they will be in that position as the season goes on. I agree with Craig, too. It's only been 9 games.
Right. It's only been 9.
It's been but they've been hit with a ton of adversity so far. The leadership will be tested and see if the team is a player-led team.
Yeah.
That's what you want from this team now.
And
they got to be a
the
player-led
beautiful
team
part.
now.
Yeah, that's the beautiful part when you really break it down and who they are and where they are trying to go. And that's what I heard Craig talk about this too. He said that Rodney Terry grabbed those guys together and said, I really need you guys to take care of it.
You have to.
I need you guys to be the leaders. Think about it. How many of these guys are 5th-year, 6-year seniors? We're talking about Brock Cunningham. Brock Cunningham still has another year. He's
Super seniors.
Yeah. You still have that leadership. And I saw that Brock Cunningham gave Rodney Terry the game ball from last night, getting his first win. I mean, there's so much leadership there, but yesterday they were really tested for their leadership.
And again, I think and a lot of this too is no one knew what was happening really until you're ready to go, and there was no time to take anything in because you didn't know who your coach was. You didn't know if he was going to show up. You didn't know if Chris Beard was going to walk through that door. You didn't know if they were going to go, oh, man, it's all been thrown out. Nothing happened. Sorry, big false flag.
Yeah.
Or you didn't know if they were going to walk in and go, hey, man, he's fired. Transfer portal's open. If you all guys want to get out, here's the rules we have to tell you.
So many
you don't
things.
know what's happening, and then they're like, all right, we're playing the game.
The game's happening.
So there's a lot that goes into that. And, I mean, there's guys on this team, if we want to talk about adversity, like what's happening now sucks. Timmy Allen has been through severe adversity in his life.
Correct.
Losing his mom and his only parent when he was a kid.
Agreed.
So, there's guys who have been through a lot worse on this team that are going to be able to help you. I don't think this is going to. This will not end anything. It's a one day. If they played today even or tomorrow, I don't think they play as poorly as they did and just as unbalanced and unfocused as they did to that day. It's literally, we said Rodney Terry. Between learning and seeing that he's a head coach, had 10 hours to get through, and then 2 hours to be a head coach. That is not a lot of time to do any of those things.
No.
So
but luckily he was a head coach before.
Yes. And luckily he is. Rodney Terry is a great leader, man. Rodney Terry is a great person.
Yeah.
So, but I think this is one of those games that after it's all said and done, you'll look at the game film maybe once and you just go, look, man, we all know what this game was.
Right.
We could beat Rice 20 times out of 20 and better than this. But look, it was what it was. Let's move ahead and let's focus on our next competitor. We got to go play Stanford and Dallas on Sunday, so let's focus on that.
Yep. The Coast to Coast Challenge. Texas will be facing Stanford. The ladies also are in that, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Ladies will be playing.
They play after Texas.
They play after
play.
the men play. So, all right, there you go. Little Texas basketball discussion, but there's a lot of talk about Texas basketball, not about all the stuff that's on the court, team battling some adversity, but they get the win, 87-81 over the Rice Owls. Sad news about Mike Leach passing away. We'll celebrate the life of the football revolutionary, the football philosopher and legend, Mike Leach, on the other side on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We know that, we know Bud Light's the perfect beer for all occasions and any occasion. That's what makes it the world's #1 light beer. That's why everybody loves Bud Light. That's why I love Bud Light. But there are plenty of reasons to love Bud Light because it's also the perfect beer for your football festivities. When anytime you're enjoying football like I was last night, you can enjoy America's favorite game and America's favorite beer. Bud Light and football, that is a championship tag team. So, folks, remember, make sure your fridge is stocked with Bud Light, the world's #1 selling light beer, and also Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the University of Texas, the domestic beer sponsor of the University of Texas. So now when you're cheering on the Longhorns, you can do it by displaying your burnt orange pride because they have these commemorative burnt orange bottles. You can find them at your local grocery store and convenience store. And trust me, folks, they are beautiful. That perfect burnt orange hue that we all love. So you can represent the Longhorns while also drinking your favorite beer. That's Bud Light. Brewed right here deep in the heart of Texans since 1982 by Texans for Texans, and proud of it. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. I want to get into Mike Leach a little bit and have a discussion about Mike Leach and his greatness, the football revolutionary, football philosopher. Man, honestly, a legend. He was a walking legend, too, at the time. He was already a legend by the time he had taken the Washington State job. And we talk about, how Deion was, now he's one of these really, dynamic personalities that seems to be magnetic and people are just drawn to him, media drawn to him. Mike Leach was one of those coaching rock stars, too. And there are a few of them every now and then, but he was a coaching rock star. Like, literally just it's the only way you could describe him. And, the air raid, which we all know that was his was his baby. He and Hal Mummy. And he is definitely I don't think he gets credit for creating the air raid, but definitely gets credit for popularizing the air raid and making it a household term. The term came from their time when they were at Iowa Wesleyan, and there was a wacky fan, diehard fan, that would bring an actual air raid siren to the games. And he would play the air raid siren when they would score. And there is actually a clip somewhere of Mike Leach doing the air raid siren noise. He actually does it a lot. And they give him credit for naming it the air raid because he said at the time, hey, we should just call it the air raid since they play that damn air raid siren all the time. It was a throwaway comment. It was much like when Bill Parcells named the West Coast offense. It was Bill Parcells mocking Bill Walsh, actually. He had beaten Bill Walsh in the game. In the postgame, he said, yeah, now what do y'all think of that West Coast offense? That bunch of BS West Coast junk. And everybody was like, oh, that kind of fits. I like that West Coast offense. And that's basically what it's really picked up as the West Coast offense. And just much like Mike Leach, it was a throwaway comment. He was like, let's call it the air raid. It ran that damn air raid siren. And it just stuck. Everybody now calls it the air raid. That's the true origin of the term. But the genesis of the scheme to me and the philosophy is important. Because I always say, people believe that, concepts that are groundbreaking and revolutionary, like, the West Coast offense and the Tampa 2 scheme and, all these, revolutionary football ideas that they were basically presented from the football gods on some mountaintop. And they were given the tablets of concepts and philosophy. That's not how it happens. The truth is, most football philosophy is just a coach trying to solve a problem. They're problem solvers. They're trying to solve a problem, and then they stumbled upon something revolutionary in the process, right? The West Coast offense was simply Bill Walsh trying to figure out how to maximize Virgil freaking Carter. Virgil Carter was a quarterback who didn't have a really live arm. He didn't have great arm talent, but he was really smart and he's really accurate. It's like, all right, how can I work with Virgil Carter, try to maximize this guy? Built a system around Virgil freaking Carter there at Cincinnati, and turns out the rest is history. Virgil Carter at one point led the NFL in completion percentage in 1971, and then Bill Walsh said, if this can work for Virgil Carter, he tweaked this thing a little bit. It worked for everybody, and it did. All right, that's the beginning of it. Same thing with Mike Shanahan's zone blocking scheme for the Shanahan run scheme. People think, man, he tweaked it over time. No. He was with the Raiders, and he had in the backfield Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen, and said to himself, I keep telling Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen where to run with the football. That seems stupid. They're both smarter and better athletes than me. I'm not going to give them one option. I'm not going to say, hey, run through the A gap. Hey, Marcus Allen, run through the B gap. Hey, Bo Jackson, run through the C gap. No. These guys are elite athletes. I'm going to give them options. So we're going to run the zone blocking scheme. They'll get like 3 or 4. They want to cut it back, cut it back. You want to run front side, run front side. You want to cut both backside, go backside. You can slow play it. You can fast play it. You do what you want to do. That's the zone blocking scheme was meant to give the running back the power and the options because he wanted to give Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen more opportunity to be successful. Smart
that makes
man.
Him smart.
Smart
that
man.
Makes him smart.
Yeah, as I say, it wasn't some grand scheme. No, he's just trying to solve a problem. Joe Gibbs, when Joe Gibbs popularized the H-back, you know what he's trying to do? How to block Lawrence Taylor on the edge. I got to block this dude on the edge. Well, a tackle can't do it. Well, a tight end can't do it. All right, you know what? I'm going to put a tackle over there, and I'm going to put another big, giant tackle/athlete over there. We'll call him an H-back. Basically, he's another tackle/tight end. So we'll see if Lawrence Taylor can run around 2 of these big guys. And there you go. There's your H-back. Brilliant. Help them win Super Bowls because they can beat Lawrence Taylor and the Giants. That's all you're trying to solve problems. And the problem that Hal Mummy was trying to solve was I want to I want to take this great game of football, which, in his opinion, had become way too convoluted. He wanted to remove and strip away the complication and the convolution, at the time, this voluminous monotony of conventional football theory. Your playbook's got to be the size of a telephone book. Oh, that means we're a great offense. Remember John Gruden with that nonsense? Triple Y banana, F white left side. What the hell are you?
Banana.
What are you talking about?
That
Why
makes
you have a
zero
30-word
sense.
play?
Exactly.
What? That makes no sense to anybody.
He's an offensive genius.
You ain't smart enough to learn my system. What?
Yeah.
Your system is stupid.
It's trash.
Exactly.
It's trash.
And Hal Mummy decided, no, we need to strip it down. It's too complicated. And essentially believed in, more, I think he said more processed in playbooks. So one-word play calls, slim playbooks. Yeah. You're talking about, so slim a playbook you can put it on the index card. Or we might not even have a playbook. We may just simplify the teaching technique and allow for maximum execution and performance. That is why the air raid is considered more of a philosophy, more of a religion than it is a scheme. The air raid, here's the quote from Mike Leach's book about the air raid. The air raid is more of a process than a playbook. Keeping things simple, stressing execution over matchups, and seemingly endless repetition of a relatively small number of plays in practice, and what links the air raid past and present. It's just, and I love this quote about the air raid too. It's everywhere and nowhere, said Nate Tice. Everyone in college runs wide cross. Everyone runs air raid concepts 100 times a game. It is everywhere and nowhere. We'll get back into that, but the beauty of the foundation, the origins of the air raid was just Hal Mummy. You talked about how you played it against an Hal Mummy air raid offense. Yep. That he was just trying to simplify it for his son says for high school kids. His son told the Associated Press, his son Matt, he said he was basically trying to dumb this thing down for guys that were just learning to play football. When Mummy came up with the system, it was less about a sea change in the way football is played and more about making lofty football concepts available and simple for teenagers.
Yep.
That's it. It's what is simplified for people because I think he had thought football had become way too complicated. They were trying to complicate the process over and over again, and he did not. And one of the things that's also really cool about, kind of the origin story of the air raid, and I think it's kind of a natural benefit of it, was that it actually adds value to your programs. And I don't know if Mike Leach was thinking about this at the time, and him and Hal Mummy. But when you think about how it adds value to a program, the New York Times writer, I believe, Michael Lewis, and this was like 15, 17 years ago, he wrote a piece about Mike Leach. And he compared Mike Leach to Billy Beane. Called him basically college football's Billy Beane. And what he meant by that was how he had an insert quarterback here offense and was able to have prolific record-setting offenses with quarterbacks who weren't highly recruited necessarily. But they ended up overachieving in a lot of aspects, right? Whether it be your Tim Couches or your Josh Heupel or Cliff Kingsbury, B.J. Simmons, Sonny Cumbie, Cody Hodges, Graham Harrell, Taylor Potts, Connor Halliday, you name it. I mean, Luke Falk, list goes on and on.
When you say Billy Beane, you're talking about Moneyball, correct?
Talking about Moneyball.
There you go.
And basically what he is saying is that Mike Leach figured out, instead of me trying to go get the top, 4 or 5-star recruit at quarterback, trying to go get those guys who are obviously, if you're at Texas Tech or you're at Washington State, it's going to be really, really tough. You're fighting a losing battle. That's a fool's errand. He decided to really focus in on just a few qualities at quarterback that were specific to the success of a quarterback in his air raid system. 3 things. When they asked Mike Leach about recruiting a quarterback, is he accurate? Number 1. Mike Leach often said the other thing is you can grab a shortstop and teach him to play quarterback easier than you can make someone accurate. So he said, I'm not going to take a big arm quarterback who can't hit the nail on the head. I need a quarterback that can be accurate, and you can't teach accuracy is basically what Mike Leach said. I can't teach that. He also said decision-making and quick feet. Those are his 3 things. He said, if I find those 3 things, he'll be great in my system. I don't give a damn what his star rating is. I don't give a damn where you have him ranked. He good in my system. And that's why insert quarterback here. That's a Moneyball approach to it. Taking undervalued skills, undervalued traits, all right, and extracting value from them. That's all Moneyball was. That's what Billy Beane was doing. Everybody thought he was crazy. And much like Mike Leach, everybody's like, oh, it's crazy. It'll never work. The hell is he talking about? It'll never work. Well, I think we all know it worked. Billy Beane's laughing too, and so is Mike Leach somewhere up there laughing too. He was laughing before that. Yeah. But that's why it's a money one. And I give my man Bobby Burton some credit. He wrote a great piece at Inside Texas, talked about how Mike Leach also is responsible. Think about this. He's right. He's responsible for the popularity of the slot receiver, too. He started because when the original air raid was a two-back system. Hell, let me say a lot of our plays were just two-back systems because it was coming from the 80s. He still ran two-back. He wanted to throw it a lot, much like the original West Coast was a two-back system. And then it was Mike Leach who came in, the Pirate, and said, man, we're making a 10 personnel grouping. 1 back, 0 tight ends, 4 wide receivers on the field. Blitz them with speed. That's what we should do. That's what he did when he went to Oklahoma. And with that, you had those 2 slot receivers. And they became weaponized in that air raid offense. And my man Bobby Burton brings up, he said the invention is the creation of the slot receiver who was not the typical personnel that stargazers like him were looking out for, right? He was a scout. He wasn't looking out for stuff like that. He's a recruiting expert. He wasn't looking out for slot wide receivers, little tiny speedy guys. Now we love those guys. Leach found value in smaller, productive high school players that had pretty much been shunned in the recruiting process. Red Raiders like Nehemiah Glover. Remember that guy? Mm-hmm. Remember Wes Welker? Yep. Danny Amendola. Unknown names in recruiting, yet Leach saw the value in certain skills and traits that he could utilize in his offense. And trust me, Wes Welker, he beat me once in 2002, so I know it all too well. And that's part of Leach's legacy, too.
Right.
Is that money ball approach, not only at quarterback, but also at receiver. And so that innovation also ends up adding value. And something people don't talk about a lot, I brought this up actually when we talked about Deion Sanders, the free media, right? Free media, people always say that, President Trump actually won the election, on free media. He had $5 billion of free media during the election, and Hillary Clinton only had like $3.2 billion in free media. She outspent him in the election, but she didn't get more free media, free publicity than President Trump did, and it did a lot to swing the election. Starbucks once in a Game of Thrones episode, they left out a coffee cup in the episode. Don't ask me why. They made a mistake. And it wasn't even a Starbucks cup. And Starbucks got $2.3 billion in free media advertising because everybody kept referencing Starbucks on social media in reference to the gaffe by Game of Thrones and HBO. Mm-hmm. My point is, free media, it's tough to put a price on it and quantify it. All the free publicity you get. They talk about this all the time in March Madness when these little schools, these mid-majors end up going into the tournament and getting national attention for a few days and getting all that free media. When you made Mike Leach your head coach, whether it was Washington State or his time there at Texas Tech or his time at Mississippi State, you probably had more free media than, I would say probably 95% of the teams in the FBS. Because everybody wanted to hear what Mike Leach had to say.
For sure.
Mike Leach had a sound bite. Everybody's going to listen to it. If Mike Leach had a quote, everybody's going viral.
They couldn't wait to put a microphone in front of them. Yeah.
So in terms of free media, in terms of now Deion don't do it now. He's going to bring more free media to Colorado than any coach in college football. But before that, it was Mike Leach.
Yep.
You had to hear what Mike Leach was going to say about a certain topic. And you knew it was going to be insightful, but you also knew it was going to be entertaining and provocative.
Very.
That was Mike Leach in a nutshell. So he always added value. His scheme added value. He added value. Mm-hmm. Everything about the man added great value to a program. And I know we're up against it, so I'll kind of end on this note too. What I do like about, I think, kind of the lasting legacy of it, if it is a religion, then it's about spreading the gospel. And nobody spreads the gospel better than the air raid quarterbacks of this air raid system. And I remember at one time the belief by NFL scouts was that the air raid system is so simple and so rudimentary that the quarterbacks who operate these systems are just simply system quarterbacks. Because the systems of the NFL are way too complicated for somebody who runs a system where you can just put the plays on just an index card. They can't run something that complicated like the NFL system. And then the NFL was so ignorant. I'm not joking about this. They were so ignorant about the air raid system, they didn't find out until like 10 years ago that the air raid quarterbacks actually call their own plays. They just found out. Here's a tweet from Michael Lombardi. He says, a team asked Luke Falk who calls the runs at Washington State. Falk said, head coach Mike Leach only calls passes. All the runs are done at the line of scrimmage. Now, that is an amazing setup. That was when the NFL actually found out, like on a widespread basis, that the air raid quarterbacks in most of those systems are calling and audibling their own plays at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
Before they thought, oh no, all the calls are being made on the sideline, and none of those guys are making calls. Well, it turns out they were wrong about that. Because they were all too arrogant to go study the air raid. And now the truth, we know the air raid it's all around you and it's everywhere. And these quarterbacks who once were mocked, now that's your Patrick Mahomes. Jalen Hurts worked in an air raid system. Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield. Jared Goff is an air raid quarterback. Yep. Geno Smith.
Because he played for Sonny Dykes out there in
exactly.
Cal.
Geno Smith comes from Dana Hogan's air raid system. Matter of fact, you look at the top rated passers in the NFL right now, 4 of the top 7 come from air raid systems. Look at the top passers and TD passes, 4 of the top 5 air raid system quarterbacks. The NFL was so wrong about air raid quarterbacks, now they didn't even want to talk about how wrong they were about it.
Right.
Because it was just ignorance that they were perpetuating over and over again. And now people are wiser to understand, oh no, the air raid quarterbacks, I mean, that's the future of your quarterbacking.
Right.
Drake May, air raid quarterback, who's going to probably be the number 1 overall pick. That's the future. He was way ahead of everybody, and everybody else is behind the times. And to this now, you got programs like Wisconsin, traditionally been a ground and pound program, who now want to run the air raid. And the reason is because this air raid is attractive. The irony is the air raid was built on an insert quarterback here system, so I can take an undervalued quarterback and he can overachieve in my system. Now teams like Wisconsin are installing the air raid so they can attract big-time blue-chip quarterbacks because it's a system that is sexy, that puts up prolific stats. How about the irony in that? Full circle.
Right.
Now teams are installing the air raid to get big-time quarterbacks to play for their programs because Lincoln Riley runs the air raid, and those are Heisman quarterbacks. 3 or 4 Heisman finalists are running some version of the air raid. It is everywhere. Fort Verts. You know what Fort Verts is? Air raid concepts. Your wide cross, your mesh. You talking about mesh? Mesh is air raid, baby. It's everywhere. Everywhere you look, fingerprints of the air raid, Hal Mummy, and the late, great Mike Leach.
The pirate.
He belongs to the ages now. God bless the man.
Swing your sword, brother.
Hey, you want to take him out with some Mike Leach doing the air raid siren?
Oh, please. You found it?
I found it. We got it. So we'll send you out before we go to break here.
There we go.
It's just, loud, as can be because it's echoing off those walls. What? So it goes.
I love that. All right, we'll be right back. This is Ball Don't Lie. What if we're not the horn? Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Top of the charts Tuesday. We play jams that reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. This day in history also paying tribute to the legendary coach Mike Leach, who passed away yesterday as well. All right, we'll get back to that conversation. A little off the record here. I don't know if we'll have as much time as I'd like to discuss this, so we can probably hit it up on the other side if we don't finish this. But the NBA has gone out of their way to reveal the new names, basically newly named trophies, which are named in honor of NBA legends. So all of their postseason awards, their Kia Performance Awards, will now have namesakes, basically. The honor will go to Michael Jordan as the MVP trophy, so the Michael Jordan MVP trophy. It will be the Jerry West trophy awarded to Kia's NBA Clutch Player of the Year. There will be Hakeem Olajuwon Trophy, which awarded to the NBA Defensive Player of the Year. The Wilt Chamberlain Trophy, awarded to the Rookie of the Year. And the John Havlicek Trophy, awarded to the Kia Sixth Man of the Year. George Mikan Trophy, awarded to the Most Improved Player of the Year. What say you, Hard? You disagree with any of these tributes?
No, I do not disagree. No, I do not disagree. I think it's something that, after, like everything else, we were talking about change, right? Adjusting to different times. And I think this is something that's important. And remember, didn't they just change the Bill Russell?
The Finals MVP.
Yeah, they changed that. So when you do that, you might as well try to make some adjustments. I mean, how many times have we been talking about changing the logo, right? There's been so many different opportunities for things to happen. So for them, I have no problem with it. I think, you can change a lot of things to make it more modernized.
But that's the thing, is it's not more modernized. None of these kids know who most of these players are. None of them most of these parents' grandparents never saw Jerry West play basketball.
Right.
I get it. And so I get there's part of it. I get what this is.
No, I didn't.
This is the NBA basically trying to bring back and be like, hey, remember when you liked basketball? It's just like that. It's like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
And you can name whatever. You can
Nostalgia.
name whatever. The trophies themselves look really ugly.
Those are terrible looking
They don't have any
trophies.
likeness of the superstar.
No, they do. The newer ones.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. And that's the thing, is there's a little guy in like a glass. Yeah, they're weird.
I can't tell if that's Jerry West's.
I believe it is Jerry West.
But you're right.
He said, I believe.
Hakeem Olajuwon, I guess, is supposed to be. But you're right there in like a glass, like a crystal case.
And then there's the weird part is, and I get what Zay was talking about, because it's not that Hakeem doesn't deserve to have an award named after him. It's just, if you were to say, name the best 5 defensive players, you may not name Hakeem because you don't think of him. He's a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, but you're like, oh yeah, the dream fade. Like, he was an all-around insanely good player. So it's always just that kind of like, if you were to go to Hakeem and go, like, hey, do you want to be remembered as the greatest defensive player of all time? Be like, well, no, because I was better than that. I was better than the greatest defensive player of all time.
Yeah.
Well, what award should he
But
be
that's the
named
thing, and
after?
that's what you get. Like Wilt Chamberlain, you'd be like, well, no one thinks of Wilt Chamberlain as the greatest rookie
I
of
know
all time.
the whichever one's weird too.
So
I
there's
get
some
that
of
one.
those that are a little bit weirder. Like the Defensive Player of the Year, what would make more sense in my head is the Dikembe Mutombo.
Yeah, but
Because he won 4 Defensive Player of the Years.
I think they want a GOAT there, though.
Exactly.
I think they
And
want
so
a GOAT
I
representing
get why
it.
they did it.
Yeah.
For me, it's like, it's fine. You'll put their names on it. I would not make it that trophy. I would make it the Hakeem Olajuwon Defensive Player. It's the Hakeem Olajuwon Defensive Player of the Year. Make Defensive Player of the Year the marquee thing.
I got you.
Don't tie these young kids in, comparing them, because now you're going to be like, hey, man, you're a good defensive player. You're the Hakeem Olajuwon. Like, oh, we just want to remind you that you are not close. You are not touching this guy.
It's gonna be a while for them to get close to Hakeem. But I'm with you. This is a good point, though. The nostalgia thing is definitely what they're playing with.
Yeah.
They want nostalgia.
But most of it was, I just saw the trophies, and they did not look.
The trophies were ugly.
The trophies are not a thing that I'd be like, man, I was one of the best players in the NBA this year. I'm glad I got this trophy that looks like I'm most improved at my sales team meeting.
No, do they give out an award for the player that averages that leads the league in scoring and leads the league in rebounding and stuff like that?
I don't think so.
Because MLS, don't they have the
the
leader in goals or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, that's probably what you should do, because someone says Dennis Rodman award for the most rebounds.
Yeah, you
like
can't
that.
have the Dennis Rodman award.
Yeah.
because when he does something stupid, you can't have your name tied to Dennis Rodman.
That's very true.
Yeah, there was certain. That's what me and Zay talked before the show. We're like, most of those really good defensive players, you can't put their name on an award because they're insane.
Yeah, because
that's
they
why
different.
Then you just answered your question. That's why the dream is there. Then
I know, but I was like,
Dream is very safe.
Dikembe's a great guy.
Yeah, but Dikembe's not a goat.
No, he's not at all.
He's just a great.
He
player.
is making commercials now.
Yeah.
4-time defensive player of the year.
I know. Like I said,
Hakeem only won it twice.
They want goats on there. I know. Only twice.
Only twice.
All right, and he never did the finger wave like Dikembe.
Yeah, I don't think
that would be
Dikembe-
a great trophy though.
Yeah,
where
the
it
finger wave
just goes like this.
They should make it wag
Where
back
it
and
goes
forth.
like-
Yeah, it should be like a bobblehead. Yeah, like a bobblehead, and just wags back and forth.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back.
I dig that.
We'll get to the All Flex announcement for the QB for the All Flex team right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104 down the horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Having a lot of fun on the show today, celebrating the life of Mike Leach. Still sad about his passing, but celebrating the life of a great coach, Mike Leach. We'll get back to that conversation here. We got our all-flex announcements that continue. We'll give you the selections for our all-flex team that have already been revealed, and then we'll give you the QB on our all-flex team. Top of the charts Tuesday, we play jams. I reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. My man Patrick doing a great job DJing a top of the charts Tuesday. You can be a part of the show. Specs text line is the best way to do it. 512-337-3776. A lot of you out there also paying tribute to Mike Leach. We appreciate it. Some of you texters are just wrong about stuff. U of H ran what they call the run and shoot. It wasn't an air raid in the 80s, but nice try. It's okay. And the owners ran the same thing, too. We love you, Blue, running shoot. So, anyway, please continue your participation on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. We got to get to our all-flex team here, folks. All right, let me give you the selections that have already been announced. My man Harge is going to give you wide receivers, but also he's going to give you the QB. That's right. He's going to reveal the all-flex QB. All right, so let me give you the rundown. All day long, we've been revealing our all-flex team. Congrats to all of these folks. And trust me, it came down to heated debates and discussions about these selections. Rod B's got his opinions about selections, too, but all of these guys are very deserving. Defensive line, Caleb Dickey from Crockett, Damian Wimberly out of Vandergrift, Prince Will Uman-Mielen out of Manor, and Colton Vosick out of Westlake, who will be going to the 40 acres. Those are your defensive linemen. That is a hell of a group right there. Your linebackers, Reed Vines out of Cedar Park, Ivy Webb from Anderson.
Tackling machine.
Yeah, he's a beast. And Brody Bueno, love the name.
Another one.
Out of Hutto. He is also, he is a tackling machine, no question.
Another one.
DBs, shout out to the DBs. You got Jalen Gilbert out of Round Rock. He's one of the best DBs in the area. As a matter of fact, he didn't even have an offer when we first ranked him on our preseason all-flex watch list. Now he's already decommitted from Washington State and committed to Vanderbilt recently. Alex Foster, I swear Alex Foster is some version of a Terminator series that was sent back in time to just hunt down ball carriers and terminate ball carriers. His stats are crazy, ridiculous, 182 tackles, and he's just a junior, very deserving out of Vandergrift, and he's still playing right now. He's a big part of their wins. Peyton Morgan out of Pflugerville Weiss makes it as a DB in our defensive backfield. Love his game. Very natural, very fluid. He's got 6 interceptions, 2 pick sixes on the season. Very deserving. And Justin Strong, and we can't say enough about Justin Strong, man. He got to play both ways. Talking about Iron Man football, Jim Thorpe style football for Elgin, and did a great job for him this year. I'll admit I'm a cornerback, so we didn't have a cornerback really on for our all-flex defensive backs. All these guys are safeties. I think the best cornerback in the area is probably Leonard Moore out of Round Rock. I think another one might be David Jeffrey, but I don't get to make all these final decisions. I think a lot of it hurt him because you had one selection up there already with my man Jalen Gilbert from the same school. Also, he's a punt return selection for us as well as one of the area punt returns for the all-flex team. That might have hurt him a little bit. And I think for corners in high school, I'll just be honest, I think it's going to be tough for them to make it because they don't have the stats. You got to go out there and watch those guys. You got to go watch Leonard Moore and see that nobody's targeting the guy, and that's why he's just locking down receivers. So it might be tougher for those guys, but congrats to all the DBs that made it. The kickers, punters, return specialists, Owen Norrell of Westwood is a punter. Kicker, Patrick Helene out of Buda Johnson. Returners, Cameron Cook out of Stony Point. He is a hell of a player. I heard Craig talking about he could have been easily one of our running back selections for the all-flex team. Really good player, and he is committed to TCU. Good player. Going to play at the next level. Will be really impressive.
Sure.
Leonard Moore, I just talked about him. I think he's the best corner in Central Texas, potentially. Out of Round Rock, also a junior, but also makes it as a returner. Long snapper, Jake Helms out of Westlake. Shout out to him. Also, center, we're going to the offensive line now. Center, Jackson Harrison out of Liberty Hill, so shout out to him, making it that slot T Mafia. Offensive lineman, you got Ian Reed out of Vandergrift, and yeah, man, this young man is just a straight-up house. I mean, 6'6", 315, also a Clemson commit out of Vandergrift. Tyler Knapp, 6'4", 275 on that Westlake line, putting in work. Also a tackle. Jaden Chapman, one of the best offensive linemen in the country, offers from Bama, Texas, LSU, Oklahoma, A&M, Baylor, you name it. 6'4", 300 interior offensive lineman. He makes it out of Harker Heights.
254.
Yeah, exactly. And Hudson Stillwell, once again, Slot T Mafia, man. Please send me a T-shirt or a hat. I would love one. Liberty Hill, Hudson Stillwell makes it, so they're represented twice on our all-flex offensive line. Receivers, Harge, who you got?
We got Jaden Greathouse out of Westlake. Kid has been at Westlake, been on the varsity since his freshman year. Now he's off to Notre Dame. Drayton Dickman from Georgetown, top wide receiver, continues to make plays, a major part to the success that Georgetown has had. Fly high, Eagles, fly high. And Ed Small, wide receiver from Anderson, a University of Texas commit, only a sophomore. Expect big things from him. At the running back position, we have Cedric Alexander from LBJ, Austin ISD's all-time leading rusher. By the way, kid didn't even get to play in half the games in the second half because they had up big numbers. He could have put that thing completely out of reach. And Quentin Joyner, running back, committed to USC. Lincoln Riley was just in the house the other day out of Manor. Big-time running back, expecting big-time things at USC. But most importantly, he's our all-flex our all-flex team running back, he and Cedric Alexander. In the moment everyone's been waiting for, coming in for quarterback for the all-flex team is Braden Buchanan from Vandegrift. This guy is still in the playoffs. He's a big-time baseball committed to play at Baylor, but he has just been willing his team and continuing to put up big numbers, and he is our all-flex team quarterback. Quarterback Braden Buchanan from Vandegrift.
Yeah, man. They're still playing right now. Vandegrift will be in the playoffs trying to win it all.
Playing against DeSoto.
Yeah. That's a big matchup for them. Wimberley, shout out to them. They're playing Carthage also in the state championship game. There you go. Braden Buchanan makes it. Congratulations to him, the Vandegrift quarterback. Over 3,200 passing yards, 65% completion percentage, 29 touchdowns, only 5 picks so far.
That's
also threw in 9 rushing touchdowns. But, hey, man, the quarterback position is about getting the dub, getting the wins, and that's what Braden Buchanan has been helping the Vandegrift Vipers do. So congrats to all of the all-flex selections. Please go to flxatx.com, flxatx, all of your social media platforms. You can find out more details there. But congrats to all these guys. And trust me, there were other selections from the all-flex finalists that we thought, hey, were deserving. But we, got into some heated debates about this, did some deep dive, rabbit holing research about it, and came up with our all-flex list. Really proud of it. And congrats to all of those selections.
Yep,
all right, so go to flxatx.com, flxatx on all of your social media platforms. All right,
And tomorrow.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, yes.
Tomorrow
yes.
we will be
please. Thank you, brother.
at Pluckers, and we encourage all these players that have been named to the inaugural all-flex team to stop by and say hello to us. We will be at Pluckers on 183 and Burnett Road research location from 3 to 7. We'll have a round table, so make sure you come out and say hello to us. And once again, congratulations for being on the inaugural all-flex team.
Yeah, there you go. Give you some more details, but go check out hornfm.com. You can find out details about where we'll be tomorrow, and also we'll remind you before we get out of here.
No doubt.
All right, there are there's a few stories that we haven't gotten a chance to hit. Of course, we'll get back to some of the Mike Leach tribute as well. But Longhorn-related stories, football-related stories, we did have Bijan Robinson received some more accolades. Also, Jalen Ford, both of them named as All-Americans. Now, I believe Bijan is a first-team All-American.
Correct.
And Jalen Ford, he ends up being a third-team All-American. But, hey, trust me, third-team All-American. You All-American.
You All-American.
Hey, don't nobody give the team. All right, when I say I was All-American, I said I don't give the team. I just say I was an All-American. I ain't going to tell you I was fourth team, Sporting News, all that. No, you All-American.
I was All-American.
That's all you hear, All-American.
That's right.
I don't give a damn. That's it.
That's right.
So, yeah, my man Jalen Ford, very deserving. So now, Bijan Robinson, guys, I believe now he is at consensus status.
Very much so.
Because consensus status basically means you have to have be an All-American selection on, I want to say it's half. It requires half of the recognized NCAA selectors. I have no idea how they determine these selectors. Don't even ask me. I really still don't know that.
Who knows?
I'm sure it was done way back in the day.
Yeah.
So you get selected as All-American by half of those recognized selectors. That means you are a consensus. And Robinson was named first-team All-American last week by Football Writers Association of America and the Walter Camp Football Foundation. Gives him consensus status if he receives first-team All-American recognition from the American Football Coaches Association and the Sporting News. I told you Sporting News.
There you go. There you go.
I know. Who reads the Sporting News anymore?
Hey,
why does the Sporting News?
It's online. You can look on it.
Why does the Sporting News All-American team still matter? Don't we agree there's somebody else out there who is not really, I don't know, as credentialed, I guess, as the Sporting News, probably is more relevant these days? Sporting News was relevant when Rob B was young.
It's still there, man.
I want to say I was a Sporting News All-American, so I'm not mocking it. I want it there so I can still keep
I'm
my
reading it right
status.
now. It's still there. All you got to do is look online, and you can find everything.
All right. Well, then Sporting News part of it, too. So if he gets that, he would become the program's first unanimous All-American since Long Ball Dixon in 2017 and Deshaun Elliott, the Joker.
The Joker.
Yeah.
Who plays for Detroit right now, leading their team in tackles. Not only did all that happen for him, he also was named finalist for the Earl Campbell Tyler Rose Award, which was announced today. He's on there, TCU's Max Duggan, UTSA's Frank Harris, and, of course, Deuce Vaughn from K-State. All are on the list for Tyler Rose.
Yeah. I think Bijan.
Yeah, that's pretty
had
safe
that one locked
to say.
up.
It's pretty
Yeah.
safe.
Put your money on that one. That's pretty locked up. But that would be a shock if he didn't win the Tyler Rose Award.
Yep.
But with Bijan Robinson, at least he has not said this, and University has not said either. It's been reported by Inside Texas, and now most outlets said he will not play in the bowl game.
Correct.
Neither will Rojo, and neither will Demo. And you know what? Maybe we'll never receive an official announcement about that. That probably won't happen until right before the bowl game, literally the day of.
Okay, I got some information
You got
for
something
you.
for me?
So Bijan is consensus. If he's on the AFCA team, he will be a unanimous All-American. AP, Football Writers Association, Walter Camp, Sporting News, and AFCA are the five. Bijan was just named to the Sporting News, as you just said, today. So if he can get on the AFCA All-American team, then he will be a unanimous and consensus.
Okay.
So
he's the eighth back to get consensus status for Texas. Eighth running back, James Saxton in 61, Chris Gilbert 68, Steve Worcester in 70, Roosevelt Leaks, Rosie in 73,
right.
Earl Campbell in 77, Ricky did it twice, 97 and 98.
Shocking.
And then Deontay Foreman, 2016, who's balling with Carolina right now.
Come on.
And Carolina loves to run the rock. They run the rock like 45 plus times, I want to say,
which is
in
beautiful.
the last 3 or 4 games.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen their quarterbacks?
Yeah, that's true. Good point. That's fair. That's a good point there. So there you go. Bijan Robinson getting All-American status, consensus All-American status, but on his way to being a unanimous All-American. Honestly, I think he'll get it, actually.
I think so. I mean, there's no reason for it. He's a Doak Walker Award winner.
Yeah.
If you're going to vote on things, why don't you give it to somebody that got an award?
Yeah, that's true. I'm with you on that, no doubt. Okay, another Longhorn-related story we haven't had a chance to hit. Just been a lot of crazy stuff happening the last couple of days. Junior Angilau.
Yep.
He joins the transfer portal group. The transfer portal giveth and it taketh away. This time it's taken away a lineman that had 3 years of starting experience for Texas.
Correct.
I mean, let's be honest. This is a guy you're going to miss 34 starts in his career at Texas. Remember, he had the injury last season. That's why you didn't see him last year. But he had 34 starts. This is a guy that was going to compete for a starting spot on your O-line. This is not great for experience to depth at the O-line, but I'll tell you what it is good for. To me, Junior Angilau, a guy who started 34 games on the 40 acres, seen a lot of football, and obviously knows that he could have competed this year, but he knows ain't no guarantees getting that spot.
No doubt.
He's looking at them young offensive linemen.
Right.
And I think he, not intimidated, but I think he knows the writing could be on the wall because most coaches, if there's an even competition between two players, you go with the younger player.
Well, just
younger player usually has a higher upside,
Mm-hmm.
usually got a quicker and a faster rate of development.
Don't use or don't disrupt what you see is happening now. Those guys are starting to gel. You got another opportunity, but you can make so many different things can happen during this time, and you see it. You saw the big bear hug that he gave Coach Sark on Senior Day when he was walking out there. Pre-game, I don't know if anybody saw that. He walked out with this little skirt on. I don't know what they call that from his
kilt?
No, it wasn't a kilt. It was more of the grass skirt for his nationality.
Okay, yeah.
So he was representing.
Okay.
And then I just got this text right now too. Logan Parr is another one who just entered.
Did he just hit it?
Yeah, he just entered the portal today.
What number are we at then? Because I believe Junior Youngalaw might have been 12 because we had Isaac. Was it Isaac Pearson or something hit the transfer portal?
Yeah.
The punter hit it. I know we don't count those, but he's.
No, you should.
I know we should.
You
so
should.
I think Logan Parr might put us at 13.
I believe
in the
you
transfer
might be
portal
right
now.
I believe you're right.
If I'm not mistaken, I'll go
pulling
count
it up
that
right now.
Okay, I will count that in the break, but I think that may have us at 13 players in the portal. And honestly, I believe this is pretty on par for most major Power 5 programs. And I know attrition is a big topic of discussion, but I think now with the being in the new transfer portal era with the transfer market, people are going to look less at attrition rates and now just kind of look at the transfer portal. It's kind of a natural progression that every team's got to go through a transfer portal attrition every year, and then you'll have the addition on the other side of that. It's just natural part of the process now.
Yeah.
So.
I think you were right. I think we're at 11. We're at 12.
We're at 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
right.
at 12.
Okay, so I knew we were somewhere around there. Yeah, that's not bad.
And it started pretty much with Devin Richardson first.
Okay, I thought Troy Murray might have been up there earlier too.
December 2nd, Devin Richardson entered, and then Hudson Card, Carrick, DJ Harris, the junior, Coffee, Jameer Johnson, Prince Darbo, Troy O'Meary, Isaac Pearson, Junior Angelau, and now Logan Parr.
Texter says Texas picked up a punter from Stanford.
They did.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, this is the transfer portal. Give it, then and take it away. You basically have to evaluate your roster every year, and then look at the transfer portal as a way to get to really remedy your most urgent issues, whatever they may be, and then you can try to fill in the gaps in recruiting or with your recruiting classes. But if you need an urgent need, most teams figure the transfer portal is the best way to find that veteran, experienced, proven talent already. There's an Arch Manning interview out there. We'll probably table that for tomorrow and get to that tomorrow. We'll have more Mike Leach tributes on the other side, but I want to get in some NFL discussion, a couple of NFL news notes, nuggets from Week 14. Didn't get a chance to review all of the matchups that we want to get in for Week 14, so we'll do that on the other side. More talk about Mike Leach and his legacy, all of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn, discussing holiday show plans here. Ball Don't Lie, getting ready. Top of the charts Tuesday, my man Patrick plays jams. I reached the top of the Billboard charts on this day in history. Oh man, this is pretty recent for your top of the charts Tuesdays.
I mean, it is, but it's not. I mean, it's still 19 years ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I believe 2003,
Man, I'm
right?
old. I am so old. Damn. That just impressed me a little bit. And it was 19? So like 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
No, you were still doing this in the clubs.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's basically what I was like, this is when I used to go out and dance in clubs, picking up,
recent now is like, I heard this on the radio once.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard this when I was.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is a cool song. My dad plays this song. We're in the car.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Yeah. No, you need to be like, oh, my niece was listening to this.
Yeah, exactly. Like now, the people's kids and teenagers are jamming what I used to think was club music because their mom and dad jam it as oldies in the car now.
Oldies, that's right.
20 years ago. The throwbacks,
yeah.
Throwback jams. Like, I used to jam to that, man.
No, it's when you're at the store and they start playing heavy metal music, or like 80s metal, and you're like, this was supposed to be dangerous, man.
Exactly.
All right.
That's a great point. That is true. It happened in gangster rap too.
Yeah,
where you're
sure.
like when the kids, you start hearing gangster rap in the suburbs, and then all the soccer moms were playing it too. It's like, it's lost a little bit of its luster.
Yeah, it's not as gangster as we
Snoop
once
Dogg's
thought it
hanging
was.
out with Martha Stewart. You're like, it ain't that gangster no more.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't want to be. You know, we're probably like 5-10 years away from buying groceries to Tupac.
Oh, I totally agree with that. I totally agree. My big thing is, I tell people this all the time, because now I'm 42. My brother is 47. Hard, you're what, 51, 50?
50, man. Come
50?
on, man. Don't give me an extra
Sorry.
It's coming up, though. My birthday is next month.
You like 50,
65,
65, 80?
Yeah,
Exactly.
my birthday is next month.
No, but like hip-hop is less than 50 years old. Like the genre itself, it's the most popular genre of music in America. It's less than 50 years old. When I get to 60 or 70, oh God, if I live that long, 60 or 70.
We're going to be there.
In the retirement homes, they're going to be playing Pac. And they're going to be playing, like,
I know
like
in my
Drake
room they will
and
be.
like Rick Ross and like all these old artists. And kids are going to be like, who the hell is that? What are you jamming? But all of the old people then are going to be fans of hip-hop. They'll just be in their 60s and 70s. That's going to be really creepy.
That's going to be
creepy. But you'd be jamming Tupac and Too Short.
It's going to be the culture shock is when you're walking down the aisle of the store, buying groceries or whatever, and you find yourself and you're like singing along and you're like, wait, why is this at H-E-B? Why am I listening to this right now?
Right.
What the, whoa, from a, yeah. Whoa, come on now. But you're right, man. You're right. Dude, that was really good.
Oh man, I'm a DMX dude, man.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had the groundwork though and everything. That's legit right there. Yeah, they start playing that little John and the East Side Boys hanging out in the Academy Sports and Outdoors. You're like, what is this? From the window to the wall.
And then somebody on the other side.
I hear you to the sweat roll now. Exactly.
Oh no, we know Hard's gonna be walking down to danger.
That's right. Watch yourself.
That's true. We're gonna be jamming like Mystical and Juvenile.
Exactly.
Back that thing up. They're like, oh yeah.
Girl, you look good with it.
I cannot wait for that day. Hopefully I'm
No
alive
doubt.
to see it. All right, let's talk about a little bit about T.Y. Hilton and the NFL Week 14 in review. And we didn't get to a ton of it yesterday. We just had obviously a lot of stuff happening yesterday that we need to get around to. Is there any result of the Week 14 that surprised you more than Brock Purdy's performance versus the Bucs in Tampa Bay?
Well, the only thing that really surprised me was I didn't think it was that much of a surprise, but the way that the Cowboys played.
Oh, okay. You know what? I agree with that. You're right. No, that is a bigger surprise. That was the biggest point spread of the season so far.
Right.
Good point.
So for the game to come down to what it did, and here's the other part of this, and I saw this debate, and I was very intrigued by this debate. The fact of the matter that Dak took his team 98 yards in a situation where they had to win, people continue to say the Cowboys were terrible, which partially true. But on Monday Night Football, we gave Tom Brady a glowing praise for what he did at the end of the game. He was terrible for 55 minutes.
Was that Thursday
Tampa?
football?
No, Thursday was Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
So we had those things happen, and then we had it finish with the Dallas Cowboys, and we are very critical of it. So in my way, I want to give credence to the fact that Dak did drive his team, regardless of how bad it was. The game was on the line, and historically, this would have been the biggest upset, point spread that we had ever seen.
Of the season, definitely.
Of the season,
but
for
it would have
sure.
been one of the most in the last 20 years.
Exactly.
It would have been a bad upset.
So for them to go out there and win that game, win it ugly, is very true to the fact of the criticism that we in the media love to give certain teams. I'm not going to say everybody. I'm just saying right now. So I want to say the biggest shock was the game was that close, but we also need to give flowers to the fact that he drove the team 98 yards in a moment where we had been criticizing the way he had played the entire game. But in crunch time, because Monday night, Tom Brady was awful.
It was a historically bad Tom Brady game.
And then, boom, they win the game, and Tom's running off the field. And everybody's like, oh, man, we should have known Tom Brady was going to be able to do what he did. And I know it's because he got the rings, and that's the credibility,
the GOAT
and he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
So let's give him his credit, just like we did Tom Brady and just like we did Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think when you're the quarterback of the Cowboys, you get all the girls and you get all the grief. That's just part of it. You're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, so I do think there's some unfair criticism, but also I think you get a lot more credit than you probably should get too. And we've talked about that a ton.
Fair.
I think for the Cowboys, my biggest concern was Terrence Steele now being out for the season. Love they put Jason Peters at their right tackle spot. Hadn't played right tackle since 2005 and went in there and really was the major adjustment that allowed them to go on that 98-yard drive. And score the game-winning touchdown. I heard from Mike McCarthy. I went on DallasCowboys.com just looking for quotes, and then there was a quote from Mike McCarthy saying they're going to rotate Jason Peters and Josh Ball at right tackle.
Yeah.
And I agree with it. I know there is a significant drop-off between Jason Peters and Josh Ball. You're talking about Jason Peters, who might be a Hall of Famer potentially one day.
Undrafted, by the way.
Shout out.
Make sure you go to the Hard Knocks Life on the Horn FM page, and you'll check out my little article from Goose Goslin about undrafted superstars in the NFL.
It was good stuff there too. They're going to rotate them mostly because they want to keep both of them fresh, and they also want to make sure they keep these guys durable and healthy most of the year. So I agree with that. I know there's a drop-off, but I think you can, based on the situation and based on the opponent matchup-wise, I think you can find different parts of the game to play Peters and to play Josh Ball without Josh Ball being a liability to you.
Right.
Like if he's a better run blocker, obviously, then he's a pass blocker. You probably want to make him your guy more on rundowns or run plays more so than Josh Peters. Not saying obviously you don't want to reveal your hand and reveal too much based on that personnel choice, but I think situationally the Cowboys can make that work, especially if Tyron Smith is coming back.
Yep.
And Jerry Jones,
Dr. Jerry,
right? Forever the optimist. He's saying, and he, by the way, Tyron Smith is in the 21-day practice window, so they can decide anytime in the next, probably next 2.5 weeks or so, he can go, and they can make that decision. And maybe they already made that decision. If he comes back, that'll stabilize the offensive line a whole lot more too.
Right. Yeah. Right. And if that can happen, it is going to be something to behold. But the problem that I have with it is he going to be healthy enough? I know he's working through it, but he's one move away again from doing something to hurt himself.
Yeah.
I hope he's healthy, because it's just going to make that left side even stronger. But this is the game right here. If he comes back this week, Jacksonville's been playing really, really good football right now.
Trevor Lawrence
They've been putting pressure on every team that they've played against. And then you got that monster in Philadelphia on Christmas Eve.
Hey, Arch, I do want to ask you a quick question, though.
Okay.
All right, so on that fourth quarter drive, who was calling the plays?
I think it was Dak doing it on his own.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I like the way you think, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you.
That's my dog.
Audibling the whole way down.
Huh? Check,
all the whole,
check
the whole
with
way
me.
down. Huh?
Check with me. That's what I'm doing. I'm calling my own plays because what you've done has not worked this far.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Man, one of these days, those words are going to come out of your mouth.
Oh, man.
Compliments for Kellen Moore.
Try. I'm parched.
Okay, real quick, before we go get out of here, a couple other news notes and nuggets from around the league that I noticed that were crazy. Remember, I kept telling you guys that Minnesota is the most overrated 10-win team or 9-3 team. I think they were at the time. Now they're 10-3.
Yep.
But I think now it's starting to be proven that they're still a good team because you can't win 10 games in the NFL and not be a good team.
Right.
But in terms of them being historically good, if you compare them to all the other teams that are 10-3, they just don't really cut the mustard. Here's another stat. First team in NFL history now to have a 10-3 record and to surrender more points than they've scored. So they've actually allowed more points than they've scored. They're the first 10-3 team in the history of the league to allow more points than they've scored.
That is unbelievable.
Told you.
That is unbelievable.
Some about I don't know. So they're not plateauing though. I mean, they're 9-0 in one-score games, 1-3 in games decided by more than one score. So they're just a very strange, weird instance this year of an NFL team just being clutch, but not necessarily being good.
Yeah.
And that's usually
fair.
that goes hand in hand. Usually you're clutch, that means you're good. They're not that good. They're just clutch.
Not even close.
So you don't want to avoid clutch time with them, and you got a chance. Okay. Also, the Thursday night football game tonight. Thursday night football game this week is 49ers Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be great. I cannot wait for that. Seattle lost too, so that means because Carolina beat Seattle.
Yeah.
Carolina beat Seattle.
They look good, too.
It was the worst game.
They look good doing that, too. Yeah.
Worst game for Geno Smith of the year. First multi-interception game of the year for him. Less than 60% completion percentage. He had 2 interceptions, 3 touchdowns. So that was his first bad game. I expect them to bounce back, and then we're trying to bounce back versus the 49ers. It's a hell of a game to bounce back. But Carolina, the way they're beating teams, started 1-5, traded Christian McCaffrey, and now they're starting and fired their coach.
Yep.
And now they want to win games?
He's trying to get that job. Steve Wilks trying to get that job. By the way, he's from that Carolina area.
Oh, is
so
he?
He's trying to make sure he's making a run and making his case for that team.
He's got mojo right now.
He's got that team buying into him.
Oh, here's the rush number. The rush attempts in the last 3 games: 47, 46, and 46. Pounding the rock.
That's what you do, right? I think that's their mantra.
Chuba Hubbard and
rock.
Deontay Foreman.
Yeah.
2 Big 12 running backs pounding the rock, man.
There you go.
And they are the identity of that Carolina team right now.
Back to Patrick's conspiracy theory that he gave us yesterday about the Houston Texans and the fact that they wanted to lose that game. They found every way to do that with Dameon Pierce being out. Just to add insult to injury, Dameon Pierce has a high ankle sprain that could cause him to miss as many as 3 games. Tank on, baby. Tank on.
That is great. Okay, I love this texter, the cracked apple of Austin. He said, y'all notice that the NFC West is all Big 12 quarterbacks?
Interesting.
Damn. Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Brock Purdy. Who's the other one I'm missing? Oh, Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray.
And Colt, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is nice. Hey, cracked apple. Good little nugget there. I appreciate that. I don't know why they got me excited. It just did.
Well, because we represent. They've been hating on us for so long.
You represent. And the day that we're celebrating Mike Leach, and we all agree that Big 12 would not be where it is today if Mike Leach hadn't come and spread the gospel of the air raid all throughout Big 12 country.
And had everybody scared right
and
after
had everybody scared.
That's right.
I ain't gonna lie, Texas was scared too.
Yeah.
We got whipped 63 to 14 or something by that
Yikes.
Oklahoma air raid offense. They won national title that year, so not too much shame in it. Mike Leach was gone by then.
That's right.
He had went to Texas Tech to start spreading the gospel down there.
Had all that stuff.
That was that Mangino era. Was that Mangino?
It was.
Mangino era. I think the Mangino was running the air raid then.
Yeah.
You forget Mangino was an air raid guy too.
Goodness gracious.
When Kansas went to their only BCS game, running the air raid, baby.
Yep. Todd Reesing, baby. By the way, Lake Travis.
Shout out.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back.
He would have been all flex.
He would have definitely been all flex.
There you
we'll
go.
Come back, wrap this thing up, and put it in the oven. Right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Getting ready to wrap this thing up and put it in the oven. I like this text. We were just talking about how soon in the old folks' homes, all the hip-hop fans who are 60 and 70 years old, they're not going to be jamming like alt-rock and old-school rock and roll. They're going to be jamming hip-hop. They had Tupac and Too Short in the retirement homes. It's going to be crazy. This text says,
baby.
Exactly. My rest home will have Fat Pat. I appreciate that.
Tops drop.
I'm gonna be jamming DJ Screw in my retirement home.
The twerking injuries at retirement homes are gonna go through the roof.
You're right. The broken hips, ladies. The twerk contest in the retirement home. All right, what's on tap for you, Harsh, tonight?
I'm gonna watch a little bit of basketball and catch up and just kind of chill tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm watching the finale of White Lotus. Great White Lotus season 2.
Okay.
On HBO. Great show. I'd recommend it to anybody out there. Patrick, what you got on tap?
I'm going to watch the basketball. I might head down to C-Boys and check out my boys Grooveline Horns over at C-Boys late tonight. Hey, shout out women's basketball. Pregame 10:45 a.m. tomorrow morning on 105.3 The Bats.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's a little early right there. All right, thanks, Patrick. Thanks, my man, Horace. Thanks for you for listening. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. We'll be talking about it right here on Ball Don't Lie. We love you guys. We mean that. Take care of yourselves, but more importantly, take care of each other. R.I.P. to the late, great Mike Leach. Peace.